Hey, everybody. Didn't know we were starting. Sorry about that. Hey, how's everybody doing? Welcome to Worcester Council Theater 3000. Boy, oh boy. Bill, Brendan,
I fucking missed
we
you
got a
guys.
meeting tonight, don't we? Bill, you're muted. Brendan, didn't hear a word you said.
Missed you too, the Gobi Desert.
How you guys doing?
Fantastic. Shaking.
Yeah, just great. I'm ready. I'm ready to have my sanity tested.
Yeah, it should be.
This is going to be maybe 5 hours, and I don't see anything good coming from it.
No.
We're going to privatize Indian Lake, make sure the jet ski people don't get to enjoy it. Just boats, folks. We love our boaters. We love our people that own property right on the lake that have docks and boats, and we can't have anybody else.
You know, if it was a thing where they were just like, we're not having like any watercraft, like if it's a pollution thing, then yeah, well, like that's a no-brainer. But they're just like, oh no, let's get rid of the fun thing because the people that live on this lake don't use it. I mean, whatever. They're like,
yeah, that's going to be Candy Merrill Carlson's really going to shine on that one. We're going to see some. We're going to see some really, really good coded language. It's going to be great. Really looking forward to that. The inclusionary zoning obviously is the big thing tonight. And as I tried to lay out in my post yesterday, both options aren't really going to do anything, but the option that the city is going with is going to do comically nothing. And they're going to pat themselves on the back for having done it while not addressing the problem at all, which is great. I think that's what Worcester does. That's our strong suit here at Worcester City Hall. So why not just keep going? That's what I say.
Yeah, just keep going. That's the motto of Worcester politics. Just keep going.
Yeah, just don't ever do any sort of introspection. Don't think, what are we doing here? What are we accomplishing?
Yeah.
And then turn everything into a petty interpersonal squabble at the end of the day. And then use whatever you're discussing to fuel that beef. And that's what we're doing. Oh, Joe Petty's not going to be here.
No. Do we think he's going to zoom in? Do we think there's any chance that he zooms in?
0 chance.
No, 0 chance. Joe Petty is taking the time very graciously today to remind us why it's great that he lost. Because I just got a picture from somebody of Donna Calorio sitting in the mayor's chair, and that could have been us. That could have been us.
Just got the same picture that you got, and it is fucking gross. Yeah. That chair needs to be fumigated immediately.
Yeah. Rest in peace to Barbara Haller. That was sort of a surprise and very sad.
Yeah.
And somebody actually sent me like an email she had written to the city council like last week. So like literally like 5 days before she died, being like, please do the 60% AMI on inclusionary zoning, which they're not going to do, but they're still going to eulogize.
Can you run down the issue here? Because her son tweeted about it too. His eulogy tweet was talking about it. Can you kind of run down what the issue is? What the
Sure. So the inclusionary zoning policy that the city council is going to discuss tonight and then send along the process of approval if it gets voted in the affirmative is requiring all new developments of a certain size. I think it's above 12 units or 15 units to set aside 10% of the apartments for units that are tied to an affordability restriction. and they want to set that affordability restriction at 80% of the area median income, which is not really the vision of someone who is struggling to make ends meet in the city. That's like, it's, I mean, an individual at 80% of the area median income is making 61 grand. I mean, that's like,
Bill,
it's not like you're not a millionaire, but you're not.
One of the things that's important to focus on too is that they're using area median income, which is the census tract, and so our census tract area median income is, I think it's 110,000 per for the family. In Worcester, the family income is around 60,000. So that 80% is still 60% above what our actual family median income is, because we're including the entire metro, which is wildly high. I mean, it's like Shrewsbury figures into that.
Right.
So yeah, it's a really stupid number that accomplishes absolutely nothing except for a great photo op.
Yeah, and so housing advocates last week had a rally outside City Hall where they're like, "Hey, can we make this at all useful by lowering that AMI designation to 60% instead of 80%?" And when it's at 60%. Even that, and I mean, like,
$55,000.
Talk to any of these housing advocates, and they'll say, yeah, even that is like not even close to really helping here. But since the Chamber of Commerce has come out, and I'm sure the majority of City Council members today will say that, oh no, we can't do 60% because the developers, it makes them nervous. It makes them real nervous to do 60%. We got to keep it at 80%. We don't want to scare away developers, which is just like basically what you're saying is we don't want to exercise any authority we might have over private equity.
Taking care of our people might bum out developers, so we're not willing to do it.
Yeah, like the guy from the Chamber of Commerce, I forget his name, David Sullivan, I think, like literally said in the Telegram that, we have to consider what the developers want here because they're the most important partners in this. Which is just like he's not necessarily saying that developers are more important people than renters, but he's coming pretty fucking close to saying that. Like what he's really saying is that the developers are, if we need to embrace like just standard fucking let the market do what it wants, and the developers will help us out of this problem by just building more housing. But that's also just not fucking true. And the way that it reads is that he's very much saying that developers are more important than the renters who are going to be paying for these developments. Right. And just doing fucking good. That's good. I like that. He's cucked. He's cucked by Acros Capital LLC. Or whatever.
Before we go any further on this, let's bring in our other I mean, not even guest at this point, just part of the team. Yenni, hello, how are you?
What's up,
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Good. We're talking about inclusionary zoning.
Cool. Yeah.
So
it's a mess.
It's a mess. It's all stupid, and the things that we need to actually be doing to address this problem, like if we can't even get this to be a meaningful piece of city legislation, if we can't even do this, then the things that we really need to do, like get rid of single family zoning and allow the city to fill in density wise, like it's just never going to happen. Nothing's going to happen if we can't do this. And that's the other thing about this inclusionary zoning bullshit is that developers can just pay into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund instead of actually doing the units. And I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see how this Affordable Housing Trust Fund plays out. But there's a significant chance that all of that money just goes right back to the developers that paid into it. So
if I remember correctly, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund can only be spent on soft serve ice cream between the months of June and July. Yeah, it has nothing
right.
with anything we're talking about here.
Yeah. So it could all just turn into one big circle jerk for developers, and that's what we want, folks. That's how we play the game here in Worcester.
Yeah.
If we don't do that, then shit, dude, they're gonna build in New Bedford, and we can't have that.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, that would be horrible if they built in New Bedford instead of Worcester. That would just suck so bad. You know.
I mean, yeah, for me right now, I'm working a lot in New Bedford. A lot of construction would really hurt. So
yeah.
Let's get these developers in here.
A developer's circle jerk would be awesome on OnlyFans. I don't think anyone's done that.
That would be great. Yeah. I don't know. Peter Dunn, maybe 20 years ago, might have been into that, but I don't think he's going to really be the person to facilitate that now. He's kind
I'm
of
pretty sure 20 years ago, Peter Dunn was in elementary school.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That's
a little weird.
How old is he? Wait, how old is he?
Yeah, he's like 16, dude. He's like the youngest employee at City Hall.
Oh, damn. I don't know.
That place just ages you funny, dude. It's like it's a fucked up little time warp there. You ain't coming out the way you went in.
Yeah. Interesting. It puts years on your life.
Yeah, I mean,
Peter Dunn's an attractive fellow. We like.
I'm a landlord. I'm not a developer, so like I'm not like in the big construction side of things. But we've put hundreds of thousands into this house, and we're still able to keep both of our units at under 70%. They were market rate 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
And that is how like the difference between what we've had to pay and changes in that regard, while still spending all of this money on improving the property and getting rid of the knob and tube and adding air conditioning and everything.
Yeah, what the developers are saying is not that.
It's ridiculous. I do not understand how these fees are supposed to somehow make up for not doing those units.
Yeah.
With the affordable.
Well, I mean, that's when the only penalty for breaking a law is a fine, then it's only a law for poor people. That's.
This is not an apology for a developer apologist sort of thing, but this is where like City Hall just kind of sucks at this, and they are in a bad position. If you're doing new construction, your cost for building a unit of affordable housing is not significantly different than building a new construction unit for market rate housing or above. The amenities that come along with like high end housing, those are the things that don't cost anything, right? Like those are add-ons. Like your actual door cost doesn't change that much. And from a federal level down to the local level, that's where like big solutions need to come into play. We have a lot of, to your point on, and Yenni, like we have a lot of old housing stock, but even what you have is not likely to be tenable into the future, right? Like the next round of a fire code, like everything you just described goes out the window when you're going to be forced to put in a $50,000 fire suppression system for your 2-family or 3-family or whatever it is. Your math changes immediately. And that's unfortunately the sort of thing that goes along with new construction now. And it really does require much bigger thinking.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's cheap. I feel like yes, it's all about the money, obviously. They as much profit as they possibly can. But
508 co-host and I, Mike Benedetti, we're talking about this all day today. That's like, he has this line that I love using all the time. That's like, unfortunately, socialism is not on the ballot this year. And like, this is one of the perfect examples of like, hey, someone should put socialism on the ballot. Because like, until that happens, like, it's just a giant fucking mess with no solution to it. But like, the city council talks as though like Worcester residents are out here building their own yurts for housing, right? And that's like, that's good enough. Everything is all equal and whatnot. We're completely dependent on outsiders to come in and build the kind of housing that we need. We're already, if our population is up, 25K over the last time we counted, like that's a huge amount of needed housing. We have no idea where we actually are from before the pandemic, we were fighting for 15. Like my 17-year-old son is making nearly $25 an hour as a dishwasher right now. Like so much has changed about the universe just in terms of the math on all sides. I don't think the council has any idea what they're doing. And unfortunately, this is one of those areas that I think we should be deferring to people that actually have a good heart like Attell and are just trying to take care of people.
Yeah.
On Mo's thing, I don't have coin op.
See? Classy.
it's hookups. We've got washer dryer units in each unit. So
I do want to say, so Start on the Street this weekend got a lot of people coming up and complimenting us on the Twitch stream.
Nice.
There's a lot of little freaks out there.
Oh God.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to begin the meeting of
It's a
City
flexible mic,
Council.
Donna. Hold it
Today
down.
is Tuesday, September 20th, 2022. We have two of our members that are remote, Councilor Rose and Councilor Nguyen. So they are on the remote access here. Okay.
it's been how many
So
months?
The first order of business today
Pronunciation
is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Also, there's
I,
only
Donna Clorio, support the flag of QAnon forever.
Brian, can you cue up the Imperial March while they're doing their thing here?
Dun, dun, diddle-diddle-dun, diddle-dun.
is anyone saying it?
Real quiet.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we got to get a sting of some sort of Darth Vader music. Yeah, a lot of people. One woman, if you're in the chat, sound off. She came up while I was we were doing comedy on the street, and she came up while like in the middle of the set, and she's like, "Hey, I watched the Twitch show." And I was like, "Oh, great, that's awesome, thanks for joining." And she's like, "Yeah, it's great, you guys are doing a great job." And I was like, "Wait, before you go, who's your least favorite city councilor?" And she was like walking away, and she turned back, she goes, "Donna Colorio."
Yeah, nice.
It's
Kate Toomey's looking at Donna Clorio right now and just going, I deserve that.
the way I understand it is it's Nguyen.
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 New when?
But like fast, so you're not,
No when.
Nguyen or
Who's this
Nguyen.
Naguyan?
Mr. Clerk, could we have a roll call?
It's so crazy.
That's my George
How long have you
Russell
lived
impression.
in Worcester
I just
specifically?
wondered- I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just wondered if we could do a moment of silence for
We
former
can do that after the roll
Oh,
call,
okay.
Councilor. Thank you. For Councilor Howell.
Haller. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Bergman,
Here.
Councilor Calorio,
Here.
Councilor Haji,
Here.
Councilor King,
Here.
Councilor Merrill Carlson, Councilor Nguyen,
Here.
Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Rose,
Here.
Councilor Russell,
Here.
Councilor Toomey,
Here.
and Mayor Petty's absent.
There is a screen up at the top that says mayor on it, though.
Okay, so the first order of business
When they
is
go to
I have
when they go to the Zoom, there's a window for mayor.
Nice.
Did my other piece of paper go? We have two
That's weird.
people who I'd like to acknowledge for a moment of silence. The first one is Bob Topin, Clark University professor Robert Dean Topin, or Bob, as they call him, more familiar, known for his work with the LGBT studies and European cultural studies, died last week. He was 60. And the other moment of silence will be. Do you have the one over
Two
there?
separate moments of silence.
Yeah.
Be on a moment of silence in memory of Barbara Haller, who passed away last night at age 73.
You really need a
Barbara Haller
paper for this?
For City Council from 2002 to 2011.
I would actually.
I would want to make sure I got dates right and stuff.
LGB studies.
So I would like to also, right now, I'd like to suspend the rules because we have an item on Barbara Hallard on 14B. And I'd like to open
I would like to
up,
take a moment to celebrate the one
my
person who
colleagues would
clicked
like to say
the
a few
laughing
words,
emoji
and,
during the moment of
Captain
silence
Shiloh,
onto the
I am
Facebook stream. Like, whoever you are, you're
Councilor
my
Bergman.
fucking boy.
Travis,
Madam
come
Chair, as
on,
the
man.
agenda notes, we were going to do a resolution tonight in the hopes that we could have Councilor Haller hear our accolades of her. Unfortunately, as things happen sometimes, the timing, unfortunately,
There's so
didn't
many
work
things on
out
this
for
agenda
us.
tonight. I was having a
Having
hard
met
time
so
keeping
few
track and
times
discussion what was real
in
and
the last
what
few
people were
months,
just
this
making
is
up.
really the first
Is there
time
actually
that
something in there
we
discussing like some sort of public memorial for
found
Gary
that out.
Vecchio?
But I may
Yes,
not have
there is.
known,
There
There's
is.
two
Councilor
And
Haller
items.
the
There's
best
two
as a
items.
is
council, but I
any of
certainly
them
know her
just
in
like
a way.
resculpting the Columbus
I
statue
first
to look
met
like Gary
her.
Vecchio?
She was a witness.
Oh,
She
that's
was one of
such a
those
good
that
idea.
worked for,
Holy
the
shit.
Wow.
and
That
It's like it's
probably
the
Brendan, that's
perfect
a
solution.
entire life. She went to WPI.
That's a
and
genius solution.
had
That
lot
is
of
a
knowledge
fucking
of
genius solution.
electrical metering and electrical
It solves so
engineering,
many
and
problems.
she
Yeah.
she was a good
Creates a whole
witness
bunch of new
on
ones,
the
but at
other
least they're
side because
hilarious.
she was smart, knew her stuff. It
We can
wasn't
have
afraid to
problems as
speak
long
her
as they're
mind, and that's
hilarious
really
problems.
how I remember her as a city councilor.
You don't really even have to resculpt
Also
anything.
an
It's like
advocate
Columbus was
for
short too.
various
You just need to
causes.
like,
I remember
I don't know,
Yeah,
like
you gotta-
write a little New Balance symbol on his
That's how I
shoes,
felt
and
advocated,
that's
the
really the only
Notre Dame
difference.
church,
Make
taken
it look
It's
a little
true.
bit Italian.
I wasn't able to really
Yeah.
give her the outcome she wanted, and I don't think all of us could.
Just do like a Cotton
Um,
Hill sort of thing where you just
that,
cut
I think it caused
between the
friction.
Wait,
ankles and
he's
the knees.
speaking
But
in
she's a
pro of
wonderful
her
person.
supporting
You know,
the
prayers
zoning?
go out to her and her family. She's certainly for the main south neighborhood, for the city of Worcester. She did her best
I didn't catch
to
it.
make Worcester a better
He
place for
just said
everyone,
that
and I
he
think
hopes that they vote
tenure on
the way
License
she would have
Commission recently
wanted.
just goes to show that she was devoted.
Well, yeah, and the way she would have wanted
even
was
beyond her years on the city
60%.
council. Thank you.
Thank you.
But that's the thing here is that you can just say that she supports inclusionary zoning, and you're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So-
I did have the privilege of serving with Barbara, and she really
Wow.
did know her stuff. She did her homework. She was a very bright woman, and certainly.
Where
was
did she
very
get
knowledgeable.
that shirt? And when can I go?
She was also approachable.
That's so cool.
I feel
and
like
she
that's a
was
shirt
willing
that
to
would
talk
come
to
out of like
people.
Banana
She was
Republic.
willing to.
Kate did
hear
Burning Man
people's
during break.
sides.
Actually, that's a
She was
very
also a
Chico's
advocate
shirt.
of community safety.
That shirt came out of the last time I did salvia. There's nothing that explains what she's wearing right now.
And worked very hard.
Cthulhu
with
itself
the police department.
made that pattern.
There were
That
numbers
shirt
of
belongs
tales
in
about
an
College
acid
Hill,
freak
trying
out
to
like
ensure-
being
trying
in
to ensure that there wasn't any
1964
more
San
rockets,
Francisco.
rolling out into the
That is
street.
so cool.
All of the crazy stories from the
Kate,
college
when you're listening to this
students, and
inevitably, can you
actually, I
put
think,
the shirt on your
in
Etsy
her
page so I can
infamy,
buy it?
There was a T-shirt that was created. I don't know if anyone else had seen it, but one of my kids had shown me a picture of it with Barbara with her orange construction vest over, and with her skirt, her Hallmark outfit, with her hair in a bun, and just doing what she did. So she
Please,
was very
Kate,
much
I
a
will give you
mentor, when I
$100
first
for
got
that
on the
shirt.
council, along with, of course, a dean of the delegation at the time, Paul Clancy. They worked very closely together. But Barbara was the epitome of what I think is a true public servant. And she brought all of her lives together as well. She was a mother, a grandmother, and someone who really worked very hard. She was a business owner, and I think saw things from many different sides. And I truly believe that the world is a better place because of Barbara Haller, especially Worcester. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna restart the stream real quick just to get closed
Councilor
captioning
Rivera.
going. There we go.
Yes, I could definitely just want to say we appreciate her commitment to neighborhood meetings, showing up, putting in the work. When she had called me that she wanted to be on the license commission, we had actually had done some
Wait,
work
did she
on
really say a
some
better
of
place without her?
the items that would go before the license
Wait.
commission. So I was like, oh yeah, definitely.
I was zoning
that's
out.
a-
Did
that was
she
a
really
great-
say
was a
that?
great,
That's so sick.
Position for her. We're happy to have her on the license commission representing the district. I know that I think I stand with many of the residents in the area, especially I think it's going to be an odd space when we go to the neighborhood meeting and not have her there. But I think that a lot of what she's worked on and what she's been committed to She loved the community and loved her neighborhood and stayed
Soraya
committed to
looks
it. I
like she's
think
about to betray
always gonna be
Spider-Man.
Thank you, Councilor Rivera. She was like a powerhouse.
That's a good one.
I actually had a shock moment
A lot of people know.
about
Thank
Wayne
you.
Griffin
So I'll make the motion.
at a neighborhood meeting.
file
Her bringing up
14.
neighborhood
Yes,
meeting.
Oh,
He's
Councilor
pro
Martin.
a city manager search.
Yeah, I didn't quite know
Wayne
Councilor
Griffin.
Who is?
Heller, but
Wayne
you know,
Griffin.
she did
I was
send us
shocked.
an email recently about
He
inclusionary
thanked
zoning,
Attell
and so I would
for
like to have her voice kind of be here
continuing
with
to
us,
push for
to
the
just really
search.
share, you know, the work that she's been doing, even
so
towards now.
confused.
She's still been thinking about this. I believe this email was sent last week.
Oh yeah,
so
this is the email I was
this is her
talking about.
email to all of us. As many of you know, I have been an active supporter of workforce housing for Worcester residents. As a former city councilor and current member of the board of the Main South CDC, I have been made aware of the overwhelming need of Worcester residents for safe and affordable housing. This resource is essential for stable education, job retention, mental and physical health. The inclusionary zoning ordinance gives the council an important tool to increase housing options across the income spectrum, and I urge you to vote in favor of it. But the necessary vote is for the 60% AMI requirement. 80% is the safe vote, but will have little positive impact for Worcester residents, many of whom earn half of the 80% AMI, which is driven by our suburban neighbors. Nearly all agree that housing diversity is necessary for Worcester to retain its character. There are some challenges to protecting pipeline development, but the city is willing to find incentives to address these. The council should support this effect in a meaningful way. I suspect that many of you and most of your relatives can no longer afford market rate rents in Worcester without compromising lifestyles. The affordable housing ordinance at 60 AMI, while no panacea, does offer an important tool for Worcester to maintain its welcome and livable reputation. Please vote yes for the inclusionary housing ordinance at the 60 AMI level. The impact will affect Worcester for decades. And so I just wanted to share her words with us and just really bring her into the
So
room.
she does some
as
things that
we
are cool.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Yes, you know, I just wanted to say that we knew that she was sick. I didn't know the gravity of the situation, and to just recently have a response back from her on inclusionary zoning, I think on Saturday, and then to hear the news was shocking. But what she meant for me, and I think for many in the city, is that she was a woman in leadership, a stalwart advocate, a fighter, and she remained, as Councilor Rivera mentioned, engaged up until the very last moments. And I think for many of us, that will be something that stays with us, because regardless if we're in office or not, we have the opportunity to make change. I can only imagine, and I've heard on a few occasions from her, some of the stories of being the only women in the room, and what that was like. You know, I know when I responded to her regarding the inclusionary zoning, she was very happy that I was supportive, and she gave a multiple thumbs up and a thank you when I told her that 60% was great and 50% AMI would be even better for our folks in the community.
Oh
And
yeah,
Main South,
at the
you know,
subcommittee
state,
meeting on this issue, King
you know, I
made
think there will be
the
additional
motion,
ways
and
to honor
then
her as we move
to do
forward. Thank you,
50%
Madam Chair.
AMI, and Shaun Rose just
Thank
didn't
you.
even
Councilor
vote on it. He
Carlson?
just ignored it.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to rise
He's checked
and
out.
really give Barbara
He just
recognition,
fucking just didn't
the
even
true hero that
acknowledge
she
it.
was.
He's
I had the pleasure of working with Barbara Haller back in my United Way days.
we know
Um,
that Shaun Rose will be
that
like a
was
consultant for a developer
that we all
in
know the pip
by this
shelter and
year,
what
like this
happened
time,
there.
like in
Barbara
2024, right?
truly was someone who her community.
That's definitely
was
happening.
Her passion in life, and always
Yeah.
was there walking the streets
You know-
and doing what she believed was.
You know
right
what's really
by
interesting is
and for her
the
just
Candy
not
and
to
Kate did
resign
this,
from the
where they
license
opened their
committee
remarks by
because
talking
of her
about
illness was a really
themselves
sad day.
and
I
in
remember
like
when she
their
called me and
interactions
said
with Barbara
that
Heller, as if
she
like
needed to
claiming
give
some
that
sort
up
of like
because of
Yeah.
her illness.
I don't
And
know. It's just a
she
subtle
always
rhetorical
on the
thing. It's like just
license
don't do that.
commission,
Just talk
no
about
matter
her.
what. No matter what.
I think I said this when I first joined you folks, like we really need to bring on some mental health professionals and like give diagnoses of all the counselors while they're speaking. Because there's some narcissism shit going on here that, I mean, it probably wouldn't require like medication, but like some good therapy, like sitting down, figuring out what's going on, who hurt you. I mean, that would just be helpful for Candy and Kate.
Main South area.
Yeah.
And I think for a lot of us, we're going to miss her passion and her commitment to the city of Worcester. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think
Thank
we
you.
lost
So
the sadness
the
meme.
motion
We
would
gotta
be to
bring it.
file
We gotta
that
get it
item.
back.
Roll call, please.
Oh yeah.
Number
What we
14.
do have is maybe
Counselor-
my new favorite meme.
Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor GA, Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Miller Carlson,
Yes.
Counselor Yen,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yeah, Jess can
Yes.
definitely help us
Counselor
with
Russell?
that, Brendan.
Yes.
Counselor Toomey,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Caloria.
Yes. Okay, I have 3 proclamations that I will be reading, and then we will go on to approval
What?
of the
This is
minutes
just-
and then public participation.
This feels so
Those are
wrong.
People in the audience.
She's
Like-
first going to
Really,
Petty
Joe?
Mom.
Queen.
Joe Petty.
Why are you there?
Proclamation is
Joe Petty. He
commencing
just
the
wanted to
Hispanic
remind
Heritage
us of
Month.
why it was really
Jazz
good that Robin
Hamilton
won.
Carnival Concert Tour
That's why he
comes to
took the
Eastern
night off.
Seaboard of the United States featuring international
Donna,
Gloria fills in for Petty
artists,
because she's the
saxophonist, Jazz
she's the
Hamilton,
vice chair,
and his orchestra
and she's the
is
vice
at
chair because
Worcester
she's the only
Infusion
person
Drive
that
division of this
ran for
tour.
mayor.
And Jazz Hamilton Carnival.
Explaining
is
how that
a
works is
festival
just fucking
created
exhausting.
by
But
the
what
arts
basically
to
ends up
celebrate
happening is the worst city
contributions made by
councilor every
Latin
year
America,
is the vice chair,
European and American composers,
just by nature of the
contributing
design of how our
renditions of
elections work.
classical and modern music,
Before-
their
she
own original
will not be
contemporary
the
arrangements
deputy
and
mayor
orchestras.
next time around.
Jazz
100% will
offers
not be.
performing
There's
arts
like
organizations and
there's
high
going to be
schools
a
and
melee
city
for mayor
boards the
next
chance to
the next
participate
election.
in
I
the show
think.
alongside
Yeah,
artists
I think
and
every
artists
single
and
councilor is
upholding
going to
his
run for
mission to
mayor.
impact communities through the arts by showing aspiring artists and appreciation for inclusion.
Yeah,
and
basically everyone else,
Yeah, it's-
anyone like
Jazz
it's
Hamilton
technically it should be like the
believes
second
bringing
most
people
popular
together from all ages
person
and walks
because
of life through
you
the arts
if
to
you're
give
running that
communities
large, you can also
collection,
run for mayor.
voice, and a sense of oneness.
But everyone else
You're
clears
actually-
out.
The way that it actually works, it's so weird to explain, but when you're running for an at-large city council, you're automatically running for mayor,
Right.
and by a certain time, you have to withdraw yourself from the consideration of being mayor. So everyone runs for mayor, and then everyone who's not a psycho withdraws from mayor, and Donna Caloria stays in to be the resident psycho. And before Donna Caloria, it was Mike Gaffney. And before Mike Gaffney, it was Connie Lukes. It's just like your resident Republican on the board is always the vice chair by nature of how this works.
Joseph M. Petty, Donna Caloria, Mayor of the City of Worcester,
She
do
read-
hereby proclaim Saturday, October 15th to be.
Wait,
Jazz
did she just
Hamilton
call
Day
herself mayor?
in the City of Worcester. It
She's just
encourages all
reading.
residents to recognize and
She panicked when she
participate in
accidentally read
issues
Joe
of the
Petty's
City of
name,
Worcester, the
thinking that she
23rd
wasn't supposed to.
September 2023.
Didn't realize that
I
it's a
don't believe there's
proclamation
anybody
from Joe,
present.
not from her.
My name is Joe Petty, Mayor of Worcester, and I'm a proud member of the LGB community.
Where is she going?
Hey, did you? So here's a question. Here's a question for the real heads.
Oh,
When you proclaim something a city holiday, how long does that stay on the books? Does it stay on the books
Yes.
forever? It stays in the books forever?
yep.
Well, then January 22nd, I think it is Right to Life Day in the city of Worcester.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, in 1980, the council made that day in January. I think it's the Roe v. Wade Day. It's Right to Life Day in Worcester. I mean, maybe that was taken off the books at some point, but I actually asked the city spokesman if that's still on the books, and he just ignored me.
Coward.
So it's
Thank you. Thank you.
Very
That
possible.
would probably be the Nico question.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
probably
not
would
have a
already have
public
the
calendar?
answer, like ready to pull out.
Whereas the WCCA TV mission empowers a great diversity of people and organizations, ensures everyone's voice is elevated.
You know, we make fun of Joe Petty
by
for his
providing
like
tools and
speaking skills a
technologies
lot,
and
but
knowledge for
oh
all to
boy.
learn, create, and connect. And whereas jazz is a unique American
Donna Chloe is
cultural
giving
art,
out the energy
it's an
of
opened, empowering,
in like
and
fifth
free
grade English class
platform
when you
of
go
creative,
around the room reading a
individual,
paragraph at a
and
time
communal form
of a book,
expression that has such in common
and
with the
you're just
WCCA TV mission.
have no
With
idea what it is you're
innovation
actually
that
reading. You're
fosters
just
the
saying
same.
the
And
words
whereas
and
the
like
Central
getting
Mass
through them.
Jazz Festival was created
It
and
reminds
founded
me of
was
my
asked-
friends
WCCA
when we were
the
growing up.
executive director,
Then they were
Mara
going through their
Pasquale
bar and bat
Pasquale,
mitzvahs
with the
practicing.
vision to promote community public access.
They had no
Whereas
idea what they were
improve the
saying.
Quality of life in Worcester.
Here's my impression of Donna Colorio.
WCCA TV
This is the famous Budweiser beer we know of, no brand produced by any other brewer, which costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging processes produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you will find in no other beer at any other price.
Solos to tell a musical story. And whereas June through September,
I bought a
understood
12
what
pack
you
for
were
this
saying.
meeting.
Central Mass Jazz Festival has accomplished a new hybrid presentation of virtual.
It's like when
and
you
live
put
jazz
when she
pop-up
puts the
concerts
spaces in the
Worcester,
words between
adding
words that
to
are a
the
little bit
quality
bigger.
of life
Like she's
in
not
Worcester
fluidly
in a
reading
unique,
it.
profound way,
But at least she's
exemplifying
not
the
shattering.
democratic value of free speech.
No, that would require
and
some
freedom
fucking
of
art.
expression. Now, therefore, I, Joseph Petty, Donna Colorio, Mayor.
Say
of
what you
City,
want about William
Declare
Shatner. At least he had a speaking
September
style.
19th,
Why is she putting her name in a comma after his
the
name?
Central Mass Jazz Festival
Yeah.
Week. In the city of Worcester,
Because she is
encourages
a
all residents
deranged
to recognize
narcissist.
and participate
Mhm.
in its
Is this a
observance.
procedural thing that she had to
Tomorrow here.
change?
Okay,
I don't think so.
I can hold this, but thank you for your contribution.
Oh,
to
we got
the
an echo
arts.
going.
We do have an echo going.
Oh, do we have any more?
Right.
Wasn't useful to clap among claps to determine whether if we had an
Okay,
echo or
and
not.
our last proclamation, whereas September 17th,
Nah, we're good.
2022 marks the
If that's the case, then she's
230th
part of the LGBTQ community.
anniversary of the
That's
drafting
true.
of the Constitution of the United States by the
Don't tell her that.
Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document in its memorable anniversary and to participate to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate.
I much
the
prefer Joe
occasion.
Petty
And whereas
unintelligibly
Public Law
ripping through these
915
things at speed.
guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year.
This is how Joe
by the
Petty would do
President
it.
of
Let
the
me use
United
the same
States
example here. You
of
go.
America, designating
This is a
September
famous Budweiser beer we know no other brand produced by any other brewer, which causes much to brew at age.
Now,
Exclusive
therefore,
Beechwood
I,
aging produces a
Mayor
taste of smoothness,
Joe
so
Petty,
drinkable
Donna
for
Colorio,
the beer at any other
proclaim
price.
September 17th and 23rd.
And he's
as
ripping.
Constitution
Yeah,
Day.
no,
It's just
it's
he just
Ask our citizens
it's
to reaffirm the
it's
ideas
crazy
and
that
framers
we
of the
have a
Constitution
10-person
had in
panel or like
1787
city council
by
this week when there
protecting the
actually are
freedoms
things to vote on.
guaranteed to us through the Guardian
Yeah.
But
Parliament
it's his celebration vacation of winning.
Yeah. Planned this months ago.
Hey,
What else did
oh
we do
shit!
after
I
this?
just
What
thought
does
of
I get
something.
handled?
Item is.
I just thought of
approval
something that's
minutes.
super
Roll call,
fucking
please.
interesting here.
Bergman?
Zoning votes need
Yes.
8 votes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
So
Councilor
if this was
King?
going to be
Yes.
8 to
Councilor
3, it's now
Carlson?
7 to 3.
Councilor Nguyen?
Interesting.
Huh? That's interesting.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rose?
So you think they hold it?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Actually, yeah, they probably hold it.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Calorio?
Yes, two house.
Voice
I forgot
track?
about
I just want to mention.
Oh,
So,
automated
if
Oh.
I need to step down
So,
to either
Uh,
speak or to.
Feeney TX.
Okay.
They're actually adding
right
on
here.
this agenda. They're
I
adding
will be
2
relinquishing
meetings in
the chair according
October.
to Rule 15 to the senior most member, which. will be
Repeat what?
Councilor
Well,
Tony tonight. Just
Oh,
Good
hey.
Lord.
by Councilor Tony.
Yeah.
And also.
For those of you that
too,
weren't paying
I've
attention,
been
she
told
just
this
explained the
is one of
process by
longest
which if
agendas
Donna needs to
we've had
use the ladies'
posted in
room,
almost a
Kathleen
decade.
becomes
So I'm
mayor.
asking my colleagues, adhere to Rule 21, which states that a 10-minute max on each agenda item, not each time you speak. And most items are being sent to committee anyways for a longer discussion. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to open up participation, public participation.
I never,
Um,
ever in my entire
2
life
minutes,
want to read the sentence,
on any
Donna's going
item
to take his
on
quick
the
squirt
agenda.
again.
So
Ever.
please state
That
your
is
name. and
personally
city of
offensive
residence,
to me.
please.
Roberta Adams, Worcester.
If we can get the developers circle
Right
jerk
up at
together
your mic
with
so we can
Donna
hear you.
squirting,
Roberta Adams,
we
Worcester.
really might have something here with the OnlyFans
I want
demographic.
to talk about item 21L. For
21L, what's that?
petition for no parking signage in front of 197 Eastern Ave. The original hearing was on
This is a great
August
sweatshirt.
10th, but I had to have a biopsy of my, seems like my brain, but it was my temporal lobe. And I wasn't
That is your brain.
able to make the hearing. So I would feel like I come and speak tonight. briefly that, I needed.
See, I thought it was my brain, but it's just my brain.
Mine's my house. And I'm not.
I feel
I'm
bad
not
because
parking
whatever she needed to get
No,
that
that-
biopsy for probably sucks.
toxic
But
parking.
Yeah.
And I've spoken to
What is her?
Kathleen.
What is her shirt? say?
dogs make me happy.
And
You
Oh,
not
that's
so
okay.
much.
You not so much.
And so I just
Great shirt.
wanted to tell you guys.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay,
I don't know.
thank you.
Okay.
I don't know
Yeah.
if you
So
vote on
Matt,
it or
that's
not.
very true. That 10-minute
No,
thing.
It will be
um,
sent to parking and traffic, right? It'll be sent to parking.
Not
and
a
traffic,
not
and
a
you'll be
card that
notified
Petty would
when it
pull.
is when it's been heard on parking and traffic, and then you
Let's
can
see if she
testify
actually
thereon
does that.
also as well.
Yeah.
Okay, because I already have parking. It
Oh,
Wow.
already-
What
it
is
was
there is
already
no
sent to
better
parking when they sent it to here.
like
Because I wasn't able to make the
an
original meeting.
example of hard
Oh,
work
it's
paying
here
off
to
than Joe Petty losing and then
finalize
us
tonight.
get to see
Council.
how bad it would have been if he
Yes,
won.
Madam Chair. Originally, that
Yeah.
was sent to traffic and parking, and it was heard.
We just would have added
in
Matt Wally
traffic
into the
and parking,
equation.
And it's on the agenda tonight.
Yeah, and he recused himself from
placed
anything.
On file. What she's saying is that she was unable to attend the traffic and parking meeting. So can we recommit this to traffic and parking would be my recommendation for tonight.
Do you have the number on that?
It was 21L, I believe it is.
Okay.
Right.
So I can suspend the rules here, and then we can I can recommit 21L on a roll call vote. Okay.
Thank you.
And it'll be sent back, and then you can testify again at. Okay.
thank you.
So roll call, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's nice of them. They don't usually do that. They usually just say
21.
Madam Chair, it's 21L.
Hey,
going back
it's
to traffic and parking.
also
recommitted.
it's
Councilor
21I.
Bergman? Councilor GA?
Yes.
Whoops.
Councilor
It's
King?
not it goes 21K,
Carlson?
21. Oh no, never
Councilor
mind.
Nguyen?
Why did it skip?
Yes.
Councilor
Never
Rivera?
mind.
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
I was wrong. I was
Councilor
wrong.
Russell?
Yes.
I was on
Councilor
something.
Toomey?
Yes.
And Madam Chair Caloria?
Yes, and one other housekeeping thing I meant to mention, we only have one item that will be held, that will be 16A. That way the mayor can participate in that when he gets back. Okay, so anybody else that would like to speak, please come up to the, use name and city resident.
Oh,
That's
that's
the city manager search.
Madam Chair.
That's great.
Steve Teasdale, I'm the executive director.
We get it. All right. That's good because
Development
that is
Corporation.
something that we definitely need
I'd like to
to
speak a little bit about
give
item
them
10
tons of
for
shit
the-
about
This
uh,
refers to
if they're
the
gonna
inclusion zoning,
let that this
bylaw that
fucking
has
go the
been
way it sounds like it's going to.
submitted to the council by the Office of Planning Community Development. First of all, I'd like to commend the city administration for trying to tackle a very difficult issue around the affordability.
It's
of
cool that they
housing,
held that so Petty
in a
can
way that
participate
won't
in the
deter
city manager
development
search
and will
hiring
provide for
discussion,
increased
which he already
affordability.
publicly said he doesn't
Affordability
want to participate
is
in.
a critical issue for many, many residents of this city. We're in a crisis.
This guy is
as far as
super
that
fucking
goes.
smart. He's the executive director
However,
of
what
Maine
we're
South
asking
CDC.
tonight is
He
we're
spoke at the
asking
rally
the
on Wednesday
council
and did a really good
pause
job.
taking action on this item whilst housing advocates have an opportunity to look at the real implications of this.
Do you think he's
zoning
really
ordinance
smart, or is it just
and
the
how it
accent
needs
that tricks
to
us
be
all
The
into thinking
accent's
he's smart?
helping a
to
lot.
create meaningful affordability of housing for city residents.
I don't know. He's
After a cursory
He's
review of it, we
pretty
think
good with
there
his
are
words.
opportunities to deepen the affordability of
Yeah, he's
housing
got a very posh accent.
beyond what is provided for in this ordinance. We would like to work with the city administration over the next week
Big
to discuss
big
those
Hamburg
goals.
energy.
We do think
He
that
does
both
got-
of us
yeah.
can achieve the goals we want. That's economic growth.
He
for
looks
the
like a
city,
feudal lord.
but primarily making sure that we take care of the needs of the residents of this city for one of their most basic needs, and that is housing. So respectfully, we'd ask that you just pause taking action on this tonight. Allow us time as housing advocates to assess the implication of what's proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ann Bureau, 458 Mower Street. I work for Seven Hills. I'm a longtime social worker in the city of Worcester, and Barbara Haller was tremendous. But I want to speak about inclusionary zoning. I want to talk about what this means on the ground. I have never seen it so bad out there. There's a desperateness out on the street. Imagine a mom of three. Her rent is $1,500 to $2,800.
Kathy Roy on her burner account.
The waiting lists for housing are years.
Voting for Eric
For
Baptista.
those who are able to get into some of the public housing. Say she makes $18 an hour if she's lucky, if she has the training. She struggles with childcare, so she can't work that number of hours. There's just no way she can afford that. There's just no. I've never seen the rents this way. I have a local parent in our community, a wonderful resident, wanted to get involved. All of a sudden, her landlord sold her building. She is a new landlord. She had to leave. Desperate. She finally found a place to live, and now she has to work like 3 jobs, and her family is paying the cost. Another wonderful woman, her house burned down. She's a beloved child care provider. She looked and looked and looked, and now she's living in South Grafton. We lost her, Jeanette Montoya. Family Resource Center. I was there today. It's our sister program. They just got a call from another housing place. Developer came in, bought it up. All these people are being evicted. We can't play it safe. This goes beyond new developers. This will set the tone for all landlords. As I mentioned, there's a desperateness out there. People saying, will this happen to me? Will my landlord raise the rent and I'll be evicted? The city needs to take a bold move and do something bold at this time to take a stand for its own families. This is a desperate situation. It needs a bold stance. So thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Good evening. I'm here to speak on 10-4E inclusionary zoning. I'm Robert Branca, Brandon Realty Group, 72 Shrewsbury Street. We own many properties in the city, multifamily and commercial. The most recently completed one was the old El Morocco site at 100 Wall Street. We are here in support of the proposed inclusionary zoning ordinance and the recommendations put forth in the transmittal memo from the administration, particularly regarding the incentives and the density relief that are proposed. I do have 2 comments that I wish the council to consider as they shape this legislation. One is I suggest the ordinance have a sunset date of between 7 and 10 years. This allows the city to change direction in the event there's a disagreement about whether inclusionary zoning in the form that it passes has worked to undermine construction of new housing, especially affordable. For example, if the city sets a goal of 200 units a year, just to pick a number, but only 50 a year are delivered, it's difficult to put a future city council in the position of voting to kill the law. They think they're voting for the 200 units, but they could be painted as voting against the 50. So that's a political quagmire that can be avoided.
I mean, it's not wrong about it being a quagmire.
So allow future city councils to keep inclusionary zoning working or to modify it if need be.
But
we also have to consider there are many other factors outside the city's control that could thwart the approaches that the ordinance uses. Federal tax law regarding things like depreciation, SALT deductions,
He has
like-kind
all the
exchange,
Dunkin' Donuts.
many matters that make people's eyes glaze are critically important to develop.
A hero to the Albanian community.
Pay close attention to them. These change our calculations.
He used to be Worcester
constantly.
Magazine's landlord.
Mindful of development economics.
I think it's smooth
There are
that he
also
used the
massive
word
changes in
glaze.
monetary policy coming. Capital is allocated.
Your eyes would
everywhere.
glaze
Things are
over
gonna-
like the fine glazed donuts in my Dunkin' Donuts
I won't bore you
franchise.
with the details, but
Whoa.
believe me, All of us in the development community
guy-
are taking this into consideration.
Is that
The
red shirt
developer
back there a
only has
Worcester
so
hot
much
dogs and fire
tolerance for
shirt?
risk, particularly where a
Wow.
No, it's
reward
not.
is
It looked
constrained
like
by
it
a
for a
law.
second.
There are safer ways to make a profit. Having the law automatically expire relieves this pressure and creates room for a future council to adapt by amending the ordinance or changing tactics completely to deliver more affordable housing, which is critical need in the city. My second comment is regarding
AKA,
the
let's
Affordable
make
Housing
sure that
Trust
this
Fund.
sunsets so that we only have to
going
deal
be
with it for a
critical
short period of
tool
time.
to assist the effort to create affordable housing in the city. The city presently doesn't have a plan to continue to raise capital for it, which I think should be a priority of the council, because
Raise
that's going to
capital
be,
for what?
whether it's a budgetary commitment or
I
some
think
other
he's talking about the
it's
housing
gonna be
trust
very
fund.
difficult for the fund to have the impact that it could have. The trust fund is an arm of the city, and the city can control where capital flows, what neighborhoods, what projects go where, which projects are appropriate for which neighborhoods. And if the fund is short of capital and a highly desirable development comes along, it could lose that influence when it needs it most. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did he say vector at all?
State
Vector.
your name and city of residence.
Hi, my name's Steve Rothschild. I live in the city of Worcester and have for most of my life. I just want to express my condolences on Barbara Haller. She got me involved when I first came back to the city from college with Beacon Brightly, and I went on to walk the streets of Maine South
Roller
with
DeVille.
Spy Rivera.
That's a good one.
And try to
Unbelievable
make Maine South
joke.
a better place.
Yeah,
And
that's
Bryan.
really good.
It's all because of her starting.
I don't have anything to say to it. I just laughed
Oh, no.
at it and let it go because I don't have. I can't. There's nothing to say. It's perfect.
Roasted that guy's whole life.
The issue. Councilor King was quoted in the Telegram recently as saying, "All I know is that body of water is for everyone." And Councilor King, I do agree with you. That's why we need to have a permanent ban for personal watercraft on the lake. The lake is supposed to be for everyone, and if jet skis are permitted, then they'll only be for personal.
It's supposed to be for everyone except those
Ban on
people.
jet skis. Being near Indian Lake was like living on a dirt
Don't
bike
let
race.
it. Don't let any motors on it.
Motors and speeding vehicles. It was loud and dangerous.
Canoes only.
Yeah.
Sailing, kiteboarding, water skiing, paddleboarding, and kayaking. You took your life in your hands.
Let's be honest.
Can't have any of these
Oh.
reckless
The lake
sunfish out
is
there.
shallow, and
Boats are
My friend has
stupid.
been
water skis
magnet
turned up.
fishing and
The water
found a
became-
gun
it turned
magnet fishing in
sediment
Indian
and the
Lake.
water became
Nice.
Nice.
murky
Over by
brown.
the highway.
It's too small.
Hey,
for
the
it a
cops
good
don't
one?
want to hear about it.
system, the ramp, which is the furthest straight distance to the
I don't know
highway,
anything about that.
0.78
For the
miles.
record, I
They
don't
go
know anything
40
about what happened to the gun.
miles per hour, which it's by the time they go, they can.
That's pretty
cross-
cool.
Yeah, what?
No, I'm saying, yeah. I think if you turn in the gun,
4 or 5
they
jet
don't.
skis to create
They don't want
chaos.
anything to do with
I want
it.
to comment on the change.
If you do it the right time of year, you get like a $25 gift card to
We're
Walmart.
Taking the steps.
That could be cool.
Here, buy your own.
Change was amazing. This summer was fabulous. I saw older adults.
Oh, you pulled that
relaxing
gun out of a
on the
lake?
in the lake.
I bet it doesn't work. Here, take this
People
gift card. Go
water
buy one that
skiing,
works.
kiteboarding, there was paddle boarding. There were sit on kayaks.
Yeah, it's really good that we have
That was
that
a hand-
upgrade
Birds came
program.
back. We saw
Yeah.
hawks and osprey,
Yeah,
and
the
blue
gun,
herons and the
Rick
bald eagle
Cipro's gun upgrade
on the lake.
program.
And the
For
water
when
was
he was
clear
city
all
manager.
summer. We didn't have an algae bloom, which may be due to rain runoff, but we did have an algae bloom. There were no jet skis. And the lake was for everybody, not just for people who come from out of town because they can launch their jet skis for free. So there's only one option. The option is for the benefit of all, not just a few. There needs to be a permanent ban of personal watercraft on Indian Lake. I want to
Thank
thank
you.
you all in advance for your consideration and your vote to stop any jet skis from being on the lake again. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. State your name and city of residence, please.
My name is Tony Nguyen. Good evening. I'm here to talk about the inclusionary zoning. I'm
The
a
poop
resident
thing
of
will
Worcester.
take
I lived here
Steve
for 19
Rothschild
years.
into the
I also
dark,
work in
dark
Worcester
night.
Central Branch YMCA in childcare and the teens program. I spoke at the last city meeting chaired by Councilor Rose and Councilor King to explain my challenges finding housing in Worcester. I used to live on Elm Street with my cousins. We were given notice by the landlord we needed to move in 30 days as he was selling the building. While I feel fortunate to find housing under Worcester Common Ground, my cousin had fled to other parts of Massachusetts, and they were my family. And learning about inclusionary zoning through attending various meetings, it's becoming clear to me that everyone I know is below 60% area median income who is looking for housing in order to remain in Worcester. This is what started my journey in advocating for this important aspect of the ordinance. There are some items that I don't understand in the ordinance that have been proposed that I would like to share. First,
Yenni, you'd probably know the answer to this, but are there any cities that you're aware of that
the ordinance
require
that made me feel like
residential
my voice was
tenants have
heard.
leases?
That said, what is difficult to understand that if the
As
same
far as I'm
incentives
aware, there
are
aren't any.
provided for both 60% and 80% units,
I
will the
don't know whether or
developers
not
get the
that's
vote
it just
for
hasn't
units to
happened
gain
or
more
a
rent?
not
Yeah.
legally allowed
I
to do that.
understand the developers have the
I
need.
feel like a lot of the more tragic stories that we hear
How
about
does
housing
this help the
issues
community
involve
and
tenants that don't
desperate need of
have any
housing?
protection with
I
a
understand
standard
from the
lease. I would just be really
ordinance
curious
that
to see whether or not that's something that could be
restriction
done on a
per
municipal
unit
level where
is for 30
there was like
years.
minimum
But
requirements that
does
had
that
to be in a
mean
lease,
my
and you
grandchildren will
had
be
to have
at
a
this
lease to
podium
actually
fighting for the
rent
same
a
thing?
unit.
I can appreciate. My fault. I can appreciate the reference for. I can appreciate the reference
I
to
think the
Boston
issue with
Capital
that
breaking ground on 83%
is it comes
units
up
capped at
against
60% AMI.
one
83 units
enforcement.
is a lot, but does it?
If it's
But
not
does it not
enforced, it's not going
diminish
to
the
matter.
further need?
But two,
I'm
there's a
grateful
lot
to
of people
have
who
taken
just
part
don't
in
know
many of
any
our
better
inclusionary zoning as a young adult
in
in
terms
the
of like
city,
people
and
who are
I'm thankful
renting.
for the
And
attempt
I
Totally.
see people sometimes
make this
have
ordinance
leases that are
inclusive
month-to-month
of
leases that
those
they've
at
signed
60%.
without even
But I
realizing that
feel
in it that
that
after
we may
6
all need
months
to
of
learn about
tenancy, the
this a little
rent
bit further to
automatically
really
increases
find the right
$500 a
plan to
month.
fit the
I was just
residents
dealing
and
with a friend
developers
in
of
Texas
Worcester.
helping them
Thank you for
navigate
listening
that.
to my concern as
Mhm.
I continue to
The
navigate life in
stuff
Worcester.
that's allowed to be
Thank you.
in leases is disgusting.
Anybody else?
One of the standard lease formats limits you from having a guest for more than
Good
14
evening. My
nights
name's
a
Yvette
year.
Dyson, and I'm from Worcester
Right.
Common Ground, the Community Development Corporation.
What?
And I'm here to echo the Worcester Together Affordable Housing Coalition sentiments with respect to the inclusionary zoning item 10.4E. And the ordinance that has been presented by our city administration. I am grateful to see the acknowledgement and the sliding scale of 15% of the units set aside for 80% AMI and 10% of them at 60% AMI. Very excited to see that. And the thoughtfulness of the incentives in section 6. I do feel we should research further or even ask some of our developers currently at the table which route they would take with pending projects in the pipeline. My guess is that developers might go towards the 80% if that was to be voted on. So we're hoping that we can take some time and really think about this ordinance and work together as a group and hold this so that we have time to be
Exactly, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else?
Oh,
to
bye,
speak?
bye, Fred. Bye, racist grandpa.
Okay.
Hi, Janet Davis, Worcester resident.
Thank you.
I'm also here tonight to speak about the inclusionary zoning ordinance. I am in favor of the ordinance having a lower threshold of 60% of area median income. As we know, Worcester
Wow, Gerardo against the search.
about that.
Gasp,
We are
shock.
behind by about 12,000 multifamily housing.
Not, are you in the Worcester political
Just
group on Facebook?
13.5% of Worcester's housing stock is considered
I just hope he's
affordable
getting
for
paid.
low-income households.
Nope.
Massachusetts' two other largest cities have a higher proportion of
It'd be okay if he was getting paid.
21% in Boston and 16% in Springfield, so we are definitely behind. Furthermore, 65% of the
Actively
city's
hurt the
members earn
campaign,
less
so it
than
would be silly if he was
$60,000
getting
per
paid.
year.
But
A threshold of 60% in the inclusionary zoning policy would mean that a household of 4 earning less than $66,000 would qualify, and it would cap rent at about $1,700 per month. This would still mean that many residents
The
are
law
paying
of weird
of
takes.
income on housing, but it would help. We must also consider that when calculating area median income, some of the surrounding towns are factored in, raising the median income higher than what it is in Worcester alone. While inclusionary zoning would not completely solve the housing crisis, it would be a step in the right direction to have a policy with a lower threshold of 60% of median income. So I encourage you to please adopt the lower threshold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Idella Hazard, the city of Worcester. Why wouldn't we advertise for the city manager's position? It makes sense. Why not choose
That's
from
actually a
pool
question as to whether or not he can apply that
if he's
we've been
still
very
the
interested
best
in.
candidate?
It's true. It's.
But
I mean, I'm
why
sure they wouldn't.
Probably
I'm sure it
can,
wouldn't
that
preclude
he's
him.
the
Yeah.
best man for the
But they definitely
position?
can't hand him the job.
And I'm also
They probably
very
still will,
curious
but they shouldn't.
as to the fact that he's been in this position for 4 months. And now he has 2 administrative positions.
I think it's
Acting
3
city
actually.
manager
It does, yeah.
and the diversity officer. In the midst of all this fallout with the audit.
She's so great.
Oh, I love her.
There's the problems in the city. I don't get it. It doesn't
This
make
is
sense.
POV me writing my newsletter
Why?
post, standing in front of the screen going,
The city,
don't get
the
it.
city manager who is in charge.
You're the stuffed monkey.
yeah.
Somebody in the city to become acting
Dude, Brian Vivo cracking me up today.
diversity officer. Instead of taking that load
Yeah.
himself
Shoot your shot,
and
Mo.
overloading himself while he's simply
Dude.
acting city manager. To me, that shows that he's not quite ready to be the city manager because
Hear, hear.
he hires and fires staff, and he would tell any staff member, no, I don't want you to do that. That's too much for one person. And especially now, while this audit shows that we're in crises, but I have been coming to these meetings, meeting after meeting, telling this government.
Why is Kathy Roy going around talking to strangers at gas stations?
where we were.
It's just it's weird. I feel like that's personal space.
That's the same thing that Donna
don't
Calorio likes to
understand.
say she does.
I think
Yeah, I don't want it.
Normal people don't do that.
advertise.
No,
you don't
that's-
talk to people at gas stations.
It's like walking up to somebody at a urinal. You just just wait till they're
Yeah.
done. When they're
It's perverted. It's a perverted
washing
thing to
their-
do.
They finish washing their hands, have a nice conversation. While they're at the urinal, leave them be.
Yeah, he should
The
be.
diversity officer's position.
Thank you.
Kathleen Roy says Eric is the best choice because the
All right,
people she
I'll
doesn't
leave it at
like
that
want
because I
to see a
think that's
surge.
probably the
She doesn't
best
give a
place
shit
to leave
about
it.
Eric.
It doesn't matter to her. She just is anti what
Yeah.
people that she doesn't like want.
She's anti the good thing.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Just in
My
any,
name is
just
Sophia
apply that to any
Rosenberg.
scenario.
I'm a resident of Worcester and I live on Indian.
I can't not engage with her. She's just one of those people that I need to correct you.
You're never gonna
Yeah.
convince her. She's
No,
she's
but I
not
have
well.
convinced 2 of her former friends apparently.
There you go.
Oh, that's good.
One of them being last summer.
So that's why I do it, not for her.
Yeah.
For the
Yes.
people who think like her.
Absolutely.
An emergency room. I can tell you countless number of incidents that took place on Indian Lake, but I'm just going to tell you about
Yeah.
2 out
I bet Ray Mariano.
Couple
I
of
just
years
I can't
ago,
read his shit
prior
anymore,
to
but
the ban,
like because
we
it just
were on a boat,
spirals me
my
out.
husband
But
and
I bet he
our
uses that
dogs
device
sat
a
in the
lot.
front of our open bow. The jet ski operator came in very close to us, laughing at us. My husband had to just
Anybody else
dog.
notice that
I
epic
almost
blanket
windshield,
shawl
and our
thing
dog
that
almost ended up in the lake.
the grandma that we like just threw on?
Another incident.
Adela. Oh yeah, look at that. She's got a whole
Ooh.
ass fucking parka going.
Kids
It's like
That's
a
a sneak
high
off
fashion
fit.
snuggie.
who were very close to the shore
Yeah,
park.
look at that.
He was in the water.
No, it's a poncho.
The lifeguard had to swim to our boat from the shore park and say, it's unsafe for you to be in the water because of the jet skis. How is it fair to everybody in our community who would like to water ski, paddleboard, be on a kayak, or just go for a swim when nobody can guarantee their safety? With no control for safety of everybody in the community.
Thank you, Jess.
Using
Can
the
anyone
jet
identify this accent for me?
jet skis should be not allowed to be present. So all
Not
of us,
accurately,
Sounds
but
Eastern
It's Slavic
European to
sometimes.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Eastern
all
European.
of the citizens in the community, not just
Czech.
the jet ski operators. So once again, I would love
Ukrainian.
to ask all of you, please
it,
vote
I mean, if it is,
ban
then
jet
we got to
skis
support her.
for
Yeah,
Indian
Slava Ukraine.
Lake. So all of us, all of the members of
We
the
have to
community
support her.
can enjoy
And if
this
she's got a Nazi patch on, ignore
It
it.
could be Polish.
Swim with Ukraine.
Thank you, Julia.
Albanian's a little different.
Donna Colorio is
evening,
the
Nick
Azov
Hoff in Worcester,
Battalion of
Mass.
the Worcester City
I'm also
Council.
the CEO at Center for Living and Working, whose mission it is to ensure individuals with disabilities.
We'll deal with her
can
later.
people members
Yeah, we'll deal with her later, right?
Well, this won't solve all the housing problems in Worcester, and it won't solve the crisis that Worcester is under. It will help a lot of people get affordable housing. It's a step in the
Oh,
right
hell yeah.
direction.
Oh, I
so
met
that many
Squeebo, guys.
can price out of
I
the
met
city
Squeebo in
to their
person.
home.
Oh yeah?
It was delightful.
I'd also
Very excited.
like to ask
Squeebo's-
the city
I
to
agree.
Squeebo's a
That
delight.
is a shirt I would probably get even.
come in a good portion, 10% of housing.
Just
is
going like this.
accessible or adaptable. We hear from consumers weekly. The houses they've been living in or apartments they've been living in have been sold to developers.
We're in a
and
crisis.
have been given a month to either move out or the rent has increased so much that they can no longer afford to stay in the apartment. Finding an affordable apartment is difficult. Finding an accessible, affordable apartment is impossible.
Squeebo saw me almost have a meltdown
resident,
because
I'm proud of
we
what
asked all the
Worcester's
comics to be
done over the
family
past
friendly,
5
and one of the
years, but I'm
comics kept
also
doing
saddened
9/11 and
that
meth
there's
jokes.
sometimes a trend at the expense
That's
of a workforce
that's awesome.
that makes up most of our city. Many
gonna
workers,
be like,
including
"Can't you
many
be
of my
cool?"
employees, are having trouble
Yeah.
remaining in the city and can no
You know
longer
what? You're
afford
just
the rent.
you're just
They were
putting chains
considered
on a real
essential
artist is what you're
employees
doing.
during the pandemic. They kept going out to people's homes. They
When I
lent
met
them
Squeebo,
PPE.
he told me
They
that
met
we should
this
all be
individual's needs.
nominating
They wouldn't
each
have to go
other
to the
for 30
hospital
under
or be,
30. Well, maybe not you, Brendan. I'm
institutionalized
sorry.
during COVID.
But
And now many of them are facing
the rest of us should be
the fact
nominated
that
for
they can
30
no
under
longer
30.
afford to stay in the
I'm
city.
not
I-
under
I think
30.
Yeah, none of us
It's
apply.
40 under
So-
40.
City
Oh,
has
that's
an
what it is. Is it
opportunity
40
now.
under
Okay.
40?
I was like,
Fuck
I'm
me.
not under 30 anymore.
I'm not under 30 either, so I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Inclusionary zoning at 60% AMI
true, we should.
will really help all of these
Motherfucker stepping
people.
in here to
Thank you
burn
very
Brendan
much.
doesn't even know how old he is.
Thank you.
Brendan's 29.
Yeah, seriously.
Wait, was that a
Uh,
Travis?
Madam Chairwoman, City Manager. My name is
Tom
Ken
Waits.
Bates.
Oh, okay.
I live at
Oh, I thought he was
20.
gonna say Ken Burns. My name is Ken Burns, and this is 4 hours on jazz.
Human economics, not the development economics. The human capital here in the city of Worcester that I love. Rates of depression, anxiety, overdoses, and suicide.
No, it's the prefrontal lobe because that's not part of your brain.
Are at an all-time high.
Right.
Wait times to see a counselor or a therapist are being measured in months. And our emergency rooms are becoming the waiting room.
I think this guy's doing beat
The
poetry.
organization
I was gonna say this is the opening to his hard-boiled like
has an
I'm
unacceptable
very
wait.
Harlan Ellison
It's like a-
novel.
Services.
like his crime
The
noir.
increased isolation has had a profound impact on so many, especially elders in our
There's
city.
babies crying in the street.
The number of homeless is just, as we all know, has never been higher, including perhaps a few thousand housing insecure individuals.
Let's get some
kids in our
bongo
school
drums going.
system, families in our school system.
If I could make it black and white, I would.
The agencies that I represent here tonight include Elder Services of Worcester, Luck, Open Sky, Seven Hills Foundation, Spectrum Health Systems, Venture Community Services, and many others are safety net services that provide individuals and families impacted by mental illness, intellectual and developmental disabilities, autism,
And amid it
substance
all,
abuse,
among all the
homelessness, and
horror,
other
there she
complex
was,
challenges.
sitting by herself
As
at the
Meg
bar in a
alluded to,
long red
vacancy
dress.
rates for direct support and
She was
other
I felt for
depressed
her
as hell.
agencies continue to be
She was depressed, I could
so
tell.
incredibly
But she was
high.
by
And
herself
they
and
have a
drinking.
direct impact on
Of all the
people in our
cities she walked
community
into, why
and
did it
their
have to be this
inability
one?
to access services. The lack of affordable housing.
From
in
that
Worcester
moment
for
on, I
our
knew my life would
employees.
never be the same.
At Open Sky, we have 1,200 employees.
Jess's job
Increasingly
is
impacting our ability to hire and
annoying,
retain our
thankless, and
workforce.
painful.
Many of our employees
if I had to
don't
describe it in
meet
3
the
words.
80% AMI threshold. Collectively, among those organizations, we have 1,770 vacant positions
Postnasal drip
below
sucks.
the 80% AMI.
Yeah.
1,770 vacant full-time positions.
It's a personal
We
question.
have 6,012 current positions that are filled.
HIPAA.
that are
Certifications for that?
under 80% AMI. The human capital.
Yeah, for the amounts that
human
Jess
soul
knows, you have to.
is real, and housing is much needed. We encourage you to please give us some time to look further into this. We need more time. We have to come up with better solutions. This is human development, not economic, not development of
Game.
housing.
I first
The
met her on a
developers.
pickleball
This is
court.
about the people that live in our community. The developers are very
People
worried
were
about
calling
their
her the
bottom
anti-racist
line.
grandma,
I am
and I didn't
too.
know what that
And
meant.
the bottom line for us is about the humans that we serve and support, not the developers.
But she had
coming
that
in.
long knit parka on, and it really dropped my.
If we set it at this level today, we
What do
live
people
with it.
say? What's an expression?
We live with it. Give us some more time, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please. I don't know if they're gonna give them more time. Well, it's kind of interesting. If they vote on it tonight, it can't pass.
No, so it's not even that it gets passed tonight and like put in. It's got to go for hearings and
Yeah.
everything still.
Right. It gets moved onto the planning board tonight, is what's technically happening.
Yeah.
Of personal watercraft.
And then after planning board,
Right?
it's
So we would ask that
something else,
councilors
and then
vote
after something
in
else, it's
favor of this
city
ban.
council again.
We've heard
Is
testimony
it
from
the
residents here. and
housing
that
committee
the
or a
biggest
municipal
meeting that,
operations committee?
The quality of life.
I have
the lake
some.
has improved for everyone. And the
Economic
use of the
development,
lake
that makes
has
sense.
Improved for everyone, whether they're resident or visitor to the lake. So again, ask for your vote.
Oh, I'm
Come to
Squeebo. I
ban,
know things.
personal watercraft use
Oh,
on
I want to say this to anybody. I
Thank you.
will forever use people's screen name. If you tell me your real name in real life.
Oh, now we've got conflicting between Squeebo and Kevin.
Yeah, I'm not
My name
doxing
is
you
Sunil
on this.
Manna, Worcester
Did you just
resident
say?
and
What did you
also a
just
school
say?
committee
We have
member, and
between
I'll be
Squeebo
brief
and Kevin.
have a couple of
I'm gonna let it
comments on
slide.
several items.
Did I use a weird word? I don't even remember what I said now.
We're gonna let it lie then.
Conflicting in an interesting way.
WBE percentages across
I totally heard that.
Not just tips,
I completely missed what came out of my mouth, apparently.
I'm very happy that it's
Huh?
there, and I'm interested.
What did
in
Kevin
the
know?
outcome.
No, there's a
10.4E,
the
inclusionary
conflict
zoning. I
between
attended the community
what's being said by
presentation in Press
Squeebo
City
and
Hall
Kevin.
last week,
a
asking for
conflict.
60% at AMI. So much of this presentation spoke to the
Okay.
biggest concern almost all of us have. and that is
So yeah.
affordable housing.
Planning,
As someone
ED,
that is not
then
an
council,
expert on this
or does it
subject,
have
I
to go to
kept
the
thinking about
ZBA?
all the other piece.
What do you mean
What
by the
about
zoning
expansion
board?
of Curtis? What about CDCs? How does it all fit together for the most important
I think it's planning,
constituent,
but you know what?
the folks that are being forced out of Worcester? Hopefully, we will come up with thoughtful policy that centers affordability at the center of all the tools in our toolbox and take the time for community groups involved to weigh in on the process. 11I, I'm in favor of an ordinance that would ban jet skis on Indian Lake. I live on the lake and am concerned about safety and would love all city residents to have opportunities to kayak or sail or even swim more safely. 14B, I wrote this morning, and as a longtime Barbara Haller fan, I just wanted to say that I would have supported, and I still do, Mo Bergman's item to recognize all she has done for the city. 13L and 13M, Councilor Toomey
that's
had
what I heard,
two
too.
items related to school safety, and I wanted to share that I'm aware both school committee and council have been waiting for completion of the MOU between the schools and the police department. We learned
Yeah, the
last
MOU
week
thing's
that
pretty
the
nuts,
agreement was
honestly.
not in compliance with state guidance. The superintendent has made it clear that she will come back to school committee by our last meeting in October with that agreement. In addition, she's called for a building security audit, and I believe that is due to us at the end of the year. Item M in particular seemed more the purview of the superintendent and school committee and not the city council. And my last comment is
sick.
on 16A. I support a search process
Move the
for
poop
next
thing in
city
one of those like
manager. I'm a school
Velociraptor
committee
like
member that was
cages
not
from
part of
Jurassic
the
Park
expanded
1.
subcommittee
People are getting
of our
pulled into
board
it.
charged with vetting
There you
candidates.
go. Quick draw,
However, the
Trav.
ultimate vote for the hiring of the new superintendent was done by the full school committee. So if council, and I'm sure you are interested in community input, then I'd recommend expanding MO to include representative members of the community, which would mirror a process similar to school committee. Thank you.
Which I am on.
She threw some serious shade at Kate Toomey. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Good evening,
She was
Madam
like,
Chair. My name is
oh,
Tracy.
and
I live at
Tracy's about to
135
do the
Oakland
same thing,
Street.
I
I'm a
imagine.
member of the Worcester School Committee, which is why I'm here this evening. I was surprised to see that item 13M appeared on your agenda at all. I'm aware that past practice is that occasionally counselors are barred from putting items on the agenda that are actually not under their purview. 13M is clearly not actually under your purview. It's under the purview of the school committee, not under the city council. More largely, both 13M and 13L are items that generally are under the purview of the school committee, not under the city council. Should you have concerns about school safety, they are properly the purview of the school committee, and that you should be coming to us. You are absolutely, after all, our constituents. I had occasion to be in a forum last week about elected officials and the difference between questioning and learning. As an elected official, you can work with the community, as we've done with the School Safety Task Force, the Worcester Public School Administration, the Worcester Police Department, the Worcester School Committee, in a process in which many are invested and have spent significant time and energy being constructive in building something that actually is making our schools more safe for our staff and for our students. Or one can just ask questions that are destructive to the collaboration that a number of people have spent time and energy and heart building. This is the latter, and I would urge you, if you do not rule them out of order, Madam Chair, to file these items. I would also add the following. If you are genuinely concerned about the safety of our staff and our students, housing access is part of that, and that's under your purview. And so I would make the request this evening that you do everything within your power to make this a city that our staff and our students can afford to continue to live in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Booyah.
Please show us to me.
She's furiously like
Good
texting.
evening.
Good evening.
My name's James Leo Bedard. I live in the city of
Yeah, it
Worcester.
is.
Ah, Jimmy!
2 minutes of your time tonight. I come to you tonight from my work with employees and residents directly affected by exclusionary zoning practices. I share the late Barbara Haller's opinion on this matter. Barbara was a wonderful example to me when I was a young housing advocate in Worcester on housing, food security, and she will be remembered in my heart for making people's lives better, people who needed her voice, and people who need your voice tonight. I speak tonight as that same advocate that learned so much from Barbara many years ago. Since then, I've become a more developed and effective advocate, a program coordinator for Open Sky Community Services, a mental health counselor, and a former case manager for the incarcerated. Exclusionary zoning laws enact
Current
barriers
bass
to
player
entry
in a
that
hardcore band.
constrain the housing supply, which, all else equal, translate to an equilibrium With more
I know you guys
expensive
know this guy,
housing
but he's got a
and
look.
more homes being available to more
Hey,
families.
who's that? The
Research
guitar
cited by
player of
federal
Attack
housing
Attack?
experts find a distinct relationship between restrictive land use regulations and higher housing prices. Exclusionary
What is
zoning
this, the
laws
Palladium?
have a profound welfare because where a family lives
Is
matters.
that a number one finger
This
on his hat?
council should care about that
I
and
think
know
so.
that they have the chance to make sweeping changes for more favorable outcomes.
I was kind of
And we
hoping it was a middle
we
finger.
ask for this that brevity and that ability to make those changes. Research has connected exclusionary zoning to racial segregation, creating greater disparities and measurable outcomes. These disparities.
Props to Matt
present
for
today
mixing
in
it
many
up in the
forms.
Facebook
For
comments.
instance, many
as
lower
well.
income, predominantly minority neighborhoods in cities become heat islands, experiencing significantly higher temperatures than other neighborhoods in the same metropolitan areas because of factors such as fewer
Although,
trees.
to be fair, I think
more
Kristen's
concrete
talking about
buildings, and
the
parking lots.
the
Living
directors
on
of
a heat
Uncut
island
Gems.
doesn't just negatively impact health, it also impacts the ability to learn and develop human capital. Research shows that elevated temperatures negatively impact short-run cognitive performance, working memory, and stamina, just as an increase in the number of hot school days decreases the educational attainment of students. Restrictions in housing supply also limit labor mobility because workers cannot afford to move to higher productivity areas as a result of rising housing prices. This leads workers to remain in low productivity areas. One federally funded study finds that misallocation of labor has led to a significant increase in the U.S. economic growth rate since the 1960s. Another study finds that this misallocation could cost up to 2% of the national GDP. Finally, exclusionary zoning contributes to the racial wealth gap. Oh, lost my place. If black families are excluded from higher priced neighborhoods, or in neighborhoods where black families live are zoned
That's a
into
neat way
being
to
less
put that.
valuable, the homes
feeling.
purchased by black families will not be as worth as much over time for those as white families. In the long run, this diminishes wealth not just for generations purchasing the home, but for descendants who receive a lesser inheritance. And indeed, housing likely explains why 30% of black and white racial wealth gap. Worcester should be a city for everyone. And I ask the city council,
Not people from Holden, though. They have their own place.
Those directly affected by
Yeah.
this, in all I have described, to vote in favor of this measure and advance the ideas of real equity and truly helping our neighbors. who
When was
deserve
Holden
to live in an
incorporated as a
affordable
town?
City
Was it like
that cares about
1950
them.
something?
Thank you.
It's like totally fake,
No,
right?
that's just when they
As a-
stopped advancing.
Yeah, I think Holden's been around for a bit.
Evening, councilors.
I am drinking my
My name is
donkeys,
David
and
Sullivan. I'm the Director of Economic
I'm
Development and Business
fucking
Improvement
Casey
at
Affleck in that
Worcester
skit. That's how I live my entire life.
1741
I'm here
bill.
tonight actually speaking in favor of inclusion.
Who's this young ass Republican motherfucker?
I've sent each of you.
Oh, chamber person in support of, but probably only at the 80% rate.
Because of all the detail that I go into in that letter.
This is a Chamber of Commerce person?
The position that the chamber has on inclusion.
Is this David Sullivan?
Be pretty brief tonight.
I missed his name.
There's your answer.
Yeah.
This is David Sullivan. Yes. Oh my God, I nailed the young Republican energy like right off the fucking bat, dude.
David Sullivan, you raggedy bitch.
The
Get the fuck
affordability
out of
issues in
here.
Worcester are a result of supply.
This could be you, Jack Murray, if only you'd stay in line.
There's 10,000 units of housing, 1,000 residents that came to the city in the past 10 years. And
That's a good
consistently,
one.
Worcester ranks as one of the highest, one of the lowest vacancy rates for rental housing in the country. Out of the top 75 metro areas in the U.S. in 2019,
This guy looks like Dark
Worcester
Brace
was dead
Belden.
last in terms of vacancy for rental housing. In 2022, we're still at number 8. So clearly, this is an issue of supply. It's going to be a matter of constructing more housing.
They actually
of all
do. And the
types
students
in order
actually
to
had great
encourage
relationships with the
more
officers
affordable housing
until the adults told them that they were bad.
Studies
Actually told to me by
consistently show and
students.
corroborate each other that when there's greater production of housing of all types, you alleviate the upward price pressures that are faced by the most vulnerable residents in our community. And so inclusionary zoning, we believe at the Chamber, is a great way to help address these issues. We are fully in favor of the draft ordinance put forward, the language put forward by the city administration, we think that in its current form, it is as good as it can be. Importantly, inclusionary zoning cannot
Of course there it is.
disincentivize further
Mhm.
It's as good
construction
as it
of
can be.
housing. That is the
Don't
one
change it.
important thing that
It's
we all
don't.
must take away from this, because we need the developers in the first place to bring
Bill, when the
housing units
chamber
or
drafts an
inclusionary
ordinance
zoning.
for the administration, how do you think they deliver it to
And I can
the
tell you
administration's office?
that the financing.
Do they have like a courier that like
work
hands
out
over a
is
little
the
like
only
USB drive so
one
there's no email
restriction.
sort of thing?
It has to be.
No, it's got to be on that
Three-
fancy paper, the thicker, nearly
presented in
cardstock
city
printer
ordinance.
paper that they
So we
sell
just wanna make
as
sure
like
that
for
this is
use in
done
like
in
resumes
the
and
best way
important
possible.
documents.
That has the
Tim
longest
Murray
term
personally
for
shows
our
up
community,
with a six
and
pack
serve
and a loaded
everybody
gun,
equally. So
and he slides the gun
tonight is
onto the desk,
forward to
and then he cracks 2 beers. He makes the city manager drink it, and then they talk about how good the policy is.
Yeah. And
That's
then he
what
throws the
happens.
gun in Indian Lake where your buddy
Yeah.
finds it and turns it in for a $25 Walmart gift
Madam
card.
Chair. My
Yeah,
name is Peter
and gets a
Collins.
better
I'm the
gun.
Chair of the Lakewood Sigeman Commission. I
Yeah.
live in
Matt,
Sherwood,
his
Mass.
you're absolutely right. The
After
as it's
listening to a
written,
lot
the
of
inclusionary
testimony
zoning
from the folks and the residents, I agree
proposal
with,
should fail.
most
It's not
everything
good.
they say. There's
It needs to
certainly
be
a safety
changed in
issue
order for it to be good.
around,
So when
these
the little
particular
young
types of
Republican
craft.
ass motherfucker says
The one
this is
thing I
great,
don't agree with is a
it's
ban.
not good.
You know, I think a ban is a slippery slope on Lakewood Sigeman. We have, and I can tell you this from, because I get the calls all the time, is basically, you know, the water skiers don't like the rowers don't like the water skiers. No one likes wakeboard boats. No one likes jet skis. And it's you know, it's heartening that it was such a zen summer on Indian Lake. Unfortunately, Lakewood Sigeman did not enjoy that kind of activity. So it was.
Hey, what if we
the
just
Wild West
don't
out there like
litigate
it
the petty
usually
squabbles
is.
between
And
various water
I think that
sporters?
this ban, as evidenced by the summer, is
What if we
probably
just didn't do
exactly
that? Let them figure it
Yeah.
out.
Lakewood Sigeman.
No kink shaming.
So,
Whatever
you
kind of
know,
water
in
sports you're
my
into. Just
mind,
do you, man.
it's a slippery slope.
We're not here to judge.
What
Yeah, I
happens
mean,
is,
to be honest,
you know, someone's going to
jet skis don't disturb the underwater area anywhere near as much as motors do. And they're not saying anything about power boats and water skiers. It's just the jet skiers.
in the morning. Wake boats are
just
destroying
as
my
disruptive.
wall. I think we should get rid of those too. And it just keeps
Water
coming
ski
and
is
coming and
typically done with a power
and the real
boat.
solution here is not a
Where a jet
ban
ski is,
on
it's
the
its
equipment,
own
because
vehicle.
It's not actually the jet ski that's causing the problem. It's the operators that are causing the problem. And typically that's an
Oh,
educational issue.
so we can have jet skis, just no one can ride
really
them.
what we all should be attacking and focusing on is that part of it, is to make people aware.
I think that it's time for us all to admit that
90% of the people
watercraft
who
are
out there doing
stupid.
crazy stuff, jumping
We're
waves,
past
getting
it.
too close to boats, not
Boats are
adhering to no
dumb.
wig zones, and all the other stuff that they do.
Don't do
out
any
there is
sports.
because
Yeah,
they
anything
really
that
don't know
anything
what's
that the Portuguese love, we need to
sad to
be,
say,
you
but
know,
that's
suspicious
probably
of.
what's going on.
So
Just don't.
We can
I grew
allow
up
Let me
on the
tell
people,
you.
water
if they
and the
carve their
etiquette
own
and the rules of the
canoe,
road,
Yeah.
and I was fortunate, but
In
a
a
lot of
world
people don't
historical sense, not the current moment,
And,
nothing
you know,
good
from-
has ever
for us,
happened
it seems like
because
the city's
Portuguese
moving the
people
problem
figured
from
out
one
boats.
neighborhood to another.
Yeah,
So
right?
what
The
doesn't
combination of
happen on
Portuguese
Indian
people and
Lake
boats
is
has
likely
led to all of the
come
world's
to
wars.
Lakewood Sigeman.
So
Which
I
would
think about
happen
that.
anyway,
You ever think about
back
that?
and forth, but we're
This
out
guy
there
Get up
just
on the
wants to
triangle
sit on.
trade.
you know, you take that into consideration at some point. While we appreciate the
Listen, if you
slight
support jet
increase
skis
in
on
law
Indian Lake, you
enforcement
basically support
participation from
the
the
chattel
city,
slave trade.
you know, it still has
Essentially.
not been enough
Essentially.
to
Yeah,
manage.
this is also
Where
very true.
where can I get a
of
good
what we
Portuguese
have
seafood
going
stew?
on in
That
Lakewood
would be great.
Sigeman all the time.
New
We did
Bedford,
not
where all our
have
development's going,
an algae
baby.
bloom on Lakewood Sigeman. We have healthy bald eagles that have been living there for the past probably
This guy just
6,
wants to sit
7
on Lake
years,
Quincy and
seasons.
listen to Beach Boys.
So, you know, I don't really think those are mitigating factors and, you know, calling for a ban. But, you know, we would like to see more of a collaboration, working together within the city to.
all right, come on, Donna, cut him off.
Manage this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
She hasn't cut
Enjoy
off
listening
anything.
to the Stones, pal.
We're gonna be here until like midnight, just listening to people.
CEO for Central Mass Housing Alliance.
Because I can't even imagine how many people are online.
First, I want to express my appreciation to
Oh,
the
fuck,
city
right.
administration for
I
including
didn't even think about that. Everyone's talking for like 5 minutes.
I'm
We're
here tonight to
already
ask that we pause to give
over an
time
hour
to
and a
review
half into this
the
meeting.
amendment. Many of you have seen the data CMHA
Is
has
this
been
that thing that
presenting.
Jenny
It
fought
shows that
for?
those below 60% of median income are disproportionately people
Yeah,
of
it's
color.
Jenny's. it's
This
Jenny's
amendment is
fault,
an
yeah.
important tool to address the many inequities faced by many in our community. We have
She's
the
scared to show
opportunity
up tonight,
to
by
make
the
a
way.
real impact on
Did Jenny go on
shrinking the
vacation with the
gap
Petties?
our
Is that how that
community
worked?
faces.
Yeah.
I ask
She's
that you all give
babysitting
the
Joe for
community
Gail.
and the Worcester Together Affordable Housing Coalition time to have more discussions and work with the
Make
city
sure he gets his ice
on
cream.
recommendations that strengthen the proposed ordinance to ensure that it will provide a means to reduce the impacts of housing inequities communities of color experience in perpetuity. Thank you.
The problem that I have with this is it's showing the same path that we took with previous issues, where these are the groups of people that should have
Randy
been
Feldman,
consulted
City
and
of Worcester.
discussed with the issue
Barbara
about
Haller,
before it came
was
to
a
the city
maverick.
council.
Barbara Haller was a throwback. It's not easy to be both, but she
Yeah,
was.
and the city told them to go
She
fuck
was a
themselves, and
maverick
now we're here.
as one of the first women engineers ever in General Electric in Schenectady. And she was a maverick, and she was a throwback in the sense that she represented for a very long time what was the best of Worcester.
Randy's
Salt of the
always
earth,
good for a curveball, so
real,
I'm excited to see what he's going to
honest,
say tonight.
unpretentious, and committed. It's ironic that tonight we have a discussion about housing when we talk about Barbara Haller and her lifelong companion, who has done something for Worcester, Frank Murkowski, that used to happen all over the place.
Update
in the
from
city of
Jenny is that
Worcester.
she's in the
And
police
it's why
meeting.
we're talking about affordable housing today, because it doesn't happen.
They did get adopted.
It was
Yes.
individuals who owned properties.
Thank God,
who cared
because I
about
kept
not just the
thinking that
rent,
I should go back and
but
adopt
the
both of
person
them.
who rented from them. So they
Yeah, Jenny
oftentimes
is at
would
the what's
rent
that CPA
down
where her
as
Citizens
a
on
way to
Patrol
keep
meeting.
the relationship up. Our city has moved away from
Jenny's
that
a cop,
model,
huh?
She's
and
a
we've
cadet now.
moved into the
She
the
did that
model
program.
of large, oftentimes out of town,
She said to
sometimes
keep an eye on them, but
town-based
I don't know.
developers who come in and build wonderful, stylish, elegant market rate housing.
Every time I
It's
go
worked
over
out
her house,
very,
she's
very
swinging
well,
around a nightstick now.
but it's
so.
left people behind.
Yeah, she's
The
into
people
rats
that
and
Barbara
pigs.
Haller cares about. So it's very apropos that tonight we're talking about housing and we're talking about Barbara Haller in the same breath. And I would just like to remind people, I got to know Barbara when she recruited me to work on, to try to save a church. And I said, Barbara, we're not going to save Notre Dame Church. And she said,
He's
that
gonna
doesn't
live
matter.
forever, though.
It's the right thing to do. And it was, and she did. And we lost. And then I also was on a
Now she's
committee
dead.
years ago.
I've got
to
nothing.
raise money for the city of Worcester in taxes. And we
Great
looked at
point.
nonprofits that had a pilot program, and we looked at should
And
residential
on affordable
apartments
housing, we're gonna
over
lose.
4 or 5
Probably going to lose
families
that one too.
higher rent than the residential.
But tell me
rate,
this
which
shirt
is
and tie combo isn't fucking
artificially kept
fantastic.
low.
That's
Yeah.
And we said that without a home rule, we can't do it. So I just want to remind everybody that the tax rate that the
And
residents
then after
and
that,
developers
we're gonna
pay
die.
is the same tax rate, unless I'm making a mistake. It's the same tax rate as a single individual homeowner pays, which is kept extremely low by the city council. So there certainly is a benefit to all of these developers that they're reaping that I'm not sure we've actually fully recognized and fully discussed. So whatever law we pass, I would hope that we would rename it the Barbara Haller Law.
Thank you.
It's cute renaming it after her.
Nico?
If we can get it down to the 60%.
Online that have called in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll go to our.
Oh, you would like to say something? Okay, come up to the microphone. Okay.
I forgot we made evil Nico.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, Wolfball got a sign. Wolfball's got a sign. Wolfball's got a sign. Let's go.
And my resident is Nipmuc Territory.
What's the sign gonna say? Come on.
I actually am in favor of the zoning because I went down the street to Front Street Apartment. I was homeless here 8.5 years chronically. I went down there. One of the questions they asked me, have I ever been accused but not arrested? I don't think that's any of their business. It is so hard to get anywhere near
I hope
anyone
it
in
just
there.
says, fuck
No one
you.
can pass anything. Credit, suing
It just
slumlords.
says Kathleen, period.
How are we supposed to have a better life?
Kathleen,
And
please.
the NIMBY people? What makes you so better? What makes you so better? We just want something good. We want something good for once. And you're on stolen land as it is. My daughter's homeless again right now. I had a conversation with my grandson today, and he said, that's fucked up. The city's not helping the foster kids. They know the moms
She's
need
so
somewhere
cool.
to live. How are they supposed to get us back? My
I love
grandson just
Wolfpaw.
asked me that today.
Yeah.
Here's our number one problem right here.
Oh, it's upside down. Shit.
Right here on
Oh, no, it's up.
Queen Street Shelter.
Get it in front of the camera.
So many of our ex-prisoners, so many of
No.
our homeless. 13 years ago, this place.
Oh,
Nightmare on
was the
Queen
body.
Street.
How are they still helping the homeless? They're not. I came in here, I spoke many times.
Did she rip
many
apart a
times about
happy
the shelter.
birthday?
They're still hurting people. Then I had human
Hell yeah.
commissions tell
During
me
the birthday party.
they've done a lot for
Kids
me.
still crying.
I said, are you kidding me? It was a landlord
Big
that
ransom
checked
note
no
energy.
background on me. That's who did it.
I think we got to put
And I
together
said,
a
for me, what about the
hipster
20
security
people
detail
that
for
follow me
Wolfpaw.
out of Epica? What about these people
Yeah.
that want
I want
somewhere
them to be able to
live? They
speak
got
all
nowhere to
night
live.
unencumbered if
Shame
they
on
so
this
choose.
city for not
Donna's not
speaking
gonna
up
say a
and
word.
standing up for them. And it's
I
been
want two
how
people with
long?
Black Panther
I'm not
aesthetic
even
behind
from
her
here.
holding fucking
You
assault
guys don't care
rifles.
about the homeless. You don't care about Indigenous once again because I filed for Indigenous Peoples Day and every one of you shot me down. So you know what? You NIMBY people, come on down to the gathering in Nations in April. Come and tell them Indigenous what makes you so special.
Thank
Please
you.
tell me.
Thank you.
Rick Rushton, you can kiss my red native.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Wolfpaw
We
never
love you, Wolfpaw.
changed.
We love you, Wolfpaw.
Let's go. Let's go.
They are amazing. I love Wolfpaw.
Rick Rushton, you can kiss my.
That was
red-
really
what was it,
collected
red-
for them.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Red
yes,
Navy- Red Navy
My
app?
name is Stephanie Capino,
Native
and
app.
I am a homeowner in Worcester.
I
And
really
I'm
wish
co-founder
Rick Rushton was in the
of
building.
Watershed Collaborative, which is based at Clark University here in Worcester too. So I wanted to speak on item 14A. This is a resolution in support of the goals.
You know, in the
which are
most
identified
bizarre
in
of
the
ways, we
Blackstone
really are
Watershed
blessed as a
Needs
community.
Assessment Report. This document was created after
Yes,
2 years of stakeholder engagement
Like,
throughout the
goddamn,
Blackstone
that's
Watershed,
that's
which is
she
here
always
starting
comes
in
with the heat.
headwaters in Worcester,
She
going
I think
always
it's they.
delivers.
to
I think it's
Pawtucket,
they.
Rhode Island.
They okay,
including
sorry. They
engagement
always come with
from
the heat.
Worcester
They always
employees.
deliver.
Yeah.
So this includes numerous
Yeah,
goals
like
that the city
just
is
so
already engaged
so
in,
dedicated.
including
Like on like
enhancing
just
free and
the
equitable
dedication
access
is incredible.
to public waterways, including
When they keep their
accessible
temper down,
access
they
for
make
people of
really
all
good
abilities,
points.
such as
But
what
you
you
could
have
hear
at
it
Cove
ramping
Pond
up in
and
their
boardwalks
voice.
all over the city. Topics such as
I mean,
wetland
go off.
restoration and enhancing those projects, such as that
I'd be
occurring at
I'd be
Broad
pissed
Meadow
off
Brook
too
in
if I was them.
partnership with the Sewer Division of Worcester. Accelerated management of aquatic invasive water chestnut, which I know we have had trouble with here in Worcester, and we
I think
are
Donna's just
tackling
scared
in
to
numerous lakes and
step
ponds.
in.
Improved maintenance of our waterways for safety,
I
recreation.
just got a heads
and
up that Kate
waterfall.
Toomey will be assuming the
City
chair.
champion at this, doing a great job with its Lakes and Ponds program, which is so unique to our city. An
We
expansion
probably
of
would have been done to
nature-based
public comment
solutions that
if
manage stormwater and improve water
Putty
quality,
was
Yeah, I
such as rain
mean,
gardens
yeah,
and expanded
there's
street trees that offer numerous benefits, such as reduced heat islands. So this resolution is non-binding.
there's no way
but
that
the
the
goal
mayor
is
would
to
have let
really
this many
support
people
what
speak
the work
over
the
2
city has already
minutes.
done and clearly show that local
He would have just
goals
let the
are
white men
reflected
speak over 2
within this
minutes.
needs assessment report, and that the city's goal is to continue this good work and incorporate it into future plans, whether that's the existing Green Worcester plan, which in a different world with a different hat. I'm
Chat,
also
no
on that committee.
biscuits.
The goals are reflected within that work, as well as the ongoing urban forestry master plan, our transportation plan, and our ongoing citywide comprehensive plan. So I encourage you to vote on this.
He also would have
item 14A
antagonized
tonight
Wolfpaw, so
and to
they
pass that
like went
resolution,
off
and I
within like
appreciate
a
your time.
minute
Thank you.
to just
Madam Chair, next.
be able to run them out of the room.
Casey Burns, I'm going to try to unmute Casey.
Roommate locked me out.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. My name is Casey Burns. I'm the director of the Coalition.
How
for
dare
Healthy
you,
Worcester.
Tim.
I'm also a resident of Worcester. And I am here to speak on items 10.5A, the racial equity audit, but also relating to 10.4D, ARPA, and 10.4E, the inclusionary zoning. I know that we have all been waiting the release of the racial equity audit and that the report is being discussed tonight. However, before this report began, the Coalition for Healthy Greater Worcester, as the implementation agency and partner of the city for the Community Health Improvement Plan, released the new CHIP, which includes as its primary and first section municipal racial equity policies. This includes universal trainings, collaborating with grassroots community members for oversight in decision making, and the use of racial equity tools in decision making. Our coalition's Racism and Discrimination Subcommittee, which is meeting monthly since 2016, includes members across nonprofits, racial equity facilitators, healthcare, funders, municipal staff, and we've been working towards programmatic initiatives to pilot programs within each of the 3 areas of the municipal racial
That was for
equity
the
policy,
counselors.
so that we can be ready to support the city in the rollout of policies related to these areas. We've also been evaluating examples of legislation in other cities that could be utilized and have a summary of these initiatives as well as these examples that I provided by email and would be happy to discuss. We offer this work as a foundation and an opportunity together to address the concerns and that have been identified in the audit. We also want to recognize the leadership of BIPOC-led coalitions and organizations also advocating for progress in racial equity in our city, such as the NAACP, Worcester Interfaith, Leon, LEI, Black Families Together, SEAC, ACE, The Village, and others, and look forward to wide collaboration. With this kind of partnership, with the use of intentional tools, with a specific racial equity lens, that is where we'll be able to move forward and really see success in initiatives such as ARPA funding distribution. And we have been really fortunate to be able to work in partnership as well as to, hold our build capacity for our community and provide resources to the city on this equitable process. We also have identified in the CHIP the incredibly importance and intersection of affordable housing and public
They're going to
health.
hold everything just so they don't have to stay here all night.
Coalitions who have really been the leaders of the included.
Maybe that's the strategy.
And support their request to pause for their ability to review this amendment before moving forward. And I thank you for your time.
I'm going to call in and just see how long she'll let me talk.
I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Start reading the newspaper.
Yeah.
Rosa,
Yes.
can you hear us? Please
Yes,
say
I
your
can.
full name, city, residence, and the item you're calling about. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Maritza Cruz, and I am a resident of Worcester. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here this evening to all of you. I just want to say the first thing I want to bring up is, thank you to Councilor Nguyen for speaking and reading the letter that Councilor Barbara Haller had sent in regards to the inclusionary zoning. And I just want to say that Barbara Haller was a mentor of mine, a very dear friend whom I love deeply. And she's a big loss, not only to District 4, but to the Worcester community. On that note, I also will move on into the speaking. I don't have an expertise on the inclusionary zoning, but in listening to everyone speak, and I have been following it, I want to just echo what everyone has stated here. And I think it's very important and thoughtful to pause and really give time that is due in order to really be able to move something that's going to be permanent and forward thinking for our communities, for all of Worcester residents, because we all need housing. And in order for a city to move forward and its community to move forward, you need to have housing. That's the first basic need that we need as human beings. And just in thanking Mr. Bates for what he said so eloquently, that we're talking about human beings here, human capital. Economic development, yes, it happens and we need it. And I've been very much involved with community development and economic development, but it doesn't happen if you don't have human development. to make that happen. So I asked the city council to please be thoughtful.
Is this
and
Nelly?
More time to that. And then the third item
Maritza?
that I'd like to
Yeah, Maritza
speak on
Cruz.
is to support
Maritza
the
Cruz.
permanent ban of personal watercrafts, jet skis on Indian Lake. I am a resident
Damn,
here.
Travis, you are quick
And
on the
one
draw
of the
tonight.
things, and as everyone stated before,
Had a nice long
is
break.
that it has been a great summer, not only for the folks who live on the lake, but also for many who come in to utilize the lake, with their families and their children, people from all over the city, and have been able to do so in a safe manner and not be worried and concerned about someone who's inebriated or someone who is reckless on the lake, not being careful, and who's endangering all of those around that are utilizing the lake. And the comment that the gentleman made about Lake Quinsigamond, you can't compare the Lake Quinsigamond to Indian Lake. Indian Lake is, I would say, probably a very large pond, and it's shallow. And
fuck.
just cannot afford
Mike
to have
Splash.
the amount of people on jet skis, on watercrafts, and so on at the same time. Again, a safety matter. The wildlife has been flourishing. That also adds to the quality of life, not only for those of us here on the lake, but for the city itself. And so I support and I ask each and every one of you to please really consider keeping a permanent ban of personal watercrafts on Indian Lake. We don't have the resources to man it. I believe that Lake Quinsigamond actually does have the Shrewsbury police that will get out there, and the environmental police. We don't have that, and that's something that's not going to happen on Indian Lake. So again, it's not just for the residents who live on the lake, but for all residents of Worcester. This is an equity issue, and it is a quality of life issue, because if people want to come to a green space and be able to relax and de-stress because they can't find housing that's affordable, this is a place where they can come to. And I'm not trying to be a smart ass here by making that comment, but that's what it's about. It's about equity. It's about quality of life for all of us. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker identified as Denise Stack. I'm going to try to unmute the resident now.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can go ahead, state your full name, city of residence, and the item you're speaking on.
Great. My name is Denise Stack. I am a resident of Worcester and I live on Proctor Street. And I'm speaking tonight to urge the City Council to adopt a jet ski ban on Indian Lake. Listening to public commentary in the last Memorials Parks and Recreation Committee meeting, and even tonight, it's almost unanimous consensus that the temporary ban has been effective. As you've heard, it's dramatically improved the safety and quality of life for lake visitors, wildlife, and residents. Massachusetts state boating regulations, as presented by Dr. Blaze in previous meetings, basically deem Indian Lake too small to accommodate jet skis. So I suppose the effectiveness of the jet ski ban should come as no surprise. I don't want to use my time to reiterate points others have made. I would instead like to respectfully address Councillor King's arguments about why the ban should not become permanent tonight, because his was a dissenting opinion on the Memorials Parks and Recreation Committee. The city police and state environmental police have gone on record multiple times to say that they simply do not have the capacity to patrol the lake, even with the increased funding in the summer.
Squeebo, have you
Councillor
been
King
on the island at Indian Lake yet? Wild.
While it may be unfortunate and frustrating, it appears to be the
Everybody needs to
longstanding
just go down to the island someday and
I
drive
urge the
around.
City Council to vote on making the
it makes
jet
no-
ski
yeah.
ban
Pretty weird.
permanent
Yeah.
based on how things are.
I
And
noticed
vote
that
because
for the
funding
first
is
time,
inadequate.
like this summer. I didn't even know that was
Councillor
there.
King also stated that
I never
we need
drove
more
around
data
over there
to
though.
understand the problem. I'd argue that there's been ample
Funnily
time
enough, Sears Island's part of District 2.
rejecting a full jet ski ban now at the time
What's
of
it, like
voting,
Margaritaville or
when
something?
wasn't supplied in a timely
It
manner.
used to be
It's unfair
probably
to
one of the
Worcester
most
citizens
like
who want
depressed and
assurance
rundown
that they will be able
neighborhoods
to
in the
use
city.
lakes
When I was like early 90s,
I
it was a
understand that
nightmare down
Councillor
there.
King has spoken to people who'd like to continue
Yeah.
to use their
But
jet
over the
skis.
last 10,
This
15
isn't
years, it's actually
surprising.
a lot of the houses
However, I
have been
do not
built up
believe it
crazy,
makes
crazy
sense to
nice.
prioritize the rights of jet ski users
yeah.
who are not
But
abiding
it's
by the rules at the peril
tiny
of
little
the
access
general public
bridge.
and
It's
residents
just this
who use the
isolated
lake
little
to
community
swim,
down there during the
boat,
summer. You kind of
fish,
feel like you're in
canoe,
like
and
Hull or something
paddleboard
like that. It's pretty cool.
via 2 public beaches,
Ugh.
2 public parks, a public boat launch, and private residences. Finally, the argument made tonight that this is a lack of education or understanding isn't valid in my experience. When the jet skiers are flying by me as I swim and they're laughing and flipping me off, or laughing as they race towards waterfowl in an attempt to scare them or mow them down, It doesn't seem like a lack of education is the issue. Quite simply, the ban works, and I urge the City Council to make the safety of Worcester citizens a priority by voting in a permanent jet ski ban tonight.
What the hell is going on in our ponds? This is
Thank you.
Our ponds are a war zone.
Next resident, Madam Chair, is DJ Grove. I'm trying to mute.
I love how I haven't heard anybody talking about the audits.
Yeah, very. Adela Hazard was one of the very few people who brought it up.
Hello, my name's Donald
And
Grove.
she said-
I'm a Worcester resident. I also live on Proctor Street facing the water. I'm here to talk about the ban on personal watercraft on Indian Lake.
Oh, man.
Like everyone said prior in this meeting and also the meeting before, the water has been an excellent place this summer with the ban in place. On top of, the animals that come back to the water and the quality of life that's been increased due to the ban. Just the environmental challenges. I've lived on and off this water in this area for 20 to 30 years.
You know what?
And first year, I can remember not having to.
I just objectively do not fucking give a shit what goes on in Indian Lake.
We did have less algae blooms this summer.
Oil slips in the water.
Which is nice.
That's good. Again, I just don't care. I can't care about Indian Lake like this.
I am really curious about that giant dam on the other side of Indian Lake. I've always just wanted to know what would happen if we blew that up. To me, that's the only really interesting feature of that body of water.
When next I convene with the poop thing, I shall raise the idea.
Yes. Yeah.
You can safely. If you want to go swim on one of the public beaches, you can safely.
Imagine poop thing out there like an ent in the two towers, just ripping that thing apart by hand.
Granted, there's no hard data for it, but if you were polling the last 10 years of the people
Make that a meme.
Yeah.
That's an image.
We couldn't even pronounce the poop thing's real name. It would take too long.
No, it's an inhuman tongue.
Yeah.
His street would just be littered with Connecticut,
Which is ironic considering it's entirely made of human waste.
every weekend. These are not Worcester residents who are using the waterway that the Worcester taxpayers are paying to keep up with. These are out of state and out of county people who come here and abuse our water because there's no rules in place.
Build the fucking wall then, is what I say.
How are they abusing this water? What the hell's going on down there?
The dominant waterway in Worcester, and it should is 4 times the size.
Have we consulted the waterfowl
It was a potato field that they
in making this
hung on
decision?
one day and turned into a pond. And that's shared
Ben, what is
by
that emoji
the
you
city.
used? Is that
The Worcester
Godzilla?
side and the Shrewsbury side, even with all those resources, he even said himself, they
that's
can't
cool.
even keep up with it. They can't do anything about it. So what chance do we have? There's no way. They keep bringing up education. If you don't have police who can
It's an
Chandler
attack.
Street, May Street.
That
Main
clears things
Street,
up.
And Park Ave.
people
That's
getting hurt, when people flying, crashing into my
Main
dock,
South.
kids down the couple houses down the street,
Where,
crashing into the
the
wall because they're 9-year-old on a
neighborhood.
jet ski. We have our kids in the water swimming.
Yeah, that's
Someone
Main
been
South.
20 feet,
Lower
kids in the water.
Lower
Trying to get
Chandler
on a water
sometimes,
ski, and
you
they're
might
trying to
say.
jump
Yeah.
over the waves behind them on the jet ski.
Let's come up with a new name for it. Everyone throw your pitches.
Oh, here's an interesting question while this guy's unintelligibly ranting. What's the dividing line between East Worcester and West Worcester? Is it 290, as I thought, or Park Ave, as somebody suggested to me?
It depends what part of the city the person you're asking comes from. Like, being a Tatnick guy, it's Park Ave. Like, that's just the
Okay.
line. Yeah. But if you're on
Yeah.
the east side, it's 290.
They have signs up in a day.
It's basically
And in the
nobody
middle-
acknowledges
The middle's
that
just
section
no
in the
man's
middle.
land.
You're on your
Yeah.
own there, pal. Yeah.
The middle's no man's land.
I just hope Snake Plissken is with you. That's the only way you're going to make it through.
Madam Chair, I think the last speaker to identify is Marcel Blaise. I'm going to try to unmute the resident now.
The colony of Clark.
Thank you, Madam Councilor. Can you hear me?
Well, no, that's
Say your
Tatnick.
full name, city of residence, and the item you're calling about.
Sure. Okay. My name is Marcel Yvonne Blaise. I'm calling about.
My
item
name is
10,
Marcel the Shell.
15.
With shoes on.
I
Oh,
live
great
on
movie.
Proctor Street. I've been on
I need to
Proctor
see
Street
that
for
movie
since
still. I gotta watch it with
2013.
my mom. She loves
And, I'm
Marcel the
also a
Shell.
member of the
Beautiful.
board of the
I
Indian
loved
Lake
it.
Watershed Association, so I'm not speaking on
Interesting.
behalf
So
of
I'm
the
an East Side
association
guy
right now.
currently.
In this
And I
meeting
would
and
say
in past
290.
meetings, we've heard a
So I guess
plethora of
Brendan's
stories about
right.
irresponsible jet ski
It's-
users on Indian Lake.
You know what it is, though? It
Main-
actually
it's
kinda
Main
makes
Street.
sense.
It's Main
If you
Street.
look at 01608,
Keep in
I
mind,
mean, it is
Indian
Main
Lake is
Street,
only a
obviously, but it's like
192 acre
01608.
body of water.
There's nobody that
Suppose
lives there.
As opposed
So
to
it's
some of
just
the
like
larger
from a
ones,
resident
Prince City, which
perspective,
was
if you,
mentioned,
I mean,
had
minimal people, it's a
772
very, very
acres.
small population.
And Indian
So
Lake is just too small
just from a
of a place
residence
to use.
perspective, you don't really think of that center
I could
section as
tons of
having a lot of
stories.
density
You've
to it.
heard plenty of these, but I
It's
want to
true.
focus on 2 points. One is enforcement, and the other is voting regulations. So in the
Beaver
previous
Brook is
meeting on
Beaver
August
Brook.
9th, Councillor King mentioned that this is a matter of enforcement and is looking.
Beaver Brook
Yeah,
is
I would like to respectfully
just
respond to
Josh
that.
Leiferd's little fiefdom.
Law enforcement,
Yeah,
both
the kingdom of
Worcester
life.
PD and state
The kingdom
environmental
of
police
Lyford.
have weighed in many times at multiple city council meetings and neighborhood watch meetings, stating
A lot
that
of people are
enforcement
starting
of
to map, but it is really funny if you
regulations
look
on
at
Indian
old
Lake is just infeasible.
the heat maps for population. Like 01608 was
Anecdotally,
just a
I've
ghost
seen the
town for the
WPD
longest
police
time
boat on the lake several times
until the new development
prior
started
to the
happening around the
upgrade
common and
being in
whatnot.
place. While they do an excellent job policing a lake while they're on it, they're seldomly there. The level of enforcement is substantially below where it needs to be to maintain a lake environment that's safe for both wildlife and people. And both WPD and the state environmental police have been honest about that just not being possible. That may be disappointing, but that's the reality. That's the situation. In terms of boating regulations, while
Oh
many
my
people
God,
want to use
Donna.
jet skis on Indian Lake, it's just not feasible to do so and maintain a safe lake environment for wildlife and people who use the lake in responsible ways, per the Massachusetts state boating regulations.
You know what's overrated? I think the democratic
The result of these
process.
boating regulations is that jet skis cannot legally operate at speeds greater than headway
Make
speed
Colorio God
defined
Emperor.
as 6 miles per hour or less.
Imagine Colorio looking
almost
like
50% of Indian
the God
I drew a
Emperor of
map that
Dune in
demonstrates
like the
this,
third
and
Dune
submitted
book.
to
Like she's
Councilor
just
Merrill
it's just a
Carlson
worm with
via
Donna
email in the
Colorio's
previous
face.
August
That's what
29th
we need,
meeting.
Travis. I'm sending
So it
you
is on
a
record.
reference
And
image.
jet skis are not designed to be used at headway speed beyond launching them and removing them and docking them. And the vast majority of jet ski users on Indian Lake operate them illegally at high rates of speed most of the time. One may argue that all motorboats need to abide by these rules as well, and that's true. But in my experience on Indian Lake, most motorboat operators do abide by them, while the vast majority of jet ski operators blatantly violate these regulations. When taking into account the additional requirement coming from the Massachusetts boating regulations that jet skis must be operated at such a distance, and I quote, to prevent their wash from being thrown into or causing excessive rocking to other vessels, rafts, or floats. This makes the 192-acre Indian Lake far too small of a waterway to safely accommodate jet ski use, because operation of jet skis within the regulations is nearly impossible, even for an operator who's abiding by the regulations. So thus, a permanent ban of jet skis on Indian Lake is the natural course of action here, so that boating can occur.
Who,
in
Aaron
compliance
Blinken?
with regulations in a safe environment for people
Yeah,
and
that's
wildlife.
a villainous comment from Aaron Blinken.
Thank you. Okay, so that's.
Bill, I missed the Photoshop request. Hit me again.
So
I'm
we're gonna
texting
start
you.
off with the hearing.
It's going to be really good.
So 7A to 7G, we're going to open up.
I think we
the
should like
hearings.
just decide on it because I don't know what anyone ever calls it. Oriad Hill.
You know what?
Bergman?
What has actually gotten really good with
GA?
like
Councilor
official
King?
neighborhood names is Google
Councilor
Maps.
Carlson?
Yes.
There's a certain zoom that you
Melican?
can pull into, and it actually has all the
Rivera?
right
Yes.
regional
Rose?
names for neighborhoods.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Madam Vice Chair Colorio.
Yes. Now, do I have anybody on the line that would like to speak on any of these items? Mr. Ben Nico?
Madam Chair, no, I don't think anyone is on
Mr.
the line to
Nico?
speak on them.
Mr.
Okay,
Nico.
so I'll make a motion
Kinky.
to close the hearing and adopt. Roll call, please.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
All right, 2 hours,
Rose?
5 minutes. Leave public comment.
Yes.
No
Mr.
one's
Russell?
minds have been changed on
Councilor
anything.
Toomey?
Yes.
And Madam Vice Chair
None of
Colorio.
them listened
Yes.
even
Next
as
we'll have
closely as we did.
petitions 8A and 8B.
No,
refer to
definitely
the
not.
Department of Public Works and Parks. 8C and 8D refer to Planning Board. 8E to 8P refer to Public Works Committee. And 8Q to 8C refer to Traffic and Parking. And 9, oh, we'll do that first, and then I'll go on to Part B. Okay, and I'll make a motion to send those to the respective committees. Roll call, please.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Yen?
Yes.
My name's Donna
Zero.
Clorio, and I'm just a silly little
Rose?
guy.
Yes.
Speaking of
Russell?
like place
Yes.
names in Worcester,
Toomey?
a really
Yes.
fun fight to
Madam
start
Vice Chair
is asking
Clorio.
people what the seven hills
Yes.
of Worcester
Okay,
are.
the next is petitions 9A to 9.
Hey, just ask
Yep.
Colin Novick about that. You'll get him really fucking going. He'll be like, there are 35 hills in Worcester.
One we're sending back, Councilor Merrill Carlson.
No, Madam Chair, that's further down on the agenda.
That's what?
That
We bullied him
particular
because we wanted him to
was coming out
stay,
of
not because
committee,
we
but
wanted him to
this
go.
is, actually,
Yeah.
some residents going into the committee, so we're just adopting.
We're actually
the
seeing
committee.
what
Okay,
would have
so
happened
9A
to Worcester if
9N is
Petty was a
fine.
good
We'll send that
politician.
to- For the traffic and parking. And 9O.
This is
to
like
9F,
pulling teeth. It's
hearing of
past 8 o'clock.
Possibly
Yeah.
October 12th, depending on the vote that comes out of the council. If not, October 25th.
Oh my God.
And then, wait a minute, hold on, let me just read this.
I'm gonna fucking
Madam
go
Chair, just
down
clarify,
there.
Bill, you playing with your mic cord again?
If you want to take a roll call,
Okay.
send those to committee to traffic and parking
We'll
first.
do that first, okay.
I don't know.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
I thought my
Councilor
mic was coming
Carlson?
out of here now. Is it
Councilor
getting?
Leon?
Is it loud?
Yes.
No, it's
Councilor
not.
Vero?
I think it's coming out
Councilor Rose?
somewhere else.
Yes.
Oh,
Councilor Russell?
Jesus Christ.
Councilor Toomey?
Fucking stupid.
And Madam Vice Chair Clorio.
Sounds like it's on the
Yes,
table.
okay,
I don't know
see
if it's
my
kind of
notes
the
now.
computer or not.
9O
Oh, I see.
to 9
S, Madam Chair.
S, we're going to send, we're
You
gonna
go.
set hearing for October 25th, possibly.
Desperately
October
holding her
12th.
hand.
Roll call on that.
Well, everything's.
Madam Chair, if you want to hold off this vote until the council decides at the next two meetings, so we can actually take on the actual date that you set for the next meeting,
Would it be possible if we just suspend the rules and take a vote on both those items? No?
if you prefer.
Okay, I'm just going to suspend the rules and we're going to go to the end of the agenda.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be so horribly out of order. No one's going to have any idea where we are in the document because the document's so
So,
long
Madam Chair,
this
I
week.
think Mayor Petty brought 13S and 13T.
What is going on?
Okay, so we're going
She's
to vote
pulling
on
things out of
freaking out.
order.
meetings. Can we, if no one, Councilor King?
Why did we
Thank you,
skip
Madam
down?
Chair.
13?
I certainly support the additional meetings. We definitely need to be.
Why would you
convening
do?
more
What's the point?
That being said, I have, and two of my colleagues have a set Municipal Operations Committee meeting on September 28th at 6:30. We'll be talking about the search process, et cetera. In that particular meeting, the mayor must not have been aware of. I didn't receive any communication from him directly. And I would offer, taking a look at the schedule, September 29th is open. And I would request that the body consider amendment of this for us to meet on the 29th at 6:30, as there's nothing that
I muted Bill to save all of our ears.
Madam Chair.
Since thank you, since the mayor
I'm
isn't
so
here, I don't know if
confused.
there's a conflict that date. I don't know what we should do.
Why are we adding a meeting in the middle of the meeting?
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
It's a meta
Yes,
meeting.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if we could move the time of this meeting on the 28th. Could we move the time to say 5 p.m. for city council as a suggestion?
Yeah, they don't want us watching.
And be
Madam-
done by 6:30?
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification. At our meeting on the 28th.
Why does Christian have all those recycling bins behind him? And why are they the old recycling bins? Shouldn't they be showcasing these new wiffle ball recycling bins with
it's the recycling
zip
Hall
tie
of Fame.
hinge? Looking to.
Are those
discuss
the
and move forward
rejects?
On the city manager search.
Back when the reporters used to sit back there, and back when I was doing that, Kay Toomey would just performatively chuck whole reports into those recycling bins as soon as they were done talking about them. Like it'd be like the city budget, which is like a 250-page document, and she would just turn around and chuck it in and look at me like,
Yes, Madam Chair, was that item not held for the clerk's recommendation?
having to personally interact with these people all the time was just, oh my God, it was so draining.
I guess my question is, how does that go forward then?
You say there's at least a 35% chance at some point in this meeting, Donna's just going to scream, "Don't you realize I'm just a fucking sock puppet?" and storm out of the room.
For the past 4 or 5 months, to two standing items as relates to ad hoc committees, the search, etc.
So the only, if we cannot move the MO, Councilmember Carlson, I was going to say we could vote on this, on having the second meeting, which is in October, and not have, because I don't
Nico
feel
looks stunned.
comfortable giving another date if the mayor isn't here.
Look
So
at
maybe
that.
on the
Did you
first-
just see that move?
Also thinks the
What the fuck?
28th.
I guess I'll just fucking.
Is that what it is? What's the first date? that-
Madam Chair, so the way the orders read, the mayor put forward is September 28th at 6:30 PM will be a joint city council agenda between the city council.
Oh,
and
this is
city
about the two
manager.
additional
The second
meetings
order
that
is
are
on
getting added.
October
Yeah.
12th.
That were already in the
Will be a
list to
joint
get
city
added.
council agenda with the manager and city council for
Oh
that
my
night at
God.
6:30 PM.
So if we have a conflict and there's 3 of our members that are going to be at another meeting, then I would say that my recommendation would be to
Facebook's
file
getting
the
heated
first
over here,
item
folks.
and
Go ahead.
approve the second item.
Actually, F you, lady. I help those who need it every day. And every day I see people younger than me beg for money on Park Ave. And every day I saw people much younger than me apply for assistance when I worked in downtown.
The mayor's not here, I think, to be.
Actually,
consistent.
F you, lady is really cool.
File item, no sense of holding it. So it's not going to go anywhere. It's the
Kate's got her
28th.
phone out. Do you think she's watching us?
Okay.
I hope so.
Absolutely.
Hey, Kate, if you're watching us,
Cool shirt, loser.
F you, lady.
Actually,
Just heard from the mayor, and he said he's okay with the 29th. If we can all look at our
she
calendars
texted
on that.
Joe on his vacation.
Instead of the 28th. And is there any conflict with any of the
All right, Doug.
standing committees?
I get that.
My
He's
colleagues?
aging very
Oh,
quickly
okay, so
tonight.
I'm going to amend.
He's getting those City Hall years put on him real fast.
Yes. So I'm going to amend the first. Counselor Toomey, yes.
Madam Chair, is there a school committee meeting that night? It's a Thursday.
Is there a school committee meeting that night?
Okay, that's the only other conflict oh, okay.
Why would that be a
was the only other
conflict, Kate? Are you on the school committee?
No, but the
So
mayor
I will
presides
amend
over
the
both.
first item to
Oh,
read,
yeah.
Thursday, no, September 29th.
This could have been an email. That's so good. Yeah. Yeah.
Madam Chair, at 6:30, I do believe the council rules do state that if it's not a special meeting,
Like I get open meeting law, but only the crankiest of cranks would open meeting law somebody for agreeing on when to meet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a special meeting.
So what time was the other?
Like just break the open
All
meeting
right,
law.
let's get our calendars out,
Madam Chair,
folks. Let's
13
make
S
sure
will
we're
be
okay with the.
September 29th at 6:30. And then 13T, which is October 12th. It's a Wednesday.
Yep.
At 6:30. I don't know if you want to take them collectively. We can do a roll call.
Collectively is fine. Okay, so roll call, please.
Someone's gonna be like, "What?"
I had my hand raised, Madam Chair. I
Madame.
cannot make that meeting, but I'm sure if y'all have enough folks, y'all can meet without me. But I just wanted to put on record that I cannot be there.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. We appreciate that. Okay, so roll call, please.
Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Counselor. We appreciate you not being there.
Councilor
Yeah.
King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera. Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And my Vice Chair Caloria.
Yes. Okay, so that brings us to 9O to 9S. I'm just going to amend that to say set hearing for October 12th. Because now that we know that that is going to be a council meeting, that is 9O through 9S. Roll call, please.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Madam Vice Chair Caloria.
Yes, 9T, James Coughlin requests a prominent memorial to the late city community activist Gary Vecchio to be established. I'm going to make a motion to file that because we already have that on the agenda from Councilor Carlson. So thank you for the thought, and we're going to take care of that. Roll call, please.
Councilor
Yeah, she's
Bergman?
still reading
Yes.
printed out articles that people
Councilor
hand to
Haji?
her.
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Okay, Petty.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Caloria. There's too many roll calls. I'm going to screw this up tonight.
It's not even midnight yet. Okay, yes. Okay.
No, of course it's not midnight yet.
Eileen Butterfield requests City Council requests City Manager to work with the appropriate representatives of Union Station to allow yellow cabs to pick up patrons in front of Union Station. I'll refer that to the City Manager. Roll call, please.
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Toomey actually proposed
Councilor Nguyen?
contracting Boxable
Yes.
to solve
Councilor
the
Rivera?
city's
Mhm.
chronic
Rose?
homelessness problem some months ago.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
She read an article.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Caloria.
Yes, okay.
She read a fucking
10-1A,
article.
Transmitting information communication relative to the appointment of Lisa Stack for the off-street parking board. Lisa,
I'm
thank you
up
for
in front of
volunteering
the
to step up.
Citizens Advisory Board
And,
tomorrow night.
10-1A, transmitting information communication relative to the reappointment.
For what?
Canton to the.
A
Conservation
couple of different boards. I went in for tree commission and they were like, well, we'll talk to you about which ones you want to do when you get here. I'm like, okay.
Will you say that if you get on the tree commission, you serve in honor of Bill
Haji?
Shaner?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Well,
Yeah.
the tree commission's
Councilor Merrill
full.
Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yeah.
Not with me.
Rivera?
Yeah,
Nor
full
me,
of
even
shit.
though I
more
put
or
my
less.
application in
Russell?
twice
Councilor
before the
Toomey?
deadline.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Caloria.
Yes, okay, 10.4A, recommend adoption of.
Never
an
got a
order
response back. It took
regarding
me
the
message.
jurisdiction
It took
and
me like
disposition of real property at
sending it in
560
again
Road.
to actually get feedback,
We will
like a
adopt
response back from them at
this
all.
on a roll call. Roll call, please.
They're too busy
Councilor
counting all
Bergman?
their
Yes.
$130,000
Councilor
to
Yes.
actually do their
Councilor King?
jobs.
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Madam Vice Chair Caloria.
Yes, 10.4B, transmitting information communication relative to an update.
Win.
of the administration efforts to improve
great.
outcomes
That's just
related
stress.
to
Honestly,
with underrepresented
because of the way
businesses.
that particular
Um,
worm's
and
cowl
then
is shaped,
2D.
it makes me think like she'd make a really good Mother Helem Nahayim.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill
You think
Get
that'd
her
work?
into more projects.
Councilor Nguyen?
I think if I chained myself to a
Rivera?
tree until I was appointed to a city
Rose?
board, they'd let me die.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Madam
They'd
Vice
add
Chair
more
Caloria.
chains.
Yes.
It'd be like, how long is it going to take? Like 3 weeks?
Information communication related
That's
to
worth it.
Semi-annual TIF tie reporting. We'll be sending that to ED as well. Roll call, please.
Just want to point out, thanks everybody for watching. Our numbers are going up while their numbers are going down.
That's great.
Merrill Carlson?
Because they don't got Photoshops.
Nguyen?
Suckers.
Yes.
And also people are
Rivera?
saying horrible
Councilor
things in
Rose?
there.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Hey, Bill,
Councilor
I
Toomey?
saw you tweet about it. What neighborhoods did they
Madam Vice
find the
Chair
lantern
Caloria.
flies in?
Yes. D.
I don't know,
Okay.
actually.
relative
I didn't
to
I didn't see any
Neighborhood
neighborhoods
MO.
mentioned, but let me pull that story up real quick.
Sure. Councilor
I had I'm in a invasive species Facebook group
If
that
I could,
uh,
I'd like to ask just a couple of questions.
Wayne
about
Griffin's
it.
in, and he mentioned
be
they were
alright?
spotted near South High
yes, sir.
somewhere.
And I'm not sure.
But from the other article I read, it sounded like it was somewhere more in the
So I just
northeast area of the
just wanna
city, so
channel
it could be
a couple
two
of concerns
spottings.
that I heard from community
That's- I heard
members
there was two.
heading into this
What
meeting.
Squeebo says, that's all I'm thinking. I mean, those are some really attractive bugs.
They're
I mean, of all the
gorgeous.
bugs that they're going to ask you to squish, why does it have to be one of the cute ones?
It sounds like the
They're
allocation
gorgeous.
for
We must
capital
destroy them.
projects is about 10 million. Some of the concerns that I've heard from community members is how is that going to affect then big organizations potentially having bigger projects, tapping into that resource and then leaving less for programmatic allocations for smaller grassroots organizations. Through you, Madam Chair.
Which item is this?
Yes. What is
The second economic development report. I think it's ARPA.
One of the things
Hey, it's
that
Eric
we did
Baptista.
is creating a scenario where it's up to, right? And that's just something that we would evaluate based on the projects that we will receive. We have
Twitter's
an
dead.
understanding, probably an assumption that we're probably going to receive a lot of applications.
That's what it comes down to.
Not only programmatic, but also infrastructure-wise. And that's why, with the help of the ad hoc committee, we're going to have to figure out how do we ensure within that allocation we provide what we can to the programmatic and the infrastructure. And that conversation has to happen at the ad hoc committee with the members to determine what priorities we want to set within those.
Sorry,
Wow,
fingers
what an effective messenger.
Madam
That was definitely a cogent thing that I understood.
So the rolling applications, I think the deadline is September 30th. So we'll get a sense from you how many applications we've received. If I could make, if I can, an informal order, it would be great to know by the time MO has this information to know a complete list of how many applications were received, how many were incomplete, how many folks struggled with completing applications. The reason why that information is important to communities that I am assuming, and this is a concern that I've heard from probably smaller organizations or grassroots folks, is that the process itself may be prohibitive to folks that don't have the capacity as a larger organization. So it'd be good for us to kind of get the temperature on what barriers folks are encountering. And then the last question that I had caught my attention as I was reading through the invoices. On page 27 of the report,
Yeah, it's
there
ARPA.
is a
Hopper.
expenditure for $2 million, and there's another one for $192,500. It sounded like it was awarded on December 10th, 2021. And it says consultants hired to communicate with the City of Worcester Department regarding employees not in compliance. The way that I'm reading this particular section is that, and maybe I could be corrected if I'm wrong, does it look like we hired a consulting company to communicate to our HR department, through you, Madam Chair, to talk to our employees of the city, whether they're in compliance with vaccine and testing protocol?
City Manager.
Can you point out which one was you said? Page 27. I don't have a number.
On the PDF that we received online, it was on page 26, but on the actual paper, I don't have actually a.
So I have to do it. Discard 2 cards. Discard.
Mr. Dunn.
Good idea, Tal, instead of having to shuffle through every page. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so this was the firm that we hired when we were making sure that every individual who was tested when the city had to go through a protocol and a process, which this consultant will review all of that certification on the vaccinations or even testings. And so so we were requiring every employee to be vaccinated, to have testing options. When we put a restriction or a requirement that every employee had to have 2 vaccinations, or if not, they had to test weekly, et cetera. So this consultant provided that review of those employees on a consistent basis to let us know who was in compliance, who was not in compliance, and so that we.
And that cost $1 million.
Individuals that needed to have the vaccination or the testing.
Thank you, Mr. Acting City Manager.
It cost $1 million to keep a spreadsheet of who got their fucking vaccines.
Precious.
I would have done it for 700.
Probably falls into a categories.
I've done it for
You
six
mean
fifty.
HR's actual job?
Sounds like something we could have done internally.
Yeah, we have people that can do that.
Like we
Attell's saying
literally
that-
have an
Attell
HR
is-
department.
Attell is saying that right now.
To support communities recover from the pandemic, it concerns me that they're looking at these expenditures and not feeling like their money is supporting directly their recovery and their, their concerns. So that's what caught my attention, and I know a couple of other people who looked at it said the same. So that's why I bring it up.
City manager.
Through the chair, I also want to point out that our HR department for a number of months took the responsibility to do that. And so that took a significant amount of staffing to be able to monitor close to 2,000 employees every single time. So they took a lot of burden there, which then impacted our ability for hiring, processing paperwork, payroll, business benefits, et cetera. And so the decision was made to go with a consultant.
You should be able to FOIA this.
Some of that stress. In the
Which one of whose friend got $1 million, $2 million to do this?
Here, I have the report. Let me pull the report up.
Councilor Russell.
I'll pull some screenshots out. This is actually really interesting.
How much money overall did we get from opera? What was the bottom dollar?
City manager.
City of Worcester. Not the money that
Dude, George Russell always comes through with the dumbest fucking questions.
We got a Georgeception.
Through the chair, the total allocation for the city of Worcester is about 146 million. Of that, we've received all except the last half of the $36 million allocation. So all except about 17 million.
All right, so 146 million came to the city of Worcester, or is coming to the city of Worcester. And this is all through the administration? I'm just trying to clarify this because this is what I really don't understand, because I always thought
They hired a company
and I know that
on the show that that I've been working. The company I've been working for the last 3 years, and it's a crew of 250 people that get tested every single day, basically, and they did it with like 3 teenagers running everything.
Through the chair.
Yeah,
the
so
city
instead of
council votes to
hiring
accept
a
the
person
grant,
or
which
two to
this
handle
council
it for the
did vote
city,
for the original
we
allocation
paid
of 110 and the secondary
Yeah.
allocation of
ridiculous
36 million.
amount.
Then a number of budgets were
Why?
actually submitted to the council for approval, which the council did vote to approve various budgets along the way. But grant
Yes,
expenditures
because we can't do
not
line
go to
item
the city
vetoes.
council as a vote for expenditure. Those are done for operating budgets, operating costs, but a grant cost, it requires city council acceptance.
Okay, so for example, and I not taking any negative context on the thing that was in the paper the other day.
All right, I found the 2 sub awards as they're called, and I'll send them over in a second.
Where did that money come
It's
from?
really interesting that $192,000 went to a consultant hired to communicate regarding employees not in compliance with vaccination and testing policy. So they paid someone $190,000 to tell people to get the vaccine when they were refusing to.
It's all those resources.
So where did that come from?
And that's out of COVID relief money.
As well, not tax levy or ARPA dollars.
Okay, so that was grant money that came to the city of Worcester? Through you, Madam Chair?
That's correct.
Jesus Christ, George.
Okay, and where did
That
it come
is such a misuse of funds.
Federal resources.
Okay, so it wasn't ARPA money, but it was federal resources. And where was it sitting, in what drawer in your desk, Mr. Manager, through you, Madam Chair, was this?
He's casing the joint.
$100,000 that you said, don't worry, we'll take care of that with. And where did the council authorize that expenditure? Or did the council authorize that expenditure?
Well, again, if it's grant dollars, council doesn't have to authorize that expenditure.
Say it again.
If it's grant dollars, councilor doesn't have to authorize that expenditure. You authorize the receipt of that of the grant dollars. A lot of these federal dollars, block grant dollars, CDBG dollars, home funds,
CDBG dollars?
Those are grant dollars that we receive from the federal government to expend in a bunch of different projects. And we have a lot of discretion in some of those funding sources to make some operational decisions, not only to support our local nonprofit agencies, but also agencies like individuals like the Family Health Center, who are doing specific programs.
And to buy
where
cupcakes.
they
Eric
can
loves cupcakes.
Apply for different opportunities, like we do through the block grant process. But there's also other discretionary funds that could be used for that.
And Madam Chair, I'm not trying to be sarcastic here, but the bottom
Do you
line
know
is,
how
is
many
that-
herring
is
we
that
could buy with that
I hear
money?
out there in the community, I hear some groups are told, go in that line and fill out those papers, and other groups are told, don't worry about it, it's all set. And I don't like that, and I'll just leave it at that.
Councilor King?
What part of that was sarcastic?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions before it comes to my committee that hopefully can be provided in time for that meeting. So through the chair to the administration, how much of these monies are spoken for here? I know we talked about, we have another 17 million left coming in. Have these monies pretty much been spoken for through the chair?
Through the chair, it depends on your definition of spoken for. The budget was created for $146 million, the full amount. Of
I guess
that,
what percent has been dispersed currently? Is that better?
19 million has been actually dispersed at this point.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I do have some additional questions. I know I've spoken to folks and there have been questions about the community participation. How are we ensuring that our smaller nonprofits and our smaller organizations are being included in this process, and to what degree? So my question to the administration is, can you be specific around the efforts the administration has been made in partnership regarding that issue?
Christian has a very distinct
Peter
lip
answer that.
smack.
Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the counselor, I think the question is probably most relevant for the community and projects and programs category, but I can expound on that if you're interested in
Yes,
others. But in terms of the community projects and programs category, that's the area that we're providing support for, both, as the manager talked about earlier in terms of Councilor Hajiai's question, both programmatic type proposals as well as capital improvement proposals to those facilities that they might own or operate if they have a lease at that facility.
See what I'm saying, Bill? I mean,
but
he's like
facilities
16,
that they
17
own
at best.
or have a lease for.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Again, the application.
It's just the outfit, I think, makes you automatically 40 plus.
Things that we've
Yeah.
done to try to
Hairstyle
have
has a lot to do
right
with it
kind
too.
of community outreaches over the
Yeah.
summer. If you remember in our previous report to the city council that we discussed,
Bill,
I believe
those images
at
are
the
up. What
last
do you want to
MO
do with them?
committee on that topic when that item appeared there. We had some outreach
I don't know.
that were really
There's really nothing to be done with them.
before we
I mean, you
actually
can
launched
show
the
them
RFP,
so that
the
people
request
know what
proposals and posted
how
on
these
the website,
expenditures are being
to really
reported.
give various
Like that's what they
organizations
looks like in the
opportunities
report.
to ask questions and learn about
$2
kind of where we
million.
were headed with the
Yeah, look at
proposal. We
this.
hadn't fully
$192,000
we wanted to
for
take into account
consultants
some of those
for
questions,
employees
bring
who are
that
not
back
in
to the ad hoc
compliance
committee
with
as
the vaccination
application
policy.
itself was being finalized, as
So
well as some
that's
helpful
pretty crazy. We're spending ARPA money to
prepare themselves
have a
for when the application.
consultant. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like that's not the spirit of ARPA to me.
So that was included in
Just somebody to come into a room and be like, hey,
And that's also
guys,
over
come on.
3 months.
18th at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
here at the hall in person.
That was only December 10th to
Second at 6
March
p.m.,
something. I
which
didn't
was
catch
virtual with
the
Spanish
date.
translation provided.
That whoever got that money made off like a fucking
Recorded
bandit.
and posted on the city's website for anybody that were unable to attend those at the time that they were hosted. And I do want to emphasize too the community partnerships that have been critical to that outreach and that assistance. We continue to work with members of the Worcester Together team. As we
The
know
Worcester
them,
bullpen's looking
exclusively
strong.
with them. There's many other partners that we
Yeah. Look at all those
to
suits.
constituencies and organizations that they might
Just waiting to
know
get
of that
called
could
in.
benefit from these funds. But as we know, the Worcester Together Coalition came together, a lot of these nonprofit agencies, and really worked through a lot of the best practices throughout the pandemic to address the community needs. And so,
Oh, man.
feedback of where some of the gaps are, some of the barriers that people might be facing, or concerns around capacity, because all of this is done with making sure that we're adhering to the federal requirements that we'll be held accountable to, but also trying to work through and bring
Kate Toomey once I buy her shirt.
operating within the constraints
Is she selling that on Etsy?
Regulations. And so I'll just give
I hope so. I suggested that she did.
Federal regulations do not require that a nonprofit, we would call it a subrecipient, like a nonprofit awardee of these funds, be a 501c3 organization. And so we did not institute that requirement on a local level because the federal regulations weren't requiring that of us. We know how cumbersome that process can be for some of the smaller grassroots organizations, some that might be actually in the process of trying to obtain that 501c3, because it also, in addition to all of the paperwork requirement that needs to be submitted, it also takes a lot of time to get that response and get that processed by the IRS to get the official 501c3 tax exempt status. However, there are still other controls that we have to make sure that we're reviewing. And again, some of this will play out when we see the proposals and review the organization submitting it and the nature of their proposal. But it still needs to be a nonprofit corporation, that's registered with the Secretary of the Commonwealth. If they don't have a 990 tax return that's consistent with the 501c3 designation, if they can provide
Transformative healthcare. We're transforming your money into our profit.
Money.
And then
To our money.
the
Yeah.
opportunity then, if an organization has
Oh,
done
Peter Dunn rules.
to
This
work with
he's the one guy that we consistently all like.
Oh, seriously. Fantastic human being.
Fucking rules, yeah.
but make sure that
He
they
just,
have
looks like he's in yellow card and wears a big boy suit.
And I know that there were a couple of sessions to educate various organizations that might be exploring that idea of a fiscal agent partner, what they should be thinking about, what they should be identifying in terms of finding the right match.
Yeah, I could really go for a BK Longboy right now, right, Bill?
Oh man, don't get me started. I had a BK Longboy before my camping trip this year, and I had the worst fucking heartburn for 3 days. No Tums in sight. The thing was sopped in mayo. It was like 50 to 60% mayo.
Did you hear
God,
they're doing a plant-based version of it?
Wow. No, thank you.
There's already no meat in it.
Organizations of different sizes.
Yeah, right.
While still again maintaining.
I'll keep my chicken like slop the way that it is. Thank you.
Doug, I believe you are a communist and a terrorist and enemy of at least the city, if not the state. So yes, I would vote for you.
But as far as disbursements goes, what I'd like to see in committee, and I'll ask by way of an order, is I'd like to know,
shocker. Kristen Lee thinks there shouldn't be vaccination requirements. Who could have predicted that?
Whoa, someone on Facebook has a negative opinion of vaccines? That's fucking crazy.
Somebody that was talking shit about disabled people?
and some of the requirements are requiring a 10-year.
Yeah, I noticed whoever it was that was bitching and moaning about that stuff stopped after hearing exactly what Katie is facing.
Yeah, I would very much love to see Peter Dunn be like, none of these fuckers ever come flying out of the walls.
Why is Gerard Arciano surprised by the direction this meeting is going?
Because he's dumb shit.
I don't we're just talking about all the stuff that we knew we were going to talk about.
Yeah.
We took it a little out of order, but
I gotta try it. I'm gonna try that Impossible Long Boy. Look at that thing.
Impossible Long Boy, you're teasing me.
Now, so the way we see this playing,
I love that Impossible Whopper.
And I guess I'll just use another example.
So I tweeted about it, but
besides
I tweeted about it, but I've really been thinking about it a lot. That my long range plan is to go back in time with a single McDonald's double cheeseburger and feed it to Alexander the Great, who will be then so enthralled by this cheeseburger. It'll be like a religious moment for him, and I'll be able to ensure a permanent place for me in his court by just promising him that I know where the next one is. I know where to get more. I won't ever be able to do it, but I can just tell him where to go. I'll be like, to Mesopotamia. The cheeseburgers are there. And then get another cheeseburger down the Silk Road. Meanwhile, I'm just like, more grapes, please.
And then those recommendations
Getting fed grapes on a rickshaw.
List of those recommendations as well with the city council.
It's a genius plan.
Execute.
I think it's great.
Provide that information.
But like, there is the chance that Alexander the Great would just die instantly if he ate a McDonald's cheeseburger. And then I'm fucked.
Between the administration that was initiated by our prior city manager. I'd like to know what are the specifics on that MOU through the chair.
City manager?
MOU regarding.
Bill, did you know that
these funds?
one of the claims to the invention of the rickshaw is Worcester, Massachusetts?
MOU regarding.
Yeah, I actually did know that. It's pretty tenuous, right?
Oh,
Like,
totally. Yeah, it makes no sense at all.
That can't be right.
No.
Like, rickshaws have to have been around since before Worcester was incorporated.
It just kind of fits in with the whole Seven Hills thing. I sent it to the group. Like, there's a Wikipedia page that lists all the communities that claim to be built on Seven Hills, because that's like that was Rome's thing. So it's like every city in the world claims that they too are a city of Seven Hills. It's
right.
Every city in the world claims to be the home of everything. It's
A number of suggestions.
We have pretty good things that we're actually the home of.
I mean, that
Home
part
of the
alone, right?
curveball?
Like, why would you invent a rickshaw in a city founded on Seven Hills?
Yes, it's stupid.
That's the stupidest thing ever. That's just stick with your horses. That's
I don't even know. This is even tenuous. Somebody floated the theory to me one time that there were missionaries from Worcester that traveled elsewhere, and they claim that their story is that they brought the rickshaw there. But what probably happened was that they like saw a rickshaw there and came back here and started making them, and obviously didn't take off because, again, there's a lot of hills in the city. All stupid. But yeah, supposedly the first curveball thrown in a Major League Baseball game was in Worcester. Definitely the first perfect game. That is true.
Yep. Over on the field that the city did not purchase from Becker.
Which is the second most important event in baseball after Doc Ellis's LSD no.
Yeah, that YouTube video is one of my favorite of all time. It like describes that and illustrates it. It's so good.
If no one's ever seen it, there's a Vice article of a writer trying to recreate it a no in MLB The Show, the video game, while on acid.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
In the community as well as virtually, I've done
Man, Vice used to be awesome before it was just like Proud Boy-ified. I mean, they still do cool stuff, but.
Yeah, they started off with head Proud Boy, and then the Proud Boyness dropped off precipitously for a while, and then now it's like, they're trying to take it back.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't find myself reading stuff by them, but for a while they were like actually doing awesome shit.
Once Jenny stopped writing for him, I was done.
They've been doing some cool stuff. Like they just did a piece on Spike Jonze in the Epically Latered series and whatnot. It was fantastic. Cool. They're still doing little pieces like that get buried in their YouTube content with a lot of the news stuff that worth watching.
Interesting.
And so there was discussions of back and
Do people know that Jenny Pasilla used to write for Vice? I don't know.
She was Motherboard, right?
She was, yeah.
I didn't know that. Actually.
Yeah.
If you Google her name, you'll find it. It's like the first or second thing, and she fucking hates it.
She's trying to get rid of it, but I keep bringing it up so that it becomes bigger.
The more people that Google it, it's only going to help the cause. Please help us.
Yep. Her best headline is "I was cockblocked by RoboCop." Also, read her Yelp reviews, Dr. Jenny Danger on Yelp. There's some amazing writing.
Through the chair, are you referring to the
Bill, the chief of staff position for the council is
No, referring to the applicants.
The staff position for the city
I
council
thought I
is
was
up
gonna be this slow.
on the city's website. You should put in for that one. It's like 90K. 90K. You should still be able to do this at the same time.
Through the chair, we haven't established that particular part of the process just yet. I think as we review, all the volume of proposals.
Oh, I should
that we
apply for
receive,
that.
the nature of
What's that person do?
proposals, if
I
it
can do that. Cop. An old friend came to visit me a few weeks ago. We hung out in Manhattan, got dinner, got the usual tours. He hangs.
I think we can, explore that option. We
Wow,
do
this
have
is a confessional about RoboCop and trying to get it in by Jenny Pasillo. It's great.
We do have
Throw it in the chat.
come to the Community Development Advisory Committee for a presentation on their application. So it's something that we haven't decided that, yes, that will be part of this process. We can certainly, consider that. And I think as we see, again, the volume of applications and the nature of them, if it would be beneficial both for staff and for those committee members to hear from representatives from those organizations that have submitted proposals, I think we can definitely look into that.
And do we anticipate an audit at all on our funds? Chair?
Through the chair, every federal dollar would be audited on an annual basis. So we will have a single audit on an annual basis, and then likely either the federal government or the state government will do an audit at the end of the project or sometime along toward the end of the project to review the expenditures of the funds.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Rivera?
I'm not going to reiterate some of the things that was said because some of the things that I wanted to mention have already been stated by some of my colleagues. I do want to just, highlight, and I had this conversation.
In order to watch this stuff, you do have to have a tolerance for boredom and tedium. But when you consider that most of these people don't even really have a cohesive political philosophy or project or goal, and they just are there because they want to be there, and it's not as impressive anymore. It's like fundamentally weird and
it's
like,
so
what is-
fitting that
what-
our mayor's name is Petty because that's what all these people are.
Yeah. It's like they don't actually want to. Like they don't have a vision for what Worcester should be. They just want to be the person that gets to talk.
Yeah, they want to be the one that gets to talk to the developers.
Community is the concern.
Yeah, and most of them, I assume, are not even doing it as a crooked grift. They're just they're just happy to be involved. When
they just want to be popular.
Honestly, I respect it a lot more if you're getting some sort of deal you wouldn't get otherwise.
Yeah,
then it makes sense.
That's why George Russell is the only councilor that we
George Russell. Yeah, George Russell parody for humor in a video game. It's definitely personally profiting off of his city councilor role, 100%. And you know what? Good for him. And then he just gets to come over here and ask questions like, "Wait, how much money did we get from the federal government for APA?" And they have to. The city hall staff has to answer it.
What if we, for Halloween, our group costume, Bill dresses as George Russell, and the rest of us dress as Sausage and Peppers?
Oh, that's awesome! And I can be like, "Hey, everyone, gather around! Check it out! I got the biggest sausages and peppers and onions that I ever have had on a grill before. They're my friends, and we're grilling sausages with George. This is sausages with George, and the real life version."
I want to make sure that, especially with everything.
We gotta do it.
Peppers and onions.
Peppers.
I wish that I had a personal relationship with George Russell because I think that cooking show could be fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. I thought I was forgotten, so thank you for coming back to me. I just had a few quick questions.
Oh, Doug, please.
Process.
Amazing.
We gotta get the Hill people back out here.
In August.
The Worcester Hill people have been very absent since fluoride and what was the electrical upgrade they were doing that got the Hill people out? Remember that?
Oh, the
2015 smart meters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those got the Hill people have not had enough to complain about.
Creating these ad hoc committees and only giving our community folks a month to apply. I know
5G would do it.
A lot of small grassroots organizations, from what I hear on the ground, they're scrambling around, especially fall time right now is a time where a lot of grants are being due all at once. And then I also know that in the report, I think, there was mentioning of like having more kind of sessions or ways of where ARPA will be opened later on as well. And so I just want to hear, one, the logic behind giving them just a month to apply. And then two, you know, what can they expect and prepare for?
Mr. Dunn?
Yeah, we could really become like the QAnon capital of the world.
The application itself I think it was at the very end of July, so it was 2 months to
No fluoride, just levels of chlorine you can actually taste.
August was we opened up the online portal, so there was some time frame necessary to have that implemented in terms of once the applications were finalized, to make sure that then the online portal was reflective of the final application that was finished at the end of July. But we did post the application at the end of July, so it has been about 2 months or so in terms of folks.
You know, the city, I did a podcast with Josh Croakey about the way that ARPA funds are doled out. And it's really interesting that so much of this money is going back toward like just infrastructure stuff of City Hall and City Hall departments that has just been like rainy dayed and they haven't gotten around to yet. And it's like if you look at it, there's like a tracker on the city website, and it's like the way that it's even just budgeted, it's like almost 50% is going towards shit that has nothing to do with COVID relief or helping communities hurt by COVID. It's just like building out the IT infrastructure of City Hall and shit like that. And you don't see people really talk about that. It's just kind of an accepted.
If they build up, it makes it easier if they do those upgrades to hire consultants to fleece us for money.
Yeah, right. That'd be funny to see. Yeah, did I do that wrong? The pronunciation? I'm bad at that. I don't know.
On our website,
whatever.
Which is ARPA@worcesterma.gov.
However his name's pronounced.
Clarifying questions or
they're just preparing for the next pandemic. They want to make sure all their infrastructure is in place.
Concerning feedback through a number of different channels that they're just not going to be able to meet that deadline. Again, we can always look at that, but that's been the balance that we've been trying to strike.
So the second question I had was, you know, whether ARPA would be opened up again for another round of applicants, and
croak as in
and you know, what would
the Queen of England just croaked.
There's going to be more openings.
The same.
Through the chair.
The very same.
It has to do with the particular programmatic category that we're talking about. I think most of the questions have been related to the community projects and programs piece of this, which are nonprofit applicants. And so this is just our instinct or our expectation based on the kinds of questions, the attendance we
and if you
the kinds of questions that we've received. I do anticipate that we'll probably receive
R.I.P. Queer Elizabeth.
Compelling applications in this round that would total, you know, at least if not more than the current allocation.
That's so fucking stupid.
I don't anticipate a second round for community projects and programs unless there was, you know, a significant change to the overall ARPA budget that is.
Jay Scarpo, bringing the heat. Bringing the heat tonight.
So if that's what the question was.
My mom got upset when like made like a joke about the Queen dying, and I was so taken aback.
People take it really
She's like,
fucking seriously, man.
She was, and she's like, "Bah," and I was like, "What? Why? Who cares?"
The only scene that I of Monty Python Search for the Holy Grail that I can watch not stoned is King Arthur meeting Dennis, the mud farmer, where like, you know, the whole scene with,
yeah.
Some bitch throwing through the middle of the scimitar at me. Yeah, no, I cannot for the life of me understand why anyone takes that shit seriously. It's the most. A bunch of German carpetbaggers show up in England.
Yeah, right.
In charge.
Yeah.
These monies and
Fucking crazy. Also,
and then
like,
just
we're Irish. I'm pretty sure, like,
Worcester's Irish.
There's a grudge
like
to be had
specifically
here.
my family. Like, I think that, like, I think my grandparents like gave money to the IRA and stuff. Like,
yeah,
I don't
probably,
and I'm probably also like thought the Queen was cool. Like, it's that weird cognitive dissonance that people around here have.
I think they just like the hats. It's like, how often do you get to wear a giant hat
and
in
I
the United
certainly
States
respect that.
anymore?
But there's no way for this
That's true. I mean,
apparently Jill Biden decided to not take that opportunity to wear a giant hat and has caused an international scandal.
By not going?
She wore a fascinator instead of a full hat.
Did they
Wow.
go? They went to the funeral. I
And I think we're all
I watched
smart
nothing
enough in
about
this
it.
room. We understand federal resources.
Wow, Benny Sinn Fein Blanco over here.
Yeah.
Like I was sad that she died. I'm glad that she went quickly. I'm glad that she didn't suffer.
I think that it would be great
Because
if the
no one
council
deserves
went
that
through,
in their life.
What have we?
And then
received?
I don't have any opinion that I wouldn't have about any other person I don't know dying.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Unless they're like a war criminal. Like when Kissinger dies, I hope it's slow and
this is
painful.
going to matter
Yeah,
historically because what the hell is going to happen to all of those member nations that have been toying with leaving the Commonwealth?
They should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be a massive upheaval on the international stage. But then there's also the all the harm that the British Empire did aspects of everything.
Yes.
And that I wasn't even thinking about at first. And I was like posting stuff online about oh, it's sad. So like memorizing kind of things about her. And then I was just like, wow, white
Oh,
privilege.
hold on. This is inclusionary zoning. Where'd my pen go?
Since this is
Where'd my pen go?
item that the administration put
Did it
on,
fall on the couch?
would you like
And really, nobody gave a shit about the Queen until she parachuted into the Olympics with James Bond.
That was pretty awesome.
No, they left.
Okay, cool.
That's I thought the same thing.
I'm very, very glad that they decided to not euthanize the corgis.
City manager.
Yeah, they just gave him that fucking
Yeah, so,
creep. That
this
sweatless
is
creep.
a very important topic and a very important item here.
Because there was actually
And I think it's
discussion
important
of
to
them
note that
euthanizing the
this was an item
surviving
that was presented
corgis.
by the administration, understanding and knowing the needs
Because
of
they
the
did
community.
because she did not want
Hold
them.
on. I need to hear what he's saying here.
Look at the affordable options in our city. The council here approved the first trust fund, an affordable housing trust fund that has been seeded using seed money from ARPA to be able to increase that. There's been a lot of efforts in terms of increasing affordability in the city. Housing first options like the Lewis Street projects, like the tiny homes project, and there's other potential projects on the pipeline. We know that this is extremely crucial and an important need right now in our face, in our streets, in our community. And we're trying to present an options here through this inclusionary zoning proposal that not only is an absolute, but also creates options for our community. There's thousands of individuals in the 60 to 80% range, and we can argue different perspectives in terms of what the need, of what their needs are, or what the needs are for the folks under the 60. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to provide options to these developers where they can provide an analysis on understanding and knowing, okay, what best is for me, the 80% AMI in terms of having 15% of their units meet that 80%, or is the 10% at 60 AMI the better option?
We need to provide something for the developers to say, what's best for me?
And the opportunity to analyze those numbers and then come back to us and say, you know what, this is a better option, this is not a better option. Our concern in terms of what we're hearing from developers and folks who are doing this work is that if we do an absolute of only 60% AMI, it presents now a bigger challenge for us as a city. And now the city has to think about subsidies and provide subsidies to get to those numbers. Even right now, as some of our market rate options, developers that are doing market rate options in our city are even coming to us for potential subsidies as well. And so we're in a time frame where the economy it's in a tough position. Inflation is high, cost of material and labor is high, interest rates are going up, et cetera. And so the problem can get a little tougher in terms of getting the supply to move much quicker in terms of what we want. And so
Oh my
could we
God.
provide options of 80% and 60% to the developer so they can make a judgment decision, work with us as an administration to determine where the subsidy could be needed or could not be needed because of the analysis that they've provided. So I think we've provided a pretty extensive report here that is is pretty clear.
Jesus
I'm very
Christ.
comfortable with the issue. We spent a lot of time with community partners and developers and attorneys. Peter Dunn has done an amazing job spending and listening to everyone's perspectives, everyone's thoughts, ideas, concerns, proposals. And he's presented an item here, and we've presented an item that I think could be beneficial in the long run. One thing that to consider as well, we're going through a long-range master plan. That has implications of zoning regulations, right? Of where we have to amend or look at our zoning laws as well. That could be in the next 2 to 3 years. We're back at the table again, revisiting this zoning regulation here, and it's wholesome in terms of a holistic approach of all the zoning regulations that we have in the city. But I want to invite Peter Dunn to explain a couple more details of what this inclusionary zoning proposal is, and have an opportunity to discuss that here at the council as well. Thank you.
Through the chair, so I think the manager summed it up pretty well in terms of just the approach that we've taken and a lot of the effort that we've made over the past several months since we provided. Really
I don't think he could have done a worse job messaging for why they should keep it at 80 instead of 60.
Committee in July.
It's just like
out of that, as
the developers, we'd have to give them more money if we took money from them.
There was a chairman's order asking the administration.
Remember
to
that
come
beautiful
back,
moment
with a
when
draft ordinance,
George Russell
taking
was
into
telling us
account all
all
of the different
how he
perspectives
couldn't
and the,
imagine anybody
kind of
more perfectly
conversations and
suited to fill the role of city
through a
manager
number
than
of
Eric
different
Batista,
stakeholders, and
while
because
Peter Dunn was sitting directly behind him on camera with the saddest face any little boy has ever shown.
available meeting.
Peter's been talking for 4 hours off the top of his dome about everything in the city.
Any questions?
Eric can't
So I
string
have
together one
Councilor
coherent sentence
Carlson
without,
first, but
"Hey,
she
we got to
walked
pay the
out.
developers off, man." That's what
Councilor
it comes down to.
Eric basically mealy mouthed his way around saying, well, the developers need to get as much money as they
I want
can.
to make some comments
That's
that I think reflect what I hear in the community all the time. And I just want to start by thanking you for the research and the different people that you talk to, and as well as the acting city manager for participating in conversations with the community. You know, I go back to the discussions, the multiple weeks and weeks of discussions that we had on the drone policy. And what that sparked for me as a new member of this city council was the need for more community input, more community discussion, especially if we're talking about
And blinding
policies
rage.
that are going to have implications.
Oh yeah, that was so bad.
The most vulnerable amongst us. And when I think about inclusionary zoning as one of the sliver of the policies that we have at our disposal, it brings me back to the question, the fundamental question that I think a lot of us asked during the drone policy weeks of discussions. You know, who stands to benefit the most from this policy? Who stands to lose the most? Who are we prioritizing? You know, I heard comments from the Chamber of Commerce that developers are our most important partners. I would argue that community and the people that I talk to every day, constituents of mine who may never have faced housing insecurity before, are the most important partners. I do think that this is a policy and an ordinance that hopefully will be strengthened. I heard from community members today that we still need time to digest it. I have been approached by many colleagues of mine or folks in the community who still don't understand what all this jargon means, but they do understand what they're facing. And what they're facing is inability to live in the city, inability to work in the city. They're facing real estate investors who are coming in without any interest in our community and are displacing people and are evicting people. And I don't think inclusionary zoning, as you and I agree, and many others, is the solution to real estate investors who care more about their profits than they do about people. But it is one of the things that we can implement. And as a city council member, I made a commitment when I was elected to the people in my district, to the people of Worcester, to the people that are really in trouble right now, that I would do my due diligence to make sure that whatever policy I have a say on, that I would keep them in mind. And so I want us to really not take any pushback as a reflection on not doing the work, because we all have done a lot of work. I do want us to really think about that, holding and digesting this information, thinking about what other options there might be, is actually in service of our community members who are really struggling right now. I heard people today talk about families that we have lost to other towns. I recently met a gentleman whose name I'm not going to share, who in his elder years has been evicted. And why would a 75-year-old man who has severe disabilities, why does he have to wonder if the city is for him? Why would a family of 2 or 3 that makes mom and dad or whoever in the household works 2-3 jobs, why do they have to wonder if the city is for them? Why do city employees who have reached out to me privately, who cannot afford to live in the city, who are burdened by housing costs, utility costs, food costs, student debt, why do they have to wonder if the city is for them? So what I'm going to ask all of us here today, including all of those community members who have labored really hard to come to the table in good faith, who appreciate the work that you've done, the research that you've done, that we take the time to really come up with a policy that benefits the people of this city. And yes, community development, economic development is important, but I keep hearing this refrain over and over again, that people come before profit. And I want to make sure from the bottom of my heart that my commitment and what I promise the people of this city is that I would do everything in my power to keep that mantra in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to recap.
Hell yeah.
People to understand that from here, this item goes to planning. Then from planning, it comes back to this committee, and then it goes to ED, right? And then it comes back to this committee again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it has multiple times for public input on this item. Councilor Merrick-Carlson, do you want to?
I think that you're just saying what I was going to say.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to go to, well, Councilor Rose just said this came out of his committee or chairman's order, so he'd like to speak next. So I'm fine with that. And y'all going to have a chance to speak. Councilor Rose?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank the administration for putting this report together. I think that when we were in economic development, we were asking that a report be detailed, comprehensive, and provide us with options that we could explore in maximizing resources, while also keeping in mind our housing stock is significantly declining over the years. I just have a couple quick questions, and Madam Vice Chair, I do appreciate you referencing that. I had a lot of calls, a lot of emails, a lot of inquiries from people today who thought that this was going to be a vote and passed in a vote, and that this was going to happen tonight. And I think it's important to really clarify and reiterate for folks that there's going to be at least a handful of opportunities for people to weigh in on this, so that people don't feel like they need to rush, or feeling like we're rushing through anything. As you referenced, goes to planning, to the council, back to ED, and then back to the council again. So people have 4 opportunities to try to get their insights into whatever it is that we ultimately come up with or put together.
Not that we change anything.
Quick questions through the chair to Mr. Dunn.
You can try, you know.
I mean, every American has the right to be summarily ignored.
Answer to manager's comments and comments already, but there's one part that I'm a little bit stuck on. And can you just run me through the methodology around the income limit summary compared to the HUD criteria. When I look at that limit and you pull the 30%, just using one person as an example, and then you compare that to the fair market rents, they almost align. And I know that the HUD will change over time, but am I reading that correctly? For example, just doing my math here, if we were looking at somebody on the 80% side, one person using 30% of their income towards rent, I'm looking at a number of very comparable to the number
No, it's not.
$100 off. So can you help me and others to understand?
It's 1,700 versus 12.
The income limit summary compared to the HUD fair market expectations that are listed here, Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the counselor, sure, and I think as some others have stated, it's a lot to digest sometimes in the numbers and the terminology, but I'll try to do this in a clear way. So when we talk about the income restrictions that would exist on the units, that's where a lot of folks have been referencing 80% area median income, 60% area median
Did he
income.
just basically say, "Here, let me mansplain this"?
On the unit of a qualifying household to occupy that unit. There's some correlation then when we talk about the next section about maximum rent. So as many folks know, there's a benchmark in terms of households not spending more than 30% of their income on rent. And so some folks might take a look at those income limits and, derive a particular rent that could be put forward in an inclusionary zoning project. But what we've tried to do is not just look at the 30% benchmark on in terms of the amount of cost of housing for that household, but we've also looked at establishing a maximum rent that also does not exceed the fair market rent, which is an index that's published by HUD every year. So that's the second table in this memo for you in terms of what that looks like for the type of unit depending on the number of bedrooms. So there's efficiencies, also known as studio units, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom. So I think it is definitely a relevant question to bring up, because when we talk about the 80% limit, if you were to look at just that benchmark that some other communities use, about 30% of the income, you'd be looking at a studio apartment of about $1,547 for that household. But you can see that because of the way that we've framed this maximum rent as part of the proposal, the rent would actually be capped at $1,231. So I think we recognize that just based on where some of those income limits are, some of the issues that have been raised historically about those limits taking into account incomes from towns and what are the real needs of the city.
The max is actually over the fair market value.
Fair market rent.
And the fair market value isn't a designation of affordability, it's a designation of what's fair to the market.
To what some of the
So it's
members
entirely functionally useless.
What rent is really attainable for some of our households in the city of Worcester. And so likewise, I would just give the example, I think you alluded to it.
65% of households in Worcester make less than $50,000 a year.
That rent on a studio based on 30% of their income would be $1,161.
Yeah, this is, you're right, Milburn. This is all,
again, because of the way we frame this maximum
entirely
rent,
useless for people who actually
60%. The rent they would get from a studio is $1,161.
would stand to benefit
The rent
from
they would get from an 80% restricted
affordability
unit is
restrictions.
$1,231. So we do feel like the way that we've crafted this is really going to encourage developers to sincerely consider, and in our belief, many times elect the 60% option because those rents are so closely aligned. And obviously, as you know, as we've talked about in terms of the sliding scale, if they choose the 60% option, they wouldn't have to do quite as many units in the project as if when they elect the 80% option. So again, it's a kind of a complex topic. I understand and I appreciate folks wanting time to digest it. I think that makes a lot of sense. Obviously, we had to bring the item forward to the council so that the information was available to digest. And I think that there's ample time for everyone to take a good look at this, digest it, ask questions as it moves forward with the various public hearing processes associated with this.
So through the Madam Vice Chair to Mr. Dunn, so is it fair to say that in a very roundabout way, we're creating some rent cost controls? And so regardless of a developer choosing 60 or 80, it still doesn't.
No, I wouldn't say that at
exceeds
all.
the fair
That'd be a
market.
lie.
Oh no,
Right.
that has
Am I
nothing
seeing
to
that
do with this,
correctly?
Rose.
Through the chair, that's correct.
No, it's not correct.
That makes me feel much, much better. Okay, so then my
Thank
next
God you
question,
lied to me.
I know that there are many councils waiting.
I feel so
to
much
ask
better
more
now
questions, so
that
I'll
I've been
try to be
lied to.
as quick as possible. Now, when we are considering,
Holy moly.
for example, and we have here in the report that the monies that a developer will pay in lieu of doing the 60 or 80% will go into the affordable housing trust fund. I guess my question is like, what kind of dollars are we looking at? Like, have you had an opportunity to look at some of the current development that's happening in and around the city and said like, oh, if we're using X project, we could see X amount of dollars going into the housing trust fund? And if so, just to get an idea or a sense of what that number would
Well,
look like.
you give them an out to make it even
you
more
haven't done it,
useless
but I was just
than it
curious. I know
even
that
seems
some
on
of the folks that
paper.
I talked to, we're just curious about what those numbers could or would look like, or if that number
Which is the
even
whole point.
It's almost like a get out of jail free card, if you will, and say, oh, we'll give a little bit of money here and we don't have to do this and push it to this.
Yes,
Just curious.
that's correct.
To Madam Vice Chair, to Mr. Dunn, like if you'd done that analysis and then what numbers we would be considering here.
Through the chair to the counselor. So just in terms of payment in lieu generally, it's something that a number of communities do have, especially when they're introducing inclusionary zoning for the first time and are anticipating the way that the market might respond to the regulatory framework. Because again, we know that we want to have this
I'd be
balance
okay
where
with
we're
putting
not
a sunset on that
stifling production,
provision.
as has been noted by a number of folks. There is a
Just making
supply
it not an
issue that we're
option
trying
after
to
5
keep
years.
production going. But payment in lieu generally, what tries to be accomplished, and a lot of communities structure this in different ways. And so what I think is the goal of the payment in lieu option is that ideally we want to see as many projects as possible, including these units in their project. And if they elect a payment in lieu option, you kind of want to establish a formula that is fairly expensive option for them, so that it's not, I think you used the term like a get out of jail free card. We don't want everybody choosing that option, but at the same time, we don't want nobody choosing that option, because if you create a formula and a fee structure that is so exorbitant that nobody would ever elect to do that, then you've basically just created a non-option with that. And so we've tried to come up with a proposed formula that, again, tries to get at that balance that it's fairly expensive because we want to see those units created in the project. But at the same time, and another reason why I think this is a helpful element for us to consider for Worcester's proposal is, I think it was mentioned earlier, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and how we've made a meaningful contribution of ARPA to get the trust fund going. But without some of these other mechanisms, like a lot of communities use their Community Preservation Act funds to recapitalize the trust fund on a regular basis. So as we think about the future of
Vote
the
for
trust
that this
fund,
November.
making sure that it has the resources it needs to continue its work beyond the deadline of the ARPA funds expiring, this could be one of those options where we might see some contributions to that fund. And so what we've put in here is 3% of the total construction value of the project. And so just using, I guess, round terms, some of the larger scale multifamily proposals that we've seen that might be in excess of 300 units are in excess of $100 million at this point. And so just using that as an example, because it's an easy round figure to come up with, $100 million project, their payment in lieu would be $3 million into the trust fund. So I think that does give a sense that it is a fairly expensive option for folks to consider. And then obviously on the smaller side, as we've talked about, this inclusionary zoning policy generally would apply to projects that are 12 units or more. So just, I guess, trying to do some math quickly in my head. That might be something like, 90,000 or so, just as like a order of magnitude, in terms of like a 12-unit project that's really on the
$3 million into a fund that will likely go right back into that developer and other developer's hand sometime down the road.
So I think it would still be fairly expensive in the context of what that total project cost would be. So hopefully that answers your question.
That does answer my question. And there's a lot of density here, and there's a lot of acronyms here, and there's a lot of math here. But I think,
So we should just go back to talking about jet skis for a couple more hours and put a pin in this one.
Rent unit bedrooms that, regardless of what's chosen,
Jet skis are easy to talk about.
Yeah.
They're either there or they're not.
Exceed what the current HUD rates are. You touched a little bit on the housing trust.
And those HUD rates are not affordable
a quick question.
housing designations. They're not, they're a reflection of what the market should be dictating. It's literally just like what market rate should be.
What other opportunities do we have to grow?
Well, that's something that's been bothering me about this whole conversation. While I like the conversation about inclusionary zoning,
through the chair to the council,
why are we not having a bigger conversation about expanding who is eligible for Worcester Housing Authority subsidies?
Like that. Another thing that we've seen
That would be great.
Is when there is
the problem is expanding that won't help anyone because that just adds more people to a wait list. That's literally all it does.
Yeah, true.
I don't mean just for the housing authority properties, but for the dollars that are available through the Worcester Housing Authority, or providing more dollars to that pool.
Policy decision, so I'm not
because those numbers actually seem pretty spot on this year. It's they're doing the subsidy from WHA is I think it's just over 1,800 for a 3-bedroom unit,
for the sale of land,
which seems to be in the striking distance of what a 3-bedroom unit. 1,800. It was like 1,822 for a 3-bedroom unit in Worcester, and
that's what they're paying out right now.
Yeah, as of 2022, because that's what they
the
cost.
Housing Authority for assistance housing.
Correct.
But certainly state and federal grants if there's
That's my rent.
I mean, what else would you pay for? I mean, that's what a 3-bedroom is.
I guess I'm undercharging.
Throughout the Commonwealth's efforts around
well, hey, do you have
how high that is?
If there's an opening, Yenni, let me know.
Unfortunately, I only have 2 units, and they've both been full for a while.
Again, I think that having this.
All right. Well, what if something were to say like happen to one of those tenants?
If something happened, I would
bring
be
these ideas and strategies
putting it out there that I have a unit available. I would take.
We've been really focused because
probably someone of the dog.
Meaningful.
And Yenni, I'm not going to at all. I don't want this to come across as criticizing the way you run your housing, but I think this is the problem that a lot of long-term renters and landlords are running into in Worcester is that we do have a lot of old school landlords who keep their prices affordable. But when it comes time to sell, either because they have to or they're just done being a landlord, the type of people that are coming in on the investment side now are looking to see profit and loss statements, and having those low rents impacts your ability to sell your property for either a meaningful amount, or if you once the purchase takes place, your tenants are going to see that huge hit. It almost is like being the good person just pushes things down the road for a period of time for the renter.
We get contacted on at least a weekly basis from people asking if we want to sell to them. Developers from all over the country.
Yeah.
Being like, hey, we'll buy your house. I'm like, it's not on the market. So unless you're willing to pay us like 3 times the value of the home, no. And they're not, obviously. They're not going to pay us that much.
But when somebody says yes, that'll, you being
when somebody
the good
says
person.
yes, that'll probably still be a nah. But that's just personally because we've put so much love and energy into this house. We're a small landlord. We have our unit and the 2 above us.
Yeah.
We've got neighbors 2 houses that way that have the same thing. We've got neighbors across the street over there that have the same thing. And we are the only multifamily houses in this entire neighborhood. Just these 3 houses aside from June, like obviously June Street has, but I meant like in from June, between June and Pleasant. And it's nasty how much they like harass us. Especially early summer, they were harassing us to get us to sell them.
They're just cold calls. I mean, it's almost like anything else. Answering the phone is the worst thing you can do.
Oh, no. I mean, like, the amount of mail we were getting, like, handwritten letters.
But I will
It
say,
was crazy.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Madam Chairperson.
And a lot of them, it's the same people over and over again. But
I have some concerns about,
it's sad because a lot of times people will end up like being like, hey, my stove's not working. And the landlord will use that as the opportunity to say, oh, no, we'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get.
I have no trouble doing that and
And just disappear. I mean, it just took us 3 weeks to figure out fixing ours, but we ended up having to replace the whole line, have an electrician comes in and everything. But
more attractive for folks that are
instead, a landlord will just disappear on the person, wait for that person to move out, and then jack the rent $500 a month.
This is not only for rentals. This is for sales.
Even small landlords are doing that now.
If someone comes along and wants to, and I had this conversation with Mr. Dunn earlier today, someone comes along and wants to put a subdivision in, and let's face it, in the city of Worcester, there's no land left. The only land that's left is land that's very difficult to develop. It's very costly.
Yeah, because of the fucking zoning codes, dude.
The developers have there.
Those have to change.
If we lowered the financial qualification,
the biggest problem here is not restrictions on affordability. It's the fact that in most of the city we can't build up.
Right.
So the only projects that are economically feasible to build are these like mega projects in the hollowed out parts of downtown, where in order to make the math work for these developers, they have to be like a luxury experience, betting that people are going to come in from Boston.
Of what the units are selling for. So if you put that into today's
And George Russell's totally spinning his wheels here, because you know for a fact that this dude's never voting against anything that changes single family zoning in Worcester.
Right.
He's never in a million years.
So the person or family
The problem with those buildings that are essentially condemned is so many of them are old industrial buildings that are essentially mini Superfund sites. So the abatement costs on all of them, a lot of those property owners are just sitting there waiting for the city to take ownership of them.
People have to understand that this is the beginning of a long conversation that's going to start at the planning board, going to come back to the economic development committee, and come back here. But the reality is that
But to your point, Bill, like I don't want to sound like I want to go full Houston here in Worcester, but like I'm basically in Holden, just keeping an eye on the border, of course. But it's I think it'd be super cool to have like bigger apartment complexes over here. Like we are just nothing but single family homes, like, and whatever. It's basically suburbia. You would think most people think they're in Holden when they come to my neighborhood.
Right.
It would be awesome for the neighborhood to have more dense housing with a mix of single family homes.
Everything about sorry to cut you off, but like everything about
I was just gonna say, I think it is just very much a generational thing. Like you have so many folks that are still sold on this post-war mentality of like a lawn, a fence, a single-family house is the dream. And I just give it a couple rounds of COVID and maybe a decade, and I think that hits the grave alongside Barbara and the Queen.
Yeah. I mean, like, just as neighborhood centers, fucking Tatnick Square, Webster Square would be like immediately benefited by a density of walkable, of apartment buildings in a walkable distance to the commercial centers. And I really think that the vision for what our city looks like in the future needs to include that. It needs to look at the small, like retail little corridors in neighborhoods and how to build up around them to make those bigger, instead of focusing on like working with the developers to fabricate a neighborhood out of nothing downtown, which is just a doomed project from the start. I mean, it's like basically it's like low grade geoengineering. It's like, that's lost. But like just making changes to what you can build would, I don't know. The fact that we can't even get this done in a meaningful way doesn't inspire any confidence that we're at a place where we can have the sort of conversations we need to about actually shaping what the city looks like. Is the depressing part. I mean,
yeah, I feel like there's also a hole in the like smaller units area of doing things like condos.
Totally. I mean, especially if you look at Southie now in particular, right? I mean, all of their 3-deckers are condos now, and decent construction too. I mean, most of them were full gut renos, open floor plans and whatnot. We tried that locally before the market collapsed in 06, 08, that area, but it was most of those projects failed because the market collapsed. But I mean, even if it's not just that kind of conversion, like again, over here, strictly single family over in West Hatnick, if you took, it makes sense for the city to make that switch. You take 4 lots with single family homes, replace it with a 12-unit condominium complex. From a door cost, like the city is now collecting more revenue. It doesn't change what we're discussing here from an affordability perspective, but it takes the pressure off on the rental market when the people who are in the buying market aren't getting pushed into the rental universe simply because we haven't been having any new housing. We're still so behind on new housing starts going back to the market collapse in 08.
Then to ED,
Yeah, right,
then
right.
back to council.
I understand. that.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to make sure everyone understood that we had that
Thank you.
extra,
Step in.
extra step there. Council Rivera.
okay, here's a process question. What's the substance of the planning board's
that we are in a housing crisis.
ability to amend this?
It's the stories that
Can the planning board, is it just advisory? Can they just make suggestions? Or can the planning board
as
actually amend this proposal in any way?
families who have vouchers,
Right? I don't have the answer. I'm just asking.
so many
I think that's
elderly,
interesting.
people who had worked have retired.
Because certainly that
Sorry,
kind of
I was
development-
reading
I've
Possum's
never
message.
seen so many elderly
I missed,
couch surfing with
but
families
the
like I've
I
seen in this
I think
past
you're on the
year.
right track there.
I've had people that have been
I
elderly
mean,
that
Yenni, I think what you're thinking right now is what I was going to say to Possum's comment. I mean, on the real estate side of things, the larger developers that I've come in contact with have zero interest in our local subsidies, whether it be TIFs, DIFs, whatever. From their perspective, I mean, they're mostly cash-heavy developers with huge backing. Paperwork from the city of Worcester is the last thing that they want to get involved in. Like, they don't want to show people their bank accounts. They don't want to expose themselves at all financially. They're doing their own thing. I feel like that's part of the conversation that's happening in front of us right now on the council floor that is going to go unsaid, that they're trying to find creative ways to encourage developers to play ball within their system, when reality is like the city's kind of getting cut out of that game. Like the development that we're seeing now on the housing side is way bigger than Worcester, right? Like this is I don't know, like the season that Stringer Bell got killed in The Wire, right? Like this is
yeah right.
This is real money coming into the city, and I don't think a lot of these folks really know how to navigate that universe where the carrot is always hanging out in front of City Hall to lure a developer in.
We do not. It is supply and demand.
Right. That's kind of something that I was.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yenni. No, you go ahead.
I think we were in that phase for a while where we needed to pull in developers with those incentives because we didn't have a lot going on that was attracting them. But now we do. We built it. They will come.
Well, and that's the thing is, I mean, we give ourselves a lot of credit for, we call it renaissances or whatever. Like we give ourselves a lot of credit that people are coming here because we're special. People are developing here because it's cheap, right? Like it just makes financial sense if you're a developer that you can build here. And we're at a point now where you can lure people in, whether it be empty nesters or working professionals in from Boston, and the commute isn't that bad. You can make it work, save a ton of money. The hook is no longer, at least what I've seen, offerings from City Hall. People are just doing their own thing.
Yeah.
And it's going to get even worse with the east-west rail from Springfield.
To be able to get, they kind of rent a little under the amount. And
I mean, I touched it on in my last newsletter post, but
neighborhoods and community because they're also
like
slumlords and absentee
we're
landlords.
we're in a moment where this influx of capital is happening regardless of anything good, bad, or ugly that the city has ever done, and it just screams for a city hall that's oriented towards managing and facilitating the growth in a way that makes sense. But for the past, I don't know, however, since fucking urban renewal, the Worcester City Hall has been geared towards just pursuing development at all costs and limiting the ways that the city can get in the way of development happening. So it would take a sea change in mentality to to get to where we need to be, that we could actually map out how the growth. Bye, dog.
We love you.
Putting up the rent, evicting
But
people, to be able to get the higher rent, and then keeping it right under kind of subpar.
I think a lot of it goes back to what Brendan was saying earlier, is that like
justification for their
no
apartments
matter
that
what,
look terrible.
where this thing
Another
lands
community, I wanna
tonight,
say, you know,
it's
we are resettling,
incremental. It's
refugee
less than
resettlement, and
incremental
I'm very
change.
proud
It's
of
not
that
really
in this
even like
community.
Yeah.
But you know,
the
someone who
things
comes
that would
in,
change
who
things
looks a
like
different way, speaks a
measurably for
different language.
people,
I
the
mean,
things that would affect
landlords
lives
prey
are
on
not
that. I've
being
gone into
discussed
apartments that
tonight.
Exactly.
And they're not on the
We're
table.
waving the vermouth.
Yeah, and that's the part that's kind of heartbreaking, and I know really bums out Attell on a personal level, right? It's like,
Yeah.
there, even if this that number was brought even lower, that percentage was brought even lower from 60%, and we agreed on it tonight, you're still talking years before you have enough starts to actually make an impact on people's lives. It does nothing for the people that are, you know, facing are newly homeless, that are facing evictions. Those are like actual challenges that need to be taken care of right now. And then, you know, aside from that, I think to Bill's point, like, we're just not special in this regard at all. Like every urban environment, that anything that isn't West Virginia is seeing the kind of economic growth in the United States, or from a development perspective, that we are. This is like, we're talking about this like rickshaws in Seven Hills. Like, we invented this shit. Like, we're actually on the tail end of this, the far tail end of this growth, where we should be nervous about it. We're so far down the list.
And that's an issue that
And
we
it
see.
yeah,
And
I feel like these folks, even across the board, are kind of missing out on the reality that there are so many macroeconomic factors in play globally right now that the entire economy is a bit of a nightmare. And these policy changes, they're going to do nothing for people that are actually suffering. We'd be better off like actually building out the hermit field that I was joking about a couple months ago and calling it a day, right? Like, just like, you know, set up your tent over here in the municipal hermit field, and we'll bring in a band once a month to entertain you.
have this NIMBY mentality, and it becomes a level of resistance, and then it falls on certain neighborhoods and certain community carry the weight of an entire city. If we're truly the heartbeat of the Commonwealth, if we're really the heart of the Commonwealth, then we
Like-
have to have a heartbeat that beats for all people.
Sarai Rivera
And this includes
doesn't
Arizona.
have a
No, it's not
vision
like
for
we said to
solving this
solve it,
problem.
but it is something that we
She doesn't know where
definitely
she's going.
look at and look at it
She's just
well.
saying shit right now.
Forward.
Like, like they're thinking about this in a vacuum of the political debate around this one little thing.
Yep.
And there's no holistic vision for how to chart a course for Worcester having like a sustainable amount of fucking housing that can be afforded in the city.
Never want to, as Council Haji said,
And
put people over profit.
it's
We do need to
fucking
have a
depressing.
sustainable
Like, we're just not.
Yeah.
We're not getting, like, listen to the way Eric Batista, the guy who's about to be the full-time city manager with an appointment for life, listen to the way he just talked about this thing.
So let's take a look at the crisis that we have at hand.
And like the absolute fucking dearth of imagination and like comprehensive vision that went into that, where he was basically just mealy mouthing his way around saying we need to let the developers do what they want to do. It was like basically what he was saying. And it's just like, I mean, if that's supposed to be the fucking professional manager with the strategic long-term vision for how to plan out the city's growth, and that's the guy that's going to do it, the guy that just made those comments about this, it doesn't inspire any fucking confidence at all that we're going to get anywhere with any of this.
Right.
And then weighing that, and what do we do? Thank you.
I would
Thank
almost
you.
be more appreciative if
Councilor
somebody was
Katie,
just
followed by
honest and said,
Councilor
look,
Bergman,
like the
from
city's
Community
changing and the people who
Council
can't afford to live here, you just can't afford to live here
Madam
anymore.
Chair.
Like there's nothing else we can do. Like just say the thing instead of
I just
pretending
say
as
it,
though there's
yeah.
an easy
questions,
local fix that doesn't
and some
involve like
comments.
federal top-down
Certainly appreciate
changes
the
in housing policy.
dialogue that we have here tonight. I was certainly impressed by the community.
Yeah, St. Possum. That's really
presentation.
that's really a good point that George Russell is a lot more was a lot more cogent in his comments than Sarai on this. And Sarai has the veneer of being like
one of the good guys.
progressive. Yeah, but she's just she proves every time that she has to prove it that she's not. But you know, she has that sort of
prior to all of this
persona.
I know that I first began having conversations.
Whereas Russell's way more progressive than she is, like
with the city
objectively.
manager, going back about 3 terms ago. Actually, the end of my first term.
I haven't been on Facebook in a while. I just
was at
noticed
the
Travis's
with
little
folks who
icon
no
for
longer
his
here.
avatar for his Facebook page, and
explored some
you're looking really
options.
handsome these days,
We'd
Travis.
always talk
That's
about
it's a really good
legislation,
picture.
how
Really
to
cleaning things up.
incentivize things.
Hey, thanks, man. Sustainable
I'm happy
Comfort
that this
paid for that for
council
me
sounds like
because I do some
it's
work
all
for
on
them.
board
It
with
was
the
the
vision
same
and
day
vision,
that
but the goal
Bill
is certainly in the
argued
details.
with their people about affordable
One of
housing.
the things I wanted to comment on before my questions is, we've certainly seen an exodus of folks who have been living for decades in the city of Worcester, be it for purchasing single-family homes, be it for not being able to afford.
Me and South Mom, that's actually a really interesting thing. I've looked into that method, and Worcester actually does have the space in our charter to do that. Functionally, it has never really existed before, as far as I can tell. I was looking into what the different forms of government that we could have in the city are. Currently working with a group of people trying to potentially push for a charter review to change from a Plan E, the strong city manager form of government. And that's one of the things that we were looking at, or that I was looking at, getting ready to send stuff to that group. And it doesn't seem like it ends up functioning all that well in a city of our size. It is something that more ends up coming up when you have things like New York City's boroughs, where they could be giant entities of their own. It ends up becoming a lot more red tape than is actually helpful.
Come into the workforce.
From what I was researching, anyway.
Dante Comparendo had done a lot of work on going to neighborhood councils before he ran for school committee. And yeah, I mean, if you go through the charter, we had the copy that I have, like that old draft copy. It was designed with a split that the council was to make a choice on. It was either going to be putting funding models towards community development groups or the CDCs, or have neighborhood councils. And what little is out there from that bit of history was that the neighborhood council scared the hell out of politicians because the fear was that they would kind of be like a grooming organization for future politicians. So if you gave control to voting members at the neighborhood level, there would always be this threat looming of future politicians who were actually effective and popular from an organizing perspective. So they killed them off.
I mean, if they didn't end up doing it, I would say that they should just make sure that Burncoat doesn't have one.
You get a Facebook group. Everyone else will have
our workforce here.
Yeah, that would be hard fascist.
We should be DC. We have no real power.
Yeah.
Our pandemic, we relied upon our essential workers. Our essential workers are paid at minimum wage. We're talking $14 and whatever it is an hour.
Yeah, Dante got done dirty.
That's a challenge. These folks are not included in 80%, period. They're not included. They were essential enough for us when we needed our basic needs met during a pandemic.
Yeah, that was a wild time.
Not essential enough for us to be
It seems
in this
ancient history, Bryan.
All in all, a little quaint. Yeah, when you look back on it.
I have a question through the chair to the administration. as it relates to
Yeah, Dante's school committee thing was a
60%.
very interesting moment in history, I would say.
For a
Like,
family of one at 80%.
he was literally just like, hey, maybe we can like not be so shitty. And he got fucking like attacked by everyone for just like bringing it up.
Through the chair to the counselor.
It was
So
crazy.
the HUD talks about is an income limit, and so the
What?
income limit 80%.
Do you think he would have running now? I actually don't think he would have won.
So that means
I
that
think that
the
there are
limit is
like
restricted at
I think what he did was cool, but like
obviously doesn't have to be
better
exactly
candidates won school committee this year.
900, but it cannot exceed 61.
Like overall better,
And
just better people. I
in
think.
order to be able to afford
Nothing against him, but-
market rate, what would that monthly?
Yeah. Dante got attacked by the like extreme right wing and the establishment, and just said fuck off to everybody on the way out. It's not like he was going to get.
Through the chair to the counselor, I just
He's going to
wanna
get
be
anything done.
precise,
But
with the terms. So
he was on an
the
island.
1272 is what's called the fair market rent for a one bedroom. It's distinct from market rate.
Okay, so if you can talk a little bit about the 80% limit and what range you would have to be in terms of salary. 61.9 is the most you can be earning. As I understand it, what would you be paying per month for a one bedroom at that limit?
It would be
Through
1,700.
the chair to the counselor. So just so I understand the question, you're asking what rent could be afforded by that household at the 80% level.
That 80%
So
level
if we use
is like
this
$30 an
benchmark
hour.
that's often used in terms of no
It's-
more than 30% of the gross income.
I did the
of
math on it. It's like
we
17,
would be talking about
1,500,
for one bedroom,
1,700.
we would be talking about $1,658.
Yeah.
And then for a studio, it would be $1,547. And I think that question brings to light the importance of
And that's
More than I
affordability. That's
charged for my 3-bedroom.
as you can see, the rents that we're talking about capping that at.
What
are far
world
lower.
has?
It would be $1,272 for a one bedroom and $1,231 for an efficiency.
Yeah, so this is like the point that's going missing here is that tying it to 80% of AMI is more expensive than what most people are paying in Worcester right now.
In terms of rent and in terms of
and that is that weird split between the old housing stock that I think Yenni might be representative of, and the new housing stock, which just to break ground on, you have to be if you're looking at a 6 to 7% cap rate, you need to be hitting that $1,800 mark for a 2-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, when that first like major new building project that went in across from the bus station, when that first went in, and I saw the studio apartments for 1,800 in there that were like 800 square
That's
feet.
the 80% limit, and then the 60% limit would be
I was stunned by that because at that point in the market, that was more than people were even like top of the market level for the luxury single family 4-bedroom places on the west side.
So if you use the
And
same,
that's stick construction, right? Like you really can't even build that now because it's stick construction. And we've statewide we've mostly banned stick construction over three stories
for a one bedroom. And
Well, no,
$1,161 for a studio.
the building I'm talking about is the one across from the bus
So,
station,
I think as
the
you can
Union
see through
Station
those two
downtown.
numbers,
The new
145 Front Street.
Yeah.
the fair market rent
That's
that we're
stick
talking
construction.
about. And so when we
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I
establish
mean,
this
one of the few
over
things that'll give
maximum
Mike Gaffney
rent,
credit for is he
again,
actually made a
it
big deal
cannot
about that
exceed
when they
fair
were building
market
it. That like
rent, nor
the
30%.
second
So
largest
if
city in
it
New
was a
England is building a
60%,
wood-framed luxury
limited project,
apartment
they would
complex in
actually
the heart of
be capping the
downtown. Like,
rent on those
what
units
kind of
at
crack
what I
are we all
just
smoking
stated,
here?
I
We
missed
think this is a
that
good
part of it
idea.
at some point somehow.
Compared with
That's
the
hilarious.
1272 and 1231.
I mean,
But yeah, I mean
right
that's it. Like that,
you're
lumber
talking
was
about in
actually
both
cheap at that
cases,
time. I mean,
one case it's
imagine
about
building that
$30, in the
today
other case in the
with
studio
the
about
required
$100.
steel construction.
What would
I
your
can't even
salary have
imagine
to
what
be
you'd be
to get
paying for
30%
a
of that being 30%
a studio apartment
salary? What would your yearly
with those
salary
kind.
All
If
right.
you're still looking for the same cap rate.
So following up on Ben's point right here that the calculation of the AMI is fucked.
income limit of 46,000.
And it is. Are they required to like legally write inclusionary zoning using the metropolitan area median income, or could they go by another metric? Right.
I think it's because so much is dependent on HUD dollars. They have to be using HUD numbers, and HUD.
They have to use HUD numbers, right? Yeah.
And they, because of the size of New England communities, they use those weird metropolitan areas and not the metropolitan city, the city itself.
Through the chair to the council, that's correct.
And there is something to be said for that too, because the difference, I think Middlesex County is, for some odd reason, it's there. It doesn't cost any less to build an apartment building in Pittsfield than it does in downtown Boston, right? Like, because of things like prevailing wage and materials costs, your construction costs should be the same from one end of the state to the other, but your developer still needs to see their return. So it's, the math is broken before you even break ground.
Right. That makes sense.
Through the chair to the counselor, that's more like $25, maybe even closer.
So
to
Mo, the confusing part here, and this is all very fucking confusing to explain, is that there's two different restrictions going on right now. There's the HUD fair market estimation for what a studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom costs, and that's the 1,200 number for an individual. The 1,500 number for an individual is what a fair rent for somebody making 80% of the area median income would be. If you make 80% of the area median income, which in this case is like $6,100, then your fair rent by the 30% metric is $1,500.
You'd have to, in order to qualify for that. I mean, or in order.
So there's two sets of restrictions. So even though somebody who's qualifying for one of these affordable units was making $61,000, and by that metric they'd pay $1,500, they would pay the $1,200 because you can't pay more than that as the way the thing's written.
Again, when you look at the fair market rent, you could actually afford the rent.
The amount of people this is going to actually help who need help is like close to zero.
So again, I think there's a lot of work that could be done. I think the questions regarding variances, how long,
like
Wexford Village is bad.
We're talking here about
those apartments are so, and I feel like everyone has fucking lived there at some point.
There's some discussion about folks being able to go to the front of the line in terms of permitting and saving monies that way. And through the chair to the administration, to what degree have those specifics that have been brought forward here been discussed?
Yeah, Squeebo, that's another thing that we haven't talked about at all. Like, okay, who do you go through to apply for one of these apartments? How much does the property manager have a say? Right? Like, that's kind of been an unexamined part of this.
Partnership, land use attorneys, and otherwise. We talk about these topics more generally in terms of what they mean.
It took me like 12 hours to write my post on this
considerations to take into account
because it's so fucking
proposal
murky and confusing
tonight, because it's our duty to submit this information to the city council first and foremost. And so while we've talked about,
and I'm not smart, but I thank you. I'm a little bit more fluent in this than somebody who wouldn't have to be, and it was still just like fucking impossible.
But we're sharing this publicly for the first time tonight.
Thank you.
On the council agenda.
I appreciate that. We are sharing this for the first time. It sounds like to me that folks from the community have asked for some more time. I'm certainly willing to support that. I understand that there's a process to go to the planning board, back to council, to economic development. I hope that when it does come before us, we have the opportunity, and everyone has the opportunity to be heard as we move forward in committee and as council. But I'm of the notion to.
Well, you assume fair market value rises over time, but you also assume the AMI rises over time.
And I would encourage the administration to continue to sit with the community.
And this is all, you have to keep in mind that 65% of renters in Worcester make less than $50,000 a year as a household, right?
think that,
Not
we're in
as
the right direction.
an individual.
really need
And
to
this
sure that the folks
doesn't even come close. The only part that even comes close to getting to $50,000 is for a single household under the 60% AMI designation. That's the only thing that comes close here to $50,000. The rest of it is significantly more than that. In the 60 to 70 to $80,000 range.
And I would encourage the administration to continue the work. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take this up on next Thursday. Councilor Toomey.
Next Thursday.
No, I'm saying that, no, you can speak. I'm just saying that this is going to be held till next Thursday, and Councilor Toomey. And then
Oh boy, here we go.
And then we're going to do a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief.
What do they need to decide during those 10
Had
minutes?
a lot to say this evening, and I appreciate.
How long does it
the
take you to
concern,
suck down a Boynton bucket?
Passion. I certainly understand. I've been working with some families that are not making very much money, that they lost a family member and who was paying the majority of the rent, and now this family is homeless. I understand that. I understand the issues that are affecting people in our community. I understand how important it is that we provide training. So that
I'm kind of excited to hear what Kay Toomey says about this.
that's all part of this. It's not just a one solution.
This is way above her pay grade.
What I've read, and I may be misreading it or whatever, but it
Yeah,
seems
you are.
to me that it's very inclusionary. As I look here, it says that based on the most current data, we have over 100,000 households in the city with the 60 to 80% level, and we don't want to exclude them from the opportunities. We will continue to look.
Yo, shut the fuck up, dude. What are you talking about?
It's 60% and below. So I would say that that was a very inclusionary report regarding that percentage. The other thing that I wanted to note too is that for those developers who could not pencil a project if they had a certain percentage of the apartments, such as, I don't think it's affordable after 20%. Is that correct for a developer? Because it's all, no one's talking about the percentage of the project. They're just talking about percentages of income. And that's a real factor in this. So.
Through the chair to the counselor, in terms of just like the development
Holy shit.
feasibility, it's kind of a combination of those factors. So at what level of restriction and at what percentage of the overall project. So it's really like a combination of those factors. And we've taken that into account as we crafted the specific framework that we've proposed.
Okay. So, I mean, I've heard that under 20% is doable. Anything over that, you're going to exclude any future development that's coming in if we have that. So
I just did some quick math. Looked up the salaries for the city in 2021. Of the 7,317 people that are on the spreadsheet, 4,352 of them would qualify under the 80%.
The pilot, the payment in lieu.
They would be under 80% AMI.
For those businesses that don't want to.
Of the 7,317.
Full percent of the.
Granted, that also includes people that are all the way down at the bottom of the list that are getting like $1,000.
Yeah, right. But still, yeah.
Yeah.
Through the chair to the city councilor, that's correct. And I would add to that in some cases.
Jay Scarpo, there are some really good programs out there, and you know it's the whole idea of having when you go to buy a home that you need 20% down. It's a bit of a misnomer, and it's that it tends to really benefit what's left of the sort of like predatory side of the lending universe, right? Like if you were going to go buy something with an FHA loan for a single family home, I mean, you're still at about 3%, as someone just said. And, you know, it's kind of hard now because the market is still kind of tight, but in a normal buying market, like
Yeah,
you
through
can
the chair
usually
of the
find that
council, I
3%
think
in
that
equity
we
in the
mentioned that before
property,
in
right?
terms
So when you have
of
your
the
appraisal
resources
done,
that we'd like to see go into the
in
trust fund,
theory,
but there's a
the building, the bank
valid
can look
point
at it
there
and say it's
too, that
actually
when
worth more than
we
you're
have
paying for
projects
it,
that tend to be more
and you
traditional
end up
affordable housing,
putting
maybe it's
almost nothing
50-50,
down.
maybe it's
You're
100%
really paying closing
affordable housing,
costs
like
and
the
whatnot
Boston
out
Capital
of
project we
pocket.
referenced. You often
It's
see those dollars go
I really
further
feel
in
like, I mean, this is
terms of
actually why
leverage
I went and got
that it
licensed
creates
in
for
real
state and
estate,
federal
was just
approaches
because
that might
I
be
felt like I had no idea what I
unique
was
to the
doing when I
project.
bought my
And so I
house.
think
I
that
know I had no
just
idea what I was doing when I
understanding
bought
that
my
there's
house, and I couldn't find
leveraging
anyone who
opportunities
actually wanted to
there
tell
is
me the
is
right
just
way
a
to do it.
relevant thing to consider as well.
And I don't know, like it's,
Having read this,
there are some really great programs out there, both on the federal side.
understand
Massachusetts
seems to
offers
me that
some,
it's a
and then
very
there's, as you
fair,
mentioned, some of the local assistance programs as well
proposal,
too. But
and
even
I look
just
forward to
traditional
it.
lending through a through
Councilor
a bank,
Nunn?
like the FHA programs that are out there. As long as you're not drowning in lead
Yes,
paint
thank
and
you.
have old knob and tube wiring and
I just
railings
have a few
falling off, like
questions
you can get a
based
really
on what
nice
I've heard
house.
from the
And
community folks,
if it is a nice
and I'll
house,
try to be
you
quick
really
with
shouldn't be
this.
thinking about your down
So
payments,
one,
because a lot of
why
that
don't we
can
have a
be
different set of
captured in existing
incentives for
equity in the building.
developers to choose, between the 15%, 80%
But that's between you and your
AMI
mortgage
or the
lender, not me.
60% AMI? I feel like, having a more detailed ordinance might actually present with, fewer different options for folks and having kind of more.
I mean, then there's also the fact that the interest rates are ridiculous right now.
But still, I mean, lower than they were when I bought my place in before the market collapsed, right? Like they're complete, to your point, you're right. I mean, they're completely insane to where they were back in March. But what we had back in March was unheard of, right? I mean, the idea that you could have a sub 3% mediocre credit and a 3% sub 3% interest rate. I mean, that's any of our parents' generation were probably paying double digits easy when they bought their first home.
The 80% option,
The idea that money has essentially been free for so long, we've just gotten used to, and it's part of the reason everybody is suffering now.
So I don't want it to be perceived that it's like handcuffing those options in terms of you can only do 10% at 60 or 15% at 80.
If you have any questions, Scarbo, feel free to reach out. I mean, no hook at all. Happy to walk you through whatever nonsense just came out of my mouth. I probably don't even probably barely coherent at this point, but sometime when I actually have some sleep in me, I'm more than happy to walk you through some of those
I
options.
guess that makes sense. I mean, what I would like to see possibly is more incentives for 60% AMI. I think there, is kind of a concern.
Definitely get a dog. Definitely. Dogs are always important. But keep in mind that if you have a house and you have a dog, if you have a dog that's on a stereotypically banned breeds list, you've got one option with the state to get insurance for your house. That's it.
Have some sort of incentive,
or at least that's what the insurance companies keep telling me.
For that.
I have a German Shepherd
Through
mix.
the chair to the counselor.
So all of a sudden, I can't get
I'll
homeowners
respond
insurance.
In a couple of ways. One is we totally recognize there's a huge need for accessible housing.
They don't
as
need to
well.
know, do
When
they?
We were doing our due diligence and research on this and talked with the Mass Housing Partnership, who has worked.
Unfortunately, it got reported at one point by one of the people who came to do the whatever review of the house that our second floor tenant at the time had a pit mix. She was a 14-year-old pit mix that couldn't even go up and down the stairs properly.
No, that's my brother's dog.
She was a pit
He's just here
mix.
for the day.
Density bonus or dimensional relief or off-street parking and loading, those are zoning related incentives. So we've also talked about financial incentives. Like we wouldn't commit to it or say that all
Since
of these
Tim just
projects
brought it
are
up
entitled to
tonight,
those
Cambridge
financial
decided to
assistance
start
or incentives. But
exploring
again, when we look at
eliminating some of their
development,
parking
our
requirements
application
for
the Affordable Housing Trust
for housing.
Fund, we've included that
That's
type
good.
of a parameter in terms of the evaluation criteria on projects and trying to get towards that way of thinking that it is a priority of the city of Worcester. And so if you include a certain percentage of accessible.
Big problem in Worcester, I think, is that a lot of people don't really want to be a city or care that it
might
is.
get additional funding. We've talked about a bonus of additional funding
Like,
on a per
I
unit
put that
basis,
basic
for
question
developers that are
to
making that above and
city
beyond commitment.
council, every
But I
city
do think
councilor,
it's just important to
and
recognize
like
that
ask them if they would honestly answer whether they necessarily care that Worcester
are related to
is a
zoning and not
bigger, more dense city than it is right now.
Thank you for that explanation.
And I
would
don't
like to
think
see
that a lot of
referrals
them
to ways in
necessarily
which we
would.
are trying to encourage accessible
I
and
find that
accessible
even
units. I think
within
that's really
people
important.
who
I
I think would be considered almost universally super progressive and on the right side of every issue, anything that resembles a big project really squicks them out, not in like changing a fabric, like in a NIMBY way, like small scale changing the fabric of a neighborhood, but risking changing the fabric of the city.
And then my
And
other question is,
I think that sends you down some really weird places unintentionally really quick. And I get why people feel that way, but I mean, that's the conversation that's coming up a lot more. Even unfortunately, even Elon Musk is the one talking about it loudest, right? But you start looking at countries that have negative population growth. Once you have negative population growth, you're extinct, and that's a problem for cities too, right? Like if you're not growing, you're dying. Those are the only two options from a development perspective. Worcester went from the 50s through, I don't know, last week dying.
Right.
And we haven't gotten used to this idea yet that like growth is a normal part of
to that would be
anything that's involving living things. It doesn't mean it has to be, Sim City style where you're just throwing up a baseball park somewhere where it doesn't belong because the people are demanding entertainment. But we should be focused on a degree of growth that probably would make people who grew up here uncomfortable a little bit. And that's okay too. Either get used to it or get gone. Like those are kind of your
but just
options.
like taking the blinders off and realistically expecting that it's going to happen either way, and there's a messy way to do it and there's a smart way to do it.
Exactly.
But we also don't need to be super focused on growth like we are. Growth for growth's sake is nothing. It is meaningless.
Massachusetts, we reviewed is looking at HUD-related data.
We've just been so focused on growth for growth's sake lately.
Simple answer is we're trying to benefit our
Well, yeah, but I think that's something that is a really big like
when we talk about
symptom of
an 8%
the way that City Hall operates is that it's been in a negative growth period since urban renewal, since like the fucking 50s and the 60s, and has been operating on this like paradigm of just any growth is good, pursue everything at all costs, give everyone everything you can. And now we're in a period where the growth is going to happen whether we like it or not, and it's no political credit or it's not, we didn't do anything good, bad, or whatever, but we have to be managing it so that it makes sense and it doesn't brutally affect a lot of people.
No, totally. And also keeping an eye on that, where like George correctly stating that, there isn't any more land to develop. 100% true. There's also not any land to develop in Holden, right? So it's like we should be looking to use that as our advantage, because who's more likely to make a switch for zoning regs, Worcester or Holden? Like it might be louder when we try and do it, but we can actually accomplish that. You would never get it done in Holden. So we should be taking advantage of the tools that we have, to your point, to escort proper growth into reality.
Option, a combination thereof. We don't feel like
I feel like part of our issue is that there are still some developable land and spaces in the city, but they're being held on to by people who don't give a shit.
They aren't always,
the folks on, there's the two properties on Park Ave. One of them just got bought by Clark, and then the one by Coase Pond, just like in a short distance from me, that all have been vacant for decades because of they're not being hurt by it being left to just grow weeds. All they do is they call the police department every so often and say, "Hey, check out for any kids that are playing on my land."
And there's something about that Park Ave stretch too, Yenni, that it got hinted at a little bit when the siting for Doherty was under discussion, especially when Foley Stadium was semi on the table as part of the conversation. Like Foley Stadium is effectively a cap for completely contaminated lands. That Park Ave from Webster Street to that section of Park Ave is where a significant number of mid-century factories still were. I don't think anyone really wants to get on the weeds on environmental studies that would be necessary for any big development down there. The lot that Clark just bought, I'm not even sure what they're doing with it, but that was autos.
It's being used for environmental cleanup.
Oh, they so exactly
They're
right. So,
all of that stuff that's mounted there is from another site they're cleaning up.
To encourage and incentivize.
I feel like that's another one of our sins of the father sort of problems that we have in Worcester is that we have a lot of land that, yes, you're right. If you just look at it on Google Maps, it's there and it should be developed, but where are you going to get the money for whatever's going to come up in phase 2 studies?
Well, the grocery store location
administration
on by Coes.
Yep.
That one they've been trying to get developers to get into it for years.
Owner won't sell it.
But they won't sell because they're not being in. I personally don't think that they're being incentivized enough for it being left fallow. I think that we need to have some kind of vacant land tax of some kind that goes against not just the usage of the land.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
not just the
that's the
improvement
classic land value
If
tax.
it's vacant and it doesn't have improvements, it should be taxed
known as a tax increment exemption, as you've seen
as
with
negative
the report
use
that's on the agenda tonight.
negative
That falls
utilization
under
of the space.
Yeah, I mean, that land value tax concept goes, I mean, it has been around as long as Adam Smith has, right? And it's probably the only form of what's agreed on by most people as being an actual progressive, non-regressive tax on land ownership. And that would be exactly, George is like, that is literally the only example of just that.
They could still
but I mean, that guy in particular, I mean, this is where Worcester just gets quirky too. I mean, we have a lunatic who changed his name to Samuel Adams legally to avoid creditors. So this is the guy who owns the old supermarket property on Mill Street. I mean, it's that guy has been dodging debt and whatever else for a million years now and holding on to that property. Yeah, should be a massive apartment.
I didn't know that.
For the city council, in the case
The Mill Street guy changed his name to Sam Adams
years ago. Yeah, I think it's still legally Samuel Adams. Yeah.
Trust Fund Board of Trustees.
That's fucking awesome. That's amazing. I gotta.
And again, there's
that's going on the list.
That's not as good as Santa Claus, but close.
It would be quite a lengthy conversation to go through the exhaustive list of various things that might be available.
Yeah, imagine the apartment building that could be built on that property with the municipal water slide going into Coes Pond. I mean, it's heaven.
I don't have to imagine it. I have the pitches that I was shown by some folks while I was running for office that the guy turned
Through
down.
The chair to the counselor, I think
that
there's
was
a distinction between like
partially the reason why they are putting trees in
like a Section 8 voucher that goes to a household in order for them to
affordable housing
so through our research
complex
and a number of
and the Coes Pond playground. They're putting trees in all along that fence.
Massachusetts, the construction environment
because they want to block off
communities in Massachusetts. What we've found through that research,
they want to naturalize the area.
Regulatory requirement
to make it more
particularly at 50% or below,
more
in many cases at 60% or below as well. It may often require some sort of
make it more
subsidy, however you want to characterize it, in order for that
make developers more likely to want to build there,
based on a number of
to try and get more development
and,
options
studies were also
sent to this guy.
Before
and I'm just like, if he's been denying them for this long, nothing you send him is going to get past his like, I don't want anything built here filter.
Been going on for a couple of years now. But as it relates to the recent interest rate hikes, all of these projects, again, the developers don't fund them out of pocket. They're always working with lenders to have some debt in the mix. And so as the interest
Guys, I don't want to change the subject to freak anybody out, but I just found out that Spike Jones, the director, his real last name is Spiegel.
Yeah.
So his name is Spike Spiegel.
Well, Spike's a nickname too, but yeah.
I understand, but if we're his name is Adam Spiegel. Fucking crazy.
Effect that it'll have on this project in terms of
were you watching that?
Adam
that
Spiegel
Vice piece?
to Spike Jones.
Package.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Are we
Madam
all
Chair.
set?
Thank
What'd you say?
Madam Chair,
Were you
for
watching that
the
that Vice piece?
consideration. Just want to make a quick comment. with
No,
you.
I
hope
I have it saved, but
Okay.
somebody literally just posted on Facebook. They were just posting all the it was a meme about how like back in the 70s you'd read an actor's bio and it's like they were a amateur boxer and truck driver before, you know,
and understand
like, and then now it's like their parents are billionaires and, you know, and then they were just sharing all the famous actors and actresses whose Parents are
these developers
insanely wealthy, which I know most of them, but I didn't know about
also
Spike Jones.
federally through state
Makes a lot of
funds,
sense.
Affordable Housing Trust Fund we mentioned, but then we
Yeah, they creatively skip over that part in the Vice
we're
documentary.
folks who need subsidy.
They just talk about him as being a guy who skipped town right after high school and made his own way.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will have a motion to recess and tie that into Council Nguyen's report. We're going to take 10 minutes max. Be back here because we have a lot of items to cover, and I want to be out of here.
Oh, I thought she was talking about like
So roll call, please.
Oh, Council Bergman.
leaving, and I was like, wait, what? You haven't even gotten to like half the agenda.
Oh, recessing.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Rivera.
Yes.
Council Rose.
Yes.
Council Russell. Yes. Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, Calori.
Yes.
Has she run a full meeting before?
5 things on my battery.
I can't remember if
Think
she
about it.
has. It's possible, but yeah, I don't think Petty has not been completely absent for a meeting like this, as far as I remember, in the past couple of years. So I think this might be the first one. That whole, I mean, it's just city council. It's boring as fuck, right? But that whole conversation about besides stuff that Attell was saying and stuff that Peter Dunn was saying when he wasn't responding to stupid fucking questions was just entirely like people that don't know what they're talking about trying to learn how to be fluent in this and wiggling around that. Like Kate Toomey, where's the quote? It seems to me that it's very inclusionary because people because there's 100,000 people that make between 60 and 80% of the AMI in Worcester, which is just a hilariously like missing the point argument to make. And just a stunningly stupid statement. And I mean, we were talking about it a little bit when it was happening, but that there's just not, the city council isn't smart enough to deal with this shit. I'm like, come on, like they're just not, like the majority of them just are not willing to interrogate the stuff on the level that is required to actually do something about the affordable housing problem. I just have I have no fucking hope of that happening.
She was barely coherent throughout her whole speech, but I mean, Kathleen seemed to be insinuating that the report was inclusionary because it said the word inclusionary. So it had to be
I don't know. So the two, there's a bunch of stuff that after this I have to go back and transcribe, which sucks. And I hope I survived that process. But yeah, her statements really bear a proper transcription just because they're so hilariously missing the point. They're so obtuse. But even more worrying was that Batista's statements were incredibly worrying.
Yeah.
Like his comment to start that whole thing, where he was trying to argue in favor of the developers by saying that if we put more restrictions on the developers, then we'll have to give them more subsidies. And that's what Christian King was
worse on it than Ed.
Yeah, much worse. At least Ed like had the sort of carried an air of authority where if he was making no sense, his body language suggested that he knew more than you did and was kind of patronizing about it. Whereas Batista just like stumbles through it. And
Well,
it
he
was
also
good for
paid lip service at least.
yeah, I don't even know what Batista was getting at with that whole thing about if we do a hard 60% AMI, then we're going to have to subsidize developers in a different way. I don't even know what he meant by that. And that's worrying. So I will have to go through and transcribe that whole thing because it was very incoherent, but it had a lot of little nuggets of things that are incredibly instructive for the way that he's thinking about it. And I mean, this is going to get held another week. And it's going to go through a lengthy process of review, but I don't see it significantly changing because the people who care to change it don't have a majority on the council. I mean,
Bryan or Travis, can you put that the Facebook stream back up? I just want to. Etel and Eric are talking to each other. I just want to see the body language while you guys. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bill. I just feel like that's worth keeping an
no,
eye
it's
on.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
The disdain.
But yeah, I mean, this is. I mean, I can prattle on and make up some nonsense about real estate stuff and whatnot. This is some serious shit, right? And you have a body here that even the people who have the best of intentions cannot lay claim to fully understanding, all of the moving pieces from a large development project in a large city. And it really does scare me that Kathleen, others are the ones that are going to be the deciding factor on how something like this moves forward, because you will just never convince me they actually understand it any more than they understand that they don't have to say yes to the Rusty Jones product on their new car, right? Like,
yeah, right.
They all seem to be working with the idea that like the first offer somebody sells you on is that's it. That's what you get to roll with.
They're just incredibly credulous people that like they think.
No, go ahead, Brad. Sorry.
I was gonna say they think that they have one shot at the apple when it comes to like somebody coming in here and building a building, and they don't realize you're the whole point of your piece. They have no idea how to wield the power that they have.
Yeah.
No, it's just been like, I mean, it really is important to understand that like it shouldn't be normal, and it wouldn't be normal in a healthy growing city for politicians to take a picture in front of every development of a certain size to come through and have it be widely celebrated in the entire realm of the discourse as like a political win that is happening, right? Like that shouldn't be normal. A city hall should be like managing and critically interrogating and growth and prying everything they can out of developers with like the self-confidence that they are presiding over a place that's worth developing in.
Yes.
And putting the screws to them. If you want to develop here, you got to do these things. And Worcester has just been like not convinced that they can get development here if they don't give developers all of the things.
Yeah.
And we're still kind of operating.
I've heard that pushback against code changes.
Yeah, exactly. Like and like significant city planning, like we talk about, it seems like Worcester's always in the process of doing a long-term master plan. But
now next.
This Worcester Now Next thing is literally it's contracted out to a Boston development firm that's writing it.
Yep.
It's like this is not a meaningful thing. It's just like developers telling the city how to be better for developers. And I don't know.
The conversations I've had with the people who are actually on that team, they definitely fall more under the strong towns side of development than the stereotypical developers we're dealing with right now. So it's not like they completely. I used the word strode talking to one of them, and they said, "Thank you for knowing what that means."
Wait, what word? Strode?
I have a little bit
Laurie Strode from Halloween.
Huh?
Oh, okay.
The main character from Halloween. That's what you're talking about, Laurie Strode.
No, Strodes, like strong roads.
Oh.
The strong towns term.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
What you get when you cross a street and what shouldn't be a street, like half of the major thoroughfares in Worcester.
Right. Where we're going, we don't need Strodes. But yeah, I don't know. That was a very depressing conversation to watch, because it was just Peter Dunn failing to explain something that I'm not some fucking genius. I read the report. I understood everything, and I'm not a genius. I'm not even like smart. And to hear city councilors asking questions that I was easily able to answer myself is like, it was, I don't know, man. It's just fucking doesn't inspire confidence, if you know what I mean.
You know, we like next year, there's gonna be a lot of open seats. It feels like there's gonna be some chaos involved here. I really do think that we need to do everything we can to get people elected that have a disdain for how things have run. Not even just like, you know, like are more progressive. I think we need people that want chaos, that are willing to throw things into disarray for the purpose of making like serious change.
If only for the like the sake of seeing if the city council is a useful body of power, right? I mean, like it's not. I think that's the eyes on the prize here is that like the progressive coalition's claim on the city council right now is a losing position. It's 3 votes to 8. Nothing's getting done. But if that changes to 5 votes or ideally 6, then you have a claim to governing and actually trying to do some things.
Yeah.
And I think you go right for fucking zoning at that point. Like if I was the political strategist of the movement, I'd say you go right for zoning and see if you can actually do it.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels like they're like, you know, as far there's Christian's got pizza.
I didn't get pizza.
Yeah, what the fuck? Is there political strategy? There is no political strategy as far as like an overall coherent one. Like there are good people that are working hard to win races, and it feels like there needs to be more of like a larger like semblance of like we're going to force them to wield the city council in this manner.
Yeah, I was actually pushing for that the last time, and people are like, "Whoa, calm down." Fucking
I'm seeing more of that
but
coming through the cracks of there being a little bit more trying to coordinate overall goals, at least. So
I think that like you're so dissuaded in city politics from thinking about it in terms of actual politics. Like we can't even talk about people's party designations, and you have to make a concerted effort to be like, yes, there are different political philosophies at work on this on the board. But it'd be a really bold move to have a coalition of progressives come out with a uniform platform, right? If we take, if we get the commanding majority of the council, these are the things we're going to do. I think that's entirely, it's very useful and also just lacking right now.
like a slate,
like a manifesto.
okay, so more a group, because a slate makes it difficult with at-large candidates where we have multiple people going for the same seat, but doing it more as like a coalition.
A coalition of the willing.
You know, just 2 seemingly unrelated thoughts there, because I mean, you're right, Yenni. Slates have always failed in Worcester for just that reason, right? That somebody has to be hung out to dry. The more you get people together.
We're going to resume.
But I part of me really hopes that people were paying attention to what Alaska just went through with their first go round with ranked choice. The idea that both Sarah Palin and Santa Claus can be pushed aside for an actual reasonable human being.
Well, in that way, that the fact that there's 2 pretty obvious sides to the city council, that's the only reason that like maybe a slate kind of a thing makes more sense, is that you can like vote for these 6 people, vote against these 6 people, you know, like that kind of a deal.
And to that end, locally, I mean, that's what I really took away from Kennedy and Joe's race, right? Is that Joe should have won that race. Like even with Robin being the better candidate, Joe should have won that race. He's mayor. He has been here for 10 billion years. Everyone knows him. He's an affable guy. It's an easy win. But the days of bullying
She
people.
just held something for Health and Human Services.
The days of bullying people into voting the machines way are over. And I think
Yes.
Attell and
Yeah.
Robin have highlighted it too as well, but especially Attell and Robin have highlighted that better than anyone. And I really hope people pick up that momentum and run with
Committee, if
it.
that's okay?
That's been a big thing I've been trying to articulate in my recent newsletter posts is that we really got to start thinking about it in terms of like a new power center, a coalition of people who are thinking differently about this and actively identifying it. It'd be great if it had an overall name.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
And it really doesn't. Which is
No,
a
I don't even think it has a real. It's
Yes.
been identified as a change. It's but it
Item
is
number
palpable
2.6,
if you're the kind of person that
information
just
relative to
expects a phone call from somebody
textile
telling you how you need to be voting, and
right.
it's easy to laugh at
Oh.
those phone calls now. Whatever. It's just that part has changed.
What about Team Rocket?
Team Rocket.
Councilor Bergman.
Just a real quick, the item that they're just addressing right now is related to the textile program.
Yes.
We are now going to have a curbside textile pickup on your usual, I believe, on your usual trash day. Because as of November 1st, it is illegal to put textiles in your trash or recycling.
Oh, I didn't know any of that.
Yeah, well, we weren't paying attention. The state legislature banned throwing away socks.
Yep. And mattresses, which already was a problem, but
Couldn't do rent control, but we can do sock control.
We can do sock control.
Councilor Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nian.
I'm writing a comic book with some people and we call ourselves the Good Boys Club.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Let's just adopt that.
Yes.
The Good Boys Club of Worcester.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Tory.
Yes, okay, so next one, recommend city council approval to increase the hourly pay rates for the majority of the winter operations hired.
Joe,
equipment.
just nobody. I mean, that
We
was
need to
all
adopt
I've
that
heard
on
from people
roll
in Joe's
call.
campaign is that they kept having to lower the
Yes,
percentage
Councilor.
of
Madam Chair, I have a very
identified
quick
voters
question for you
because
to,
the further the race went
Commissioner,
along, the more it
if you
became
would.
clear that the people they had ID'd as
Commissioners,
supporting
is
Joe
this enough of an
were very
increase?
much just
Because in
people
the
saying, "Yeah, of
past,
course I'm going to support for
I mean,
Joe,"
very seldom you
but
ever hear
had no
people
intention
read
of voting for
on
Joe.
Council floor. Is this enough of an increase? But
can anyone tell where we're at?
taking into
Because
consideration
now
with the
she's
gas
talking about things that I have no idea where they are on the
diesel,
agenda.
increases,
Yeah, I was about to go look again. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
you don't want to lose
But
them to other communities.
I feel like
They
there was
just
another.
did 10.6B.
Put into coming up with this number.
Through you.
It's
through the
been
chair,
somehow
through-
even less clear than when.
10.8B, I think.
Basically, yes, we looked at a number of costs.
Mo Bergman,
going up
the
in
sock bin is just
pricing.
going to be a laundry basket
These
with the
particular
city
pieces of
seal on the
equipment
side of
did
it.
not receive
They're going to give you two, but
their
one of them will get lost
cost
immediately.
increase, in the
It's
last couple of
bags.
years, which is why we thought it was imperative to do this now, do it ahead of time.
But they're free bags.
$10 an
Okay.
hour.
Or stickers
It
or something like that. I
represents
don't remember
between
exactly
12
which.
a 7 and 12%
I don't know
increase,
specifically
depending on
what
the individual piece of
part of
equipment.
Helpsy's
But
program we're
we
working
did want
with
to
right
get
now
out in
yet.
front of this
But
before we get into snow season, before we start advertising.
it's
let
all
folks
free.
know that we're
It's
serious
there's
about
no charge
the people
for
that are
bag,
plowing
bin,
for us
etc.
with a
Whatever they end up
increase in the rate.
doing with it.
Fun fact: the building that formerly housed the Bridge community group down there was a big ragging operation at one point in time. That's where we actually recycled textiles before we stopped recycling textiles. And now we're just going to throw them in the South China Sea with the rest of our garbage.
Yeah, who
Yeah, why
turned
not?
the floating plastic island into a floating sock island?
So it seems like they just totally. Oh, hi, how are you?
And I, you look at
It seems like they just totally skipped over
where it's
the
up to
racial equity
12%
on it.
increase. I think that's
We
a
haven't gotten
reasonable
to it, I think.
increase.
No, but
But they're
like,
past it.
Time will
yeah,
tell.
they're past it.
Oh, then they must have held it.
I wanted to get out in front before we lose them
Did
somewhere
they?
else, recognizing that there was limited opportunities to come in front of this
Because
body. to get that increase. I
10.4E
wanted to put something out
was
there.
inclusionary zoning, and the next thing is 10.5A, racial equity audit, and now we're on 10.6A.
Well, she did say a couple of things were held, but I didn't catch entirely all of them.
Yeah, so it probably was that. Yeah.
From other communities, so whatever. Okay, thank you.
I think they're trying to get through the
Okay, so
the
that
clutter.
will be, we're going to adopt that on a roll call. Roll call, please.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Gia.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson.
Oh, there we go.
Councilor Nian.
Thanks, Squeebo.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
The next
Councilor
set's about
Toomey?
meetings for parks
Madam
related
Chair,
things.
Yes. Okay, the next item, 10.9A, transmitting information communication relative to the master plan initiative for improvements to 149 West Boylston Drive. I can either file that, Councilor Merrill Carlson, or I can send that to Veteran
There is a
Parks.
meeting
What would you
coming up
prefer?
for that. I am.
Okay,
Madam
so,
Chair.
okay, my motion will be to file. Roll call, please.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Kalora?
Yes, okay, next item will be 10.9B, transmitting information communication.
We still
relative
have to do fucking jet skis, baby.
10.38B.
Oh my God.
So, Council Merrill Carlson, I can either file that or send it to you to file.
I just took a quick skim of the rest of the agenda, and jet skis seems like the only thing left. But we also have after jet skis. We
I would
have
like to
all
hold
of the
this
city
on notice of
council
personal privilege item 10.9A
orders,
and 10.38B. I'd also like to hold
which are significant. There's like 20 of them.
filed by Mr. Palmieri as a petition, item 25A. I think that requires.
So I think we're
four
gonna
votes
start
as well.
seeing people just being like, let's
Mr.
hold it,
Palmieri,
hold it.
Would like to speak on
Oh,
this.
that meeting
and
was Monday.
contacted me this afternoon, indicated he had an emergency and cannot be in attendance. So
They
due to
talked
that,
about
I'm gonna
TIFs,
hold
but
those
not
two items and would ask my colleagues to
substantially.
support holding item 25A.
So let me just get this clear. You're holding 10.9B. And what was the other one that you're holding?
The additional appropriation there, that's 10.38
B.
B. And I'd like to hold 25A that's also related, if you want to make a motion to suspend the rules and do that now.
Okay, Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Yes, I would just like to ask the city solicitors, something for informational communication. Is that generally through the chair to the solicitor? Is that an item, given the fact that that's for informational purposes? Can that be
Okay,
held?
Mr. Trainer, can we hold something for informational?
According to the charter and the council rules, it's to, when a motion is going to be passed, when an item is going to be passed, something can be held to prevent it from being passed all in one meeting. So this isn't a pass, this is just informational, so there's really nothing to hold, because nothing's being acted on affirmatively to pass a measure.
Okay, so this was.
Thank you. So this.
So we can't.
Question,
This.
Madam Vice Chair.
Just a second.
Well, how would that apply to? Go ahead.
Excuse me, I think I have the floor.
Yes, Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. Point of order.
Point of
Wow,
order. Shut the
much?
fuck
Madam
up.
Chair, I just asked for clarification to the city solicitor on an item. In my understanding, the rules of the council, this is informational. This is not an item that we, the council, quite frankly, it's not an order. It's informational communication. So,
Point of order. Talking to the microphone, you fucking idiot.
the solicitor has given his opinion.
That it cannot be held.
That's correct.
Okay, so it can be filed.
That's correct.
Okay, so.
Point of order.
But that's not what Attell was. That's not what it was asking. It was asking it if it also applied to something else.
So we've held communications previously that are there for informational purposes. It can be referred to committee, or it could not. It could be filed. This particular item in the case would be referred, and there is no indication. So I guess my question is, if a motion was made to hold the item we're indicating that we can't hold any informational communications from the city manager. Is that accurate through the chair? Just want clarification.
Through the chair,
Mr. Trainer.
through the chair, there could be a motion to table the item, but the personal privilege applies only to items that are going to be passed.
Thank you. The motion will be the table then. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Carlson?
Madam Chair, just for clarification through the chair to the
Why
city
is this so
solicitor.
contentious?
I kind of
an
know
item
why.
that we table,
25A
given the fact that it's for informational
has to do with a
purposes
very
only.
funny
Am I
situation
correct in
involving
in
where
the
that
way that this
field
works means that
behind
this
Mount
item
Carmel is
still
going to
goes
go,
forward as it is, no
and
differently than on an item
who's
that
doing it,
with the license
and
commission,
it's
the woman took
super
seat
inside
and
baseball, but it has to
actually
do with
has already performed
Anthony
her duties
Petrone,
as
the
a city license commissioner.
the cop.
The chair, if it's informational, there's no action to be taken.
And it's on my list of things to dig into because it could be a very classic example of towny grift going on
Thank you.
with this that
Is he-
Candy Merrill Carlson is
the other item,
actively
the
facilitating, and that Phil
10.8B,
Palmieri
believe that does
is
call for a vote to
actively
that should be
against.
held by privilege, if I'm correct.
Interesting.
That's correct. That's an
So-
item that,
So
Madam
there's a lot of
Chair,
unspoken
an item that I asked
Yeah.
for you to
So
hold
she's
tonight
helping
prior to
Petrone get
the
the
city
contract to
council.
build it.
So
Is that his
item
side
was
Yeah.
business?
already held.
Something
The
it's
item
kind of
that
like
I
that,
held,
and then
He's
there's
a-
also the question of where it's being built and
Right.
other properties that
order for that
Petrone
item to
owns
So when we get to
that
that, yes,
may
you
or
did
may not
say you
be
wanted a vote
abutting
and
the
we needed the
location
full
where
vote.
this thing is going.
If we
For
can take that
anybody,
in
for anybody
order,
that
why
doesn't
don't-
know who he is the
this
highest
item
paid
is-
person in the city,
Am I correct?
essentially.
Yeah.
Mr. Trainer,
And
this
is
item is going
the
to be
assistant or like
correct?
the
So we'll need
second in
6
command
votes
of
to
the
take
police
the table
union,
whenever.
and he's Cipro's campaign manager. He's
Okay.
one of the worst people. He's a
next
shady
item.
motherfucker.
One of the worst people ever, and it seems like
On
there's
top of being a
a
cop.
there's a growing feud
9B.
between him
So,
and former
Madam
city
Chair,
councilor Phil
so,
Palmieri, who's also
for the record
terrible.
here as well as for the roll call. So 10.9B.
It's a it's a
motion from
classic
Council King was to table
Shrewsbury
it. We
Street
need 6
internal
votes
drama
if he wants to table
situation.
that item.
Hell
So
yeah.
you have to do a roll call
So we need 6 to put it on
to
the
put
table?
on a table.
Oh,
So, Madam Vice Chair, I still have a question.
oh, sorry, Counselor. I did go back to you and you didn't answer, so I didn't know if you were, okay. Councilman.
You're
No, I just
purposefully
have a
ignoring
clarifying
them.
que-
Come on now.
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question through the chair to the city solicitor. So 10.5A was also held, but you're saying informational communication can't be held. So does that mean we could only table it as well? Because I don't see the difference between these two items.
I didn't hold that item. That item was filed.
10.5A regarding the equity
Will
audit.
they show equity audit?
It's the same thing.
You didn't hold it, you filed it? I do not remember that.
The equity audit. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh,
I got
boy.
A, which is the 149 West Boylston.
We got it. Somebody has to clip
10.5A.
Nico's
Okay.
face.
Let me go back.
You
What?
said you guys gonna hold it, but now we're told that we can't hold informational items.
Okay, so,
Should be
Wow.
okay, so I can change
We're
that
in for a
to
long
table.
night if we're taking that one back out of the
So being
trash.
tabled, we have to bring it back.
So, okay, let me try to back this up a little bit. Thank you for the clarification. So let's go through both the items again, and Councilor King, let's go through this one first. and
You
I'll go
can't
to
do
Councilor
that.
to get the other one, to do the other one properly. So this one is the number, we're going to do 10.9.
Oy vey is what I have to
Councilor
say.
Can I?
King wants
You guys
to
want
table
to?
it,
I can
so
lighten the
we need
mood
to have
for
a
1
vote
second.
to table it. Is that correct?
I just bought a new. I bought a new gamer chair. I needed a new computer chair, so I bought a gamer chair, and the total purchase price was $666.69.
Hey,
That's sick.
So yeah,
From the city manager.
Those kinds of
It's-
gems
My
are
7
fantastic.
years on the
I was so happy. The perfect
We've
piece of
already
furniture
held
to be that
items
price.
That are informational communication today. In this particular ruling,
Thank you, man.
I don't
I gotta
find
get
much
a-
credence in, quite frankly.
I have to get a
Um,
desk. I've been
We're all
sitting
over the place here.
with my coffee
We've
table
done it
here.
before. We've been
My
doing it
back
for
hurts.
7 years. Probably prior to that, we did it minutes ago. And now we're getting
You know
misinformation.
those like folding
My
little
intent
lunch
was to
tray
hold it.
things?
Okay,
And now
let's
That's
we've
what my
already,
laptop's
we've
on
already
right now.
taken action on other items related to this.
It's
and we've
handy rather than
held
it being
And I
the
like for that
how
to stay
low
true as
a
it has
coffee
for many
table is.
years on this council.
Mr. Trainer, I see you got the book here. Do you want to read? Yes, please. And then
Oh,
I'll
it's
go to
story
Councilor
time.
Russell. Let's
Oh
just
my
get this
God.
resolved. Maybe we're
I,
gonna do it in 7 years. Who knows? So I mean, if
Who
it's
knows?
right, let's do it right.
Who knows?
Water.
Dude, curb your enthusiasm theme for this entire
Point of
thing.
order, okay.
The point of order is that I just want to be clear. And again, my understanding is that
The
any
fact that
council
all of this
will
procedural
be
confusion relates to the
on
thing
the
that I've been
agenda for
talking
the
about,
next meeting.
Yes.
An
that
item
I
that doesn't
cannot wait.
require a vote, the action.
You know what?
Get held.
I actually,
And I just want to.
yeah, this might be what I work on tomorrow.
Clarify that because that's
Fuck
my
the portable
understanding.
housing. We're not doing anything anyway.
Record on the council is that any item can be held by
But
any
Phil
council
Palmieri versus Anthony
if there's on the
Petroni,
agenda and
that's
goes
great.
forward.
That's
Doesn't
good
mean
stuff.
that the action.
Oh, good Lord.
If there is
That
an
is a good
action
comment
or
on
lack of
Facebook.
action, is
What
stopped
is?
by any means because many of these things don't
Oh,
require.
Perfume. I clocked it before. I
didn't catch
Madam
it.
Chair, I'm just going to read the
Ignore.
charter language, and then the language in Rule 29 is the same. It is on the first occasion that a question of adopting any measure is put to the City Council, except emergency measures as defined in Section 2. If a single member objects to the taking of a vote, the vote shall be postponed until the next regular or special meeting. That's all it talks about for a hold. So this isn't a measure.
I have consulted the orb,
Reading right from the charter.
and it has proven
The
useless.
language in the rules mimics the charter language, the same thing.
So
So
he
can
just
you
said the opposite of what he said before, right?
Put that in plain
I
English.
gotta be honest, I'm having a hard time following
Just
this one.
explaining that's the basis of my opinion, that you can't do the hold under the charter for an informational communication.
So
I
on
think
a
he's wrong.
item that we would be voting on, we could hold.
If you were going to vote something through, yes, that can be held
Okay,
first.
but is an informational communication item, it can put.
But the
it's-
language is
If this was petty, this wouldn't be happening.
to vote to adopt any measure.
No.
Take that as adopting something for the final.
You're adopting the communicate, like
Previous
the
paragraph
order
says
is
that
the
only
receiving the
proposed ordinances,
communication.
Appropriation orders and loan authorization, City Council may pass any other measure.
You
through
do
all of the
have to
singles
roll call vote
at
those.
Exactly.
At any one meeting.
I saw.
But,
Rule says, no, you
but
can't
typically
do
it's just an
multiple
all in favor, opposed, so ordered.
objects to the
And then if
So-
there's an opposed, then you roll call.
Your legal opinion is that we cannot.
Oh,
hold
look, she's
an item
terrified.
That's for informational purposes.
That's how I'm interpreting the
Okay.
charter.
I saw Mike Trainer at a
So-
dinner with his family at Dead Horse a couple weeks back, and his mustache is actually even more fantastic in casual wear.
That's awesome.
That's 29.
And was he wearing some Tommy Bahama?
Reference single member.
No,
holds
I mean
in
it was a
charter.
button-down shirt. I mean, I guess
subsection
Tommy Bahama can wear
continues
a
on that
can do
indicates, in
flat
item
colors.
C,
I mean,
the member
if
may
if they
express their
do,
intent to
if they're not
exercise
all
the authority to hold any vote.
Boogaloo
any
Boy
vote.
wear, I mean, I guess that could have been the brand. I don't know.
Additionally,
I'll defer to the council. That's
Glorio's
an
eyes
expansion
kind of
what the
reminded me of
charter
my
says.
grandmother's
so
eyes
that's
after
Rule
she
29.
drinks her third
we've
5-hour
been,
energy in an
again,
hour.
Operating this way tonight, and I would guess for decades.
I guess we got a lot of work to do here, guys.
From page 63.
Huh? All right, I gotta be honest. I have no fucking idea what's going on here.
Well, we're gonna have to go back in 30 years and redo all the votes.
Yeah.
It also indicates that if a single member objects, as he mentioned,
This
of
is a
taking
mess.
Vote, the vote shall be postponed to the next regular or special meeting of a council. No matter what we do, we have to take a vote, and that's what I'm objecting to, and that's in alignment also with subsection B.
Councilor Bergman, do you want to weigh in on this?
If I may, Madam
Legal
Chair,
minds.
I'm looking
Oh
at
my God,
section
that's
B,
not-
and I don't disagree with what Councilor King has said, I do disagree with his conclusion. It says, if any single member objects, a vote on the measure shall be postponed. The simple reading to me on that is if a vote on the measure shall be postponed. There's no vote to be taken on this measure. So if there's no vote to be taken on a measure,
No,
then a
there
single
is
member
the,
can't object. And that's the logical reading I have,
the
of this, which is consistent, I believe, with what the city solicitor
it's
says.
a
In his opinion,
it's
I don't
always
think
a vote.
anybody can say
Honestly,
other
I
than
think the
my opinion as
question
a
needs
city
to be
council. But
asked
as I
here
read
coming
this,
from the
if
other
any single
direction.
member
They need to say,
objects,
okay,
the
my
vote on the measure
goal
shall be
is to
postponed.
postpone
We're
this.
not taking a vote
What
on this.
would
This
legally
is
be
an
my
actual
option to
person.
do
So the
so?
conclusion I reach, this is my own personal conclusion, is that since we're not voting on it, a single member can never object to it, which means it
But
can't
your
be
vote,
held.
there's a measure. The measure is to like accept the
Councilor Russell.
communication, correct? Am I?
You have to
I
vote to accept the
understand
communication.
and agree with Councilor Bergman. But I think that what we're missing here is that we usually take a vote on these things. And we
I'd like to hear
take a vote
Kathleen's
to
take
file
on
them,
this.
Or we take a vote to do this, or we take a
Correct.
vote to do that. And we don't
I
necessarily,
support the worst outcome of
because
this.
it's an item that the manager has,
I don't know what it is, but I support that.
so we don't necessarily need to, but that's the difference.
We got to
Peter
convince
Dunn is
Tell to start bringing knives to these meetings and just like at moments like this, just throw a couple rusty blades out onto the floor and
That would be a vote.
lean
That
back in the chair.
Would be, unless the solicitor will correct me if I'm wrong, can be held.
So my question to.
And that's the way we
Now,
practice
what
it.
can
With
I,
that- with
I
that
pose.
in mind.
So my question is, to the city solicitor, is if the item is just going to be filed, it's not going to be voted on, it's just going to be filed automatically.
I believe, Madam
Ben,
Chair,
I honestly have, it's a number of items and I've lost track.
so if there
But
is a
one
vote,
of them has to do with Phil Palmieri
Then it can be held.
and the,
it just
Trainer
says
just
informational
flipped.
left there because
Yep.
it just was informational and there's no vote, there's nothing to hold. But if there's a vote,
So if we just leave it there, there's no vote and then it can be.
I don't know. I've asked to defer to the clerk to ask.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Typically, I think there's always at least a vote to file.
Yeah, through the chair to the council. So basically, the body has to take a direction for the item to go. So either you send it to the clerk to be filed. You can send it to a certain committee if you choose
He
to
is
do so,
noticeably
but there has to be
more
some
5 o'clock
action
shadow
from
than when
body
this meeting
in order
started.
for the, item to either be filed or go to a committee.
Okay, so I'm going to send it to, you want me to make them, well, no, because then Councilor King is holding it. That will take precedence to sending it to committee.
Good
Okay.
Lord.
So
Candy's not happy.
I guess the final decision through.
So long as there is a vote, then the vote can be held. I was in the impression there was no vote to be taken, so that's why I was reading
Where have
the
you
chart.
been, motherfucker? This is what they do. They vote on everything.
If it needs to be voted to be filed, then Councilor King could hold that vote, hold the item.
Moron.
So you literally just
Fucking
wasted,
moron.
what, 15, 20 minutes of our time?
We voted on every single informational communication this evening,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Oh, that was beautiful.
City clerk, what is your,
So depending on the motion, if you're going to send it to committee, we can take that motion. If you're going to hold it, then I guess you can hold it tonight.
okay, so it's held. Okay, let's do the next item here.
Have you
Yes.
tried sticking your fingers in your ears and screaming?
Clarification to the city solicitor that this is an item that's for informational purposes, and this item will move
He's
forward.
not. It doesn't matter what the item is. He's holding the vote. He's holding the vote. You have to vote on everything.
Right, it doesn't, so that hold basically no differently than on the license commission appointment. That did nothing, quite frankly. The person was still appointed and has served in her capacity as a new license commissioner.
Through
Is
the
that-
chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
So this will not interfere, it's my understanding, this does not interfere with the order. Okay, so the order will move forward. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So now,
God,
This is pulling
Urban
teeth.
Forestry Master Plan Initiative public hearings.
what the hell just happened?
Nothing.
Councilor Merrick
Actually,
Wilson, do you
nothing
want this
happened.
sent to your committee?
1 a.m. That's what I'm guessing when they're done.
To Veterans
So what?
No, we're
what?
not going past midnight. She
No,
turns
they
into
wouldn't
a
do
witch at
that.
midnight. A bat,
roll
rather.
call.
Councilor
Yeah.
Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Gia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Okay, so what?
Councilor Nguyen,
I'm
Yeah.
so fucking confused.
Councilor
What
Rivera,
item is even in question here? There was 25A. There's
Councilor
10
Russell,
something.
Toomey,
10.3
Madam Chair, members-
A.
So if they've scooted down to the next
Next
thing, it's
item is
10.9C, the urban forestry master
Transmitting
plan
information
hearings.
communication relative to lane markings at the intersection of Melrose and
So they
Percote
just
Street.
did the urban
Um,
forestry master plan thing to
we're
just
gonna
say
file
yes
that?
without mentioning the fact that
Roll
there's two
call,
meetings
please.
coming up.
Right, and that was a vote,
Councilor
mind
Bergman,
you.
Yes.
Councilor Gia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson, Councilor Nguyen,
So there's two
Yes.
meetings happening for the
Councilor
Urban
Rivera.
Forestry Tree Commission.
Yes.
One of them's at Stearns
Councilor
Tavern at
Rose.
6:30 on
Yes.
Thursday. The other one
Councilor Russell.
is
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Madam Chair Calori.
Yes. Okay, 1010B, transmitting information communication relative to the winter.
tomorrow
ban-
6:30 at
winter
Green Hill
parking
Park.
ban on Mill Street. Like to file that?
It's
Roll
about
call,
the
please.
developing the urban forestry master plan.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Gia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson, Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rose,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Madam Chair Calori.
Yes. Okay, 1015A.
Isn't it weird?
recommend
Normally, when
adoption of a
someone's
proposed
out, they
ordinance to amend the
still
city's
like
tree ordinance
call
to
their name
cap
during roll call,
the cost
and he
incurred
skipped
by the
Petty's
owner
name every
occupied
single
single-family
roll call
property
tonight.
owner for replacement trees as a result of said person's request for removal of the healthy public shade tree. Councilor Bergman, this is going to vote to advertise.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't mind deferring. It's up to you. I saw Councilor Russell's hand
Oh,
up
I'm
earlier.
sorry.
That's okay. No, thank you.
Thank you, Council Bergman, and thank you,
Council-
Madam Chair, but that wasn't necessary. It's not just District 3, but this item kind of grew out of a constituent request from a constituent issue in District 3, where a person basically was asked to spend, thousands and thousands of dollars to cut down a tree after going through the proper process. And in fact, the manager at the time, I think, and the assistant manager at the time worked with that person to try and provide her with a discount, which would have been equal to similar to what this proposed ordinance says. But Madam Chair, I don't agree with this ordinance the way it is, and I'm not in favor of advertising it. I think it should be more like $1,000. We're asking, the person goes through the hearing process. They have a tree that for whatever reason is infringing on what they think is the enjoyment of their property, whether they think that there's roof problems or affecting with sewer problems or not, and I know there's been conversation that trees don't affect sewers, but
Or the
I'm
trees
not even gonna
trees
go
are
down that
dying.
rabbit hole of conversation.
We've got a huge
The bottom
branch I've
line
been trying to
is
get
that when
handled
we
for
take down a
2
tree,
years now.
the
It's
city of
like
Worcester is
dead in the
asking,
middle of our tree.
a single
I
family
keep asking
homeowner
if I can
to
just
plant
pay for someone to go do it, and they
about
won't
10
let me.
trees to make up for that one good-sized tree that was there.
Never ask,
Well,
just do
if
things.
we're cutting down trees in our own parks or in our own streets.
I try and do things
I
by
don't
the
see
book.
the city of Worcester going out and putting up 10 trees for every one tree we cut down. But we're asking single-family homeowners to pick up the tab for planting 10 trees for this. So I really believe that this shouldn't be any more than the cost of cutting that tree down and maybe replacing it with one other tree. And even the price of the trees, it's costing $550 or $500 something dollars, I think, for putting up a tree now. When they're
What do they think? Trees grow on trees?
We call Mercadante's Funeral Home, who offers to plant trees for like $90 and have him plant the tree. But this is not right, and it's something that we should be we should be addressing. I would move that this be changed to $1,000 and plus the cost of cutting down the tree. So that the $1,000 will go to planting a new tree somewhere, but that's it. That's my motion.
Councilor Bergman,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really misread the tea leaves on that one. I thought Councilor Russell and I were going to be headed in the same direction, but I think we've, other than raising our hands, we've parted company a little bit on this one. So I guess I want to be quick on this, but I also want to backtrack. This is a petition of somebody that wants to take down a shade tree that's healthy. Okay, there may be reasons to do that. I'm sure if they want to change their driveway entrance or something, they could do that. But I really think if you're going to take that step, you got other construction costs. This is part of your cost. You don't have to take the tree down if you want to go a different way. Having said that, I think I have an issue also with that it's single family homes, so that there's no limit, there's no lower limit that would apply to.
How do we get Father Sylvinkus over into our stream and off the Facebook page?
Do the same thing. Now, if I'm reading this ordinance correctly,
What's he saying?
They're not limited to whatever's in this ordinance. They might have to pay a lot more. So I don't really think we should distinguish.
Father, that's the cop priest, right?
That's Anthony's friend.
In a nutshell, there should be a way.
That's
Anthony Petroni's friend.
Like,
yeah. These matters.
Interesting that he would chime in on all of that controversy.
Because there's some shocking.
Very interesting that that would happen.
They're changing some entrance. They're adding to their house, and the tree's in the way. I think they should go before planning or zoning and make their case. If it's cost prohibitive under the circumstances, then the zoning board or planning board can waive.
Man, I got a really fucking hilarious investigation to do tomorrow and
when they're doing
Thursday
a new project. I think
into
that's
this
over
East
Sometimes
Park
have to make multiple
Little
curb
League
cuts
field
just
thing.
to get a new driveway in. We're not telling
Because
them to spend
goddamn,
much money. I'm not trying to get people to spend
the
a
shit
lot
that I've
of money
heard
on
about
the
it so
last one.
far and seeing the way
do
that
that, but I
Candy
do think
Mile
there's a
Carlson
distinction that
and
should
Donna
be made
Colorio
between
bent over
single-family
backwards to
and
stop
multiple-family homes. And I also think
anything
it's
from getting in
just
the
not
way
a
of that.
one-fit-all
Trainer
formula
seemed
with
kind of in on that
1,000 or
too a little.
5,000 is too
Trainer
much.
seemed in on that too, right.
Everyone needs to make their
And
case in front of a
like
board or commission,
the
and
logical
maybe
end
can
result
determine
of
what is
this
and what isn't the appropriate amount
grift
of money. I will
is
say that I
literally
was
just
personally involved in the city
like
council situation
hilariously
where somebody did remove
stupid and
a
might
live
honestly just
mature
have to do with
tree, and it was
parking
replaced
spots
by
for
these
properties that
2.5
this guy
caliper
owns.
trees. And I took a
Um,
look at the tree, and I gotta be honest, I hope I
but
live a long life, but I'm never gonna see that tree to be
it
able to call
is
it a
very
meeting.
funny
It
to
is,
see
it
the
is tiny.
council colluding
So
with
I
the
mean, I think if
cop
you're gonna
who's
remove a mature
wheeling
tree, you
and
should replace
dealing
it with a mature
in the
tree.
Shrewsbury
It's gonna
Street
cost a lot
neighborhood
of money, but
to this
again,
extent.
there may be handicap financial hardship situations where people should be able to make their case. So I'd ask Madam Chair that to consider,
Hold
Council
on.
Russell
I'm
would
gonna-
consider to recommit it back to where it came from. And maybe we could come back with a better product that we could all feel better about.
Councilor Russell.
Madam Chair, may I amend it because I know the administration is busy and it was an effort to get this out of the administration. Maybe we could send it to Public Works Committee. We can have that discussion, bring staff in and kind of air it out there because it's on, it's their street trees and whatever. So I think that would be the place to go with it. So that'd be my motion to send it to the Public Works Committee.
Also
to
go
discuss
with the commission.
the solicitor and with the staff amending it.
City Solicitor, can you just give us some direction here, whether we should
Get out the book.
recommit it to administration or can we send it forward?
Shouldn't she be
to
asking Nico
Public
this?
Works?
Not Chico. Nico, not
Chico.
Trainer. I feel like she's asking Trainer the question she should be asking Nico.
I'm going to start collecting acorns in my neighborhood and plant rogue oak trees all over the city.
Madam Chair, it's the specific. We answer the specific request to not have a single family property owner pay $5,000 for replacing a tree. So we made an exception targeted to the request that came to us. And in working with DPW and the program, we have the comprehensive tree ordinance that says you pay for taking a tree down and you pay to replace the tree. But the way it's done is if you have a large tree, the city doesn't buy full mature large trees. The cost is prohibitive. So you take the diameter breast height and then you take that and divide it by 2.5 because we use 2.5 caliber trees to replacement. So depending on how large a tree is, you divide it by 2.5. That tells you then how many trees you have to replace.
I'm going sicko mode on this fucking story.
So you could send it back to the administration, but I think that was collectively.
I'm gonna get like beat up by a fucking cop for this story, like more than anything I've ever written in my life.
I don't know, dude. I talked a lot of shit to him on Facebook, and
City manager.
I think we're out in the open too much. There's no angle. He can't get to you.
Think through what would be the best language or best outcome in terms of creating this ordinance.
I spent like a month just trying to
one of
get
the
him
things that I
kicked out of the
I
Burncoat
recommend
Facebook group because he doesn't live here.
And I think the commissioner and both assistant commissioner will agree to it. We just recently appointed members to a tree commission.
Not Bill Shaner.
So I think it'd be important.
Not
to
fucking me,
provide
you little bitch.
provide recommendations
Eric Baptista.
and research to understand what the course of action
I
should
got
be.
2 people on my shit list right now.
Welcome
Eric
to
Batista for not appointing me to the tree commission, and my new landlord, whose name is Sir Lay, but I'm calling him Shirley to assert dominance.
full discussions and then bring it back to the council for review.
He doesn't speak English, but he speaks the language of getting a fucking swirly.
Mr. Trainer,
He
that's
tries to
fine
raise my
do that,
rent.
right, to recommit?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to recommit.
Yeah, I
this
have a new
item.
landlord that lives in
City manager,
Florida.
and he will use the new tree commission as a resource to develop a little bit more of
Absentee
the
landlords
policy.
suck.
Okay, roll call.
Yeah, he already put the absentee landlord key box on the back door.
GA. Councilor King.
But he didn't say anything. I met with him. He didn't say anything about raising the rent.
Councilor Yen.
Sweet.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Madam Chair Calora.
Yes. Okay, 1015B, recommend approval of an amendment to the organizational ordinance relative to the technical service department. This would be referred to MLO. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor GA. Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell. Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Chairperson Councilor Calora.
Yes. Okay. C, recommend adoption of a proposed ordinance to a ban on personal watercraft at Indian Lake. This is
There we
a
go.
part vote that we had 2 separate votes. The first vote would be the ordinance contained an emergency preamble that needs to be adopted separately and requires 8 affirmative votes, followed by a vote on the ordinance, which requires 6 affirmative votes for adoption. So the first vote will be the emergency preamble, and that requires 8 votes. Roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Councilor King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular item has been one that's generated a lot of conversation. A ban on personal watercraft. It's my understanding the temporary ban has elapsed. I could be wrong. I just want to clarify that through the chair to the administration.
Through the chair, the prior ordinance expires September 30th. It's coming up.
September what?
30th.
30th. You know, this particular item is one that I've given a lot of thought to. We've heard a number of folks call in today. And this is a matter that I'll reiterate, where we temporarily suspended the use of personal watercrafts at Indian Lake.
While he talks about this, I got bored, so I made Nico Suave.
Had a number of concerns. There was also
Hey, Brendan.
Bill.
You know what? I'm just going to text you. I'm asking for other people's personal phone numbers. Probably shouldn't read those over the air.
There was no representation from the Worcester Police Department.
But if anybody in the chat has Phil Palmieri's phone number,
enforcement going back to
can you send it to me?
We had this hearing about a year ago or so. They were just getting the police boat that was donated by the environmental police. They were doing the lettering, as I recall, on that day we had the hearing, and they were beginning to figure out deployment of that watercraft. We know that since then there's additional watercraft that's going in or has gone in over on Lake Quinsigamon. We know how that works. A lot of safety concerns. Throughout these processes, we've heard that there's been, again, a lack of enforcement. There had been some asks that I made, the council supported and had advocated for, related to asking for intersection of the environmental police, the Worcester police, and parks. We've had testimony from parks indicating their short staffing. Same with environmental police. Same with the Worcester PD. However, when we banned this, it was with the commitment from the city and from the subcommittee and from this council that we would put in mitigating strategies to address the safety concerns on the water. We also dismissed again recently in subcommittee the notion of having rights that others don't have as relates to the watercrafts, and of course the issues that that body of water does not belong to the city of Worcester. The body of water belongs to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And my question to the administration is, the actual boat ramp, who owns the boat ramp? Through the chair.
I'd like to invite Rob Mentality. You can answer that question.
Through the chair to the councilor. So the city owns the property, but we are required by the Massachusetts general law to have that open to the general public, no matter
one
who it may
time,
be. Residency
Lyford,
requirements or anything along those lines.
when we were working together, described working on a story as giving him a massive journalism boner.
Through the chair to the councilor,
And that's exactly how I feel right
with
now
the Commonwealth
with
Fish and Wildlife,
Anthony
where
Petroni and Phil
they've come in and
Palmieri
done
and
some
all
work
that
to
shit.
promote
Just like it
and
clicked together.
repair the current boat ramp in the last few years.
Thank you. And so, I'll repeatedly present that what the city was supposed to do didn't get done. What we committed to do didn't get done. In June of 2015, June of 2021, the order that was unanimously approved by the council, 11-0, that the city manager be requested to provide the council with updates regarding a previously requested order on how the patrol boat donated to the Worcester Police Department by the Mass Environmental Police will be used. We have a report back, but we've yet to really know the data on how it's used, how often, what the deployment looks like. In addition to that,
we should get the Worcester Police on jet skis.
Items.
Yo, now we're talking.
Put forward that we had a report requesting what safety mitigation in August, this is when we took the last vote, will be put in place during the moratorium on using personal watercrafts in Indian Lake. We don't have that report. It was not provided. In addition to that, we had orders requesting that the city work with the delegation of elected officials, the state delegation, to advocate to the environmental police regarding oversight at Morgan Park and on Indian Lake. That has not occurred either. We had asked that the chief of police, again, unanimous vote that I initiated, work to ensure that the NRT is fully staffed, because at that time they were not fully staffed, and those are the folks that deal with Indian Lake. We were told that would happen, and it has happened. We asked for an increase again on the water body, and there's also aspects of the Indian Lake Morgan Park master plan that could improve the public safety of folks using that blue space. And we asked to prioritize those aspects. That has not occurred. In addition to that, we asked for increased Worcester Police Department oversight. And also, and this was unanimously by the City Council, and a report relative to responsiveness to those jet skis issues, and a comparative analysis of responsiveness to such issues on Indian Lake and also on Lake Quinsigamond for comparing and contrasting. We have not received that information. The city has not done its job, Madam Chair. In addition to that,
Whoa, Digital King.
Unanimously supported by the council in June of 2021, that we will learn how, again, that police boat that was donated will be included in the efforts to safely enforce and provide education on that body of water. There's a whole bunch of these. And what we learned is that didn't happen. We had at our last meeting, the environmental police officer that came from the Cape and spoke to us. And he continually stated before, and I spoke with him afterwards, that education goes a long, long way, and that is a priority and something that should occur. We've been told by parks they don't have enough. The police, we don't have enough, and I've made it very clear that that doesn't stand the test. We have additional funds in summertime for all different things. We have the ability. We voted on Shot Spotter Connect. We have crime analysis. We have all of those public safety things, and we know that police coverage shifts as necessary. Similarly, when there was concerns at Morgan Park, the city's police shifted, Park shifted with their folks at the ramp, and there was a more communication and education. One of the things that really stuck out at our last meeting was the environmental police officer made it very clear. He indicated that a continued ban on Indian Lake of these personal watercraft will, in his opinion, create safety issues on Lake Quinsigamond. Continued safety issues at Lake Quinsigamond. He stated it on the record. I've had subsequent, after that meeting, I spoke to him a little further. We heard today testimony that that's actually occurring. And there's not enough opinion consideration for that as well. We did not do what we said we were going to do. We did not put in place any sort of mitigation efforts, and there's no data or documentation of so. What we got was verbal reports that there's staffing challenges. And that certainly does not stand the test when you're talking about public safety or water safety.
This is where I'm really happy Christian rides a motorcycle, because that's all he's doing here now. It's like, I get it. You don't like my thing, but
there's different demographics
I do,
at play
so
when
get
we're
used to
talking
it.
about jet skis,
Yeah.
folks who are entering into
I like that he's
boating,
got
Right,
the receipts.
Ben.
and what have you.
It's a very nice listing of the
folks who own
receipts
boats.
that he's doing.
And, you know, we have to take that into consideration as well. And we know that during the pandemic, the use was heightened. It's been explained that in committee that there's never been enforcement there. We've heard that again tonight. But we have a boat. I don't even know when we enforce or how often we enforce because we haven't been provided the information. All of that is extremely important.
Could you wrap it up, please?
Yep, I can wrap it up. So those are some of the concerns that we have, you know, and we have to do more. We're talking about during the pandemic and afterwards, we know the importance of folks being able to access these spaces for mental
Is this
health.
the longest stream we've done?
And for positive recreation. Yes, there's significant
It might be, yeah.
We don't normally go 5
We have to
hours.
report back to this body what the attempts.
Oh, I didn't realize we
that
were at
made.
over
We
5
had a
now. Yeah,
year
definitely.
to advocate with the administration with our elected
This is the
delegation.
longest city council meeting in a long time.
Hasn't happened.
And you know what? It's not even like
We have folks who are
anything was
high
all
in
that big of a
authority
deal.
at
It's
the
just that they
State
didn't
House.
meet
You
for
know,
like
we had Senator Chandler,
a
who's on
month
her way out, who has
plus.
significant standing in the
In
Senate.
several of, I mean, almost every
senators
public
and
commenter
folks.
went
And
over
if there's a need in
5
Worcester.
minutes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we can meet it. but we have
Dude, Joe
not
Petty is
made
just a
the effort. So
sadistic
we
fuck. That's
did
just like,
not do a temporary
that is the
ban.
first time she's told anybody to limit their comments. And then Christian
Now make
has
is this.
loved Christian to death, but he has not wrapped up.
This is off season. This is off season. What are we doing? If in fact we want to make sure
He
that
was
there's
just like,
safe
yeah, I'll
access,
wrap it up in another 5 minutes.
a temporary ban perhaps into the spring, so we can do the work we said we were going to do. This is the off season. What are we doing? And now we're restricting not just people who live on the lake, we're restricting people in all of the districts. We're restricting people who are coming into the opportunity based on demographics and salary to use this water space. And what else are we doing? We're jeopardizing the safety per the professional considerations of the environmental police over at Lake Quinsigamon. That's premature. And for that reason, I'm holding this matter.
Councilor Kenny Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Madam Chair. So this is an item that certainly has been on this
He said he's
council
holding
now
it. Save it for
well over a year, walking into 2
the next
years.
meeting.
The
Also, Christian,
administration,
hold it.
along with
Save it for the
Council
next
Rose
meeting.
and myself, have lived what's taken place over at Indian Lake. We've had numerous meetings.
Night,
We've
Squeebo.
had numerous meetings.
Bye, Squeeb.
Not only here at City Hall, but over on Indian Lake. I think that at the committee meetings, we heard from the folks who live on that lake, When
What?
we talk about what's been going
They
on
live on that
Indian
lake.
Lake,
They
and
live on
yes,
that
there
lake.
were
God
several
damn it, they'll
items
die
that
on
were
that lake.
council, and just probably 6 weeks ago, could be 7 weeks ago, I had asked for the police department to come in and talk to us about the process of what happens at Indian Lake, as well as down at Lake Quinsigamon. They did come in and they did talk to us, and they did give us exactly what happens down at Indian Lake and what happens down at Lake Quinsigamon. We all know at this point, I think that most of my colleagues, if we've listened and paid attention, that there are 2 police officers assigned by the Shrewsbury Police Department to man Lake Quinsigamon. The Worcester Police Department, as Mr. DeAndrea noted in his statement here before the council, who spoke to us here before the council and told us what happens with Indian Lake and what happens down at Lake Quinsigamon. And the Worcester Police Department is down at Lake Quinsigamon on a regular basis. No, they don't have 2 officers like the town of Shrewsbury, who actually has 2 officers who are assigned to Lake Quinsigamon. The city of Worcester does not have a police department that does that.
Well,
We go
we should
down to
we should talk about that too then.
And Mr. DeAndrea
Shrewsbury has like 5 cops, and they get 2 of them on a boat.
3 to 4 times a week is what we do. That's what we do. How many times do we go to Indian Lake? And at the end of the day, he said right here on this council floor, not 2 months ago, they go when they're requested to go. We do not have anybody who is manning Indian Lake. The difference between Indian Lake is
I wish this lady would just
92
shut up.
acres
Okay.
versus 772
What is this?
acres.
What is this lady even
I
saying?
represent both bodies of
Is she?
water.
What is she wearing? Is she an angel?
Bodies of water. Every single day, and the manager and the previous manager knows, every single day.
Oh, I love that they're just calling him the manager now. That's great.
Along with myself, along with Councilor
Is she asking
Rose,
to see
which
the
I'm
lake's
sure he will
manager?
speak. Take the calls of what is transpiring over there and all of the safety issues. We had a committee meeting of which I had the city solicitor. I spoke to the city solicitor, and I will ask the city solicitor to talk about the environmental police coming here and the major coming here, sharing with us his concerns. I never heard him say, and maybe I missed it, I never heard him say if we did a full ban that would cause safety issues for Lake Quinsigamon. Did he say that we will be moving more than likely the folks to Lake Quinsigamon? Well, I think Council Rose and myself can tell you that already happened. It happened a year ago. When we banned the jet skis on Indian Lake a year ago, they didn't go to sleep for a year. They went somewhere. Where did they go? I know where they went. They went to Lake Quinsigamon.
Where did they go?
Okay. Shrewsbury Police,
They died on
along
the
with
lake.
Worcester Police, have been manning that lake down at Lake Quinsigamon. Again, all of the folks who live around Indian Lake have shared with us how much better their lives were this year because they didn't have the accidents that they had in the previous years. And they now have the comfort of being able to use their backyards. They bought down there on that body of water because they had hoped to use it. Again, there's 192 acres over on Indian Lake. And I know the countless hours that I have spent with this administration and with Mr. Antonelli and also with the city solicitor on this. We talked about the boat ramp. We talked about the environmental police. The environmental
shut
police,
up.
the
Oh my
major
God.
sat here just not too long ago and told us they basically have 4 environmental police to cover 17 territories. So how much help do we think we're getting from the environmental police? And I would say to you, this has been going on for well over a year. So again, this hasn't happened in a vacuum. Everybody has known what has been taking place on Indian Lake. So I believe all of our elected officials have known what's been taking place on Indian Lake. And the reality of it is like the major said, he'd love to be there. Wish he had the staff to be there. But you can't have 4 men and women covering 17 territories. So the reality is, if we're not going to man and enforce at Indian Lake, it's very unfair for us to say to all those people who live on Indian Lake, too bad you get to live with the danger that's taking place. Too bad you don't get
How
to
often are these
Yeah,
skis
Joanna.
ending up in backyards?
too bad that your kids can't go swimming there anymore. I think that, you know, we have done our due diligence. I know there's a lot of orders that have been put on this council, but the reality is nothing happened over there on Indian Lake to put any of those folks at ease, or there's no safety measures that have been taken. And we can talk about a boat, but quite frankly, that boat hasn't been put in the water at Indian Lake, and nobody has managed Indian Lake, for the record. So again, this is something that you heard the people who were here tonight when we had our last meeting. The folks who lived over on Indian Lake and the folks who live on Sears Island talked to us about how grateful they were for us doing the temporary ban. And Mr. Trainer, I would ask through you, Madam Chair, for Mr. Trainer to get up and talk to us about
These are insane
why we did
ramblings.
the temporary ban and how we got to and why
No,
we
no, we don't need.
to do the permanent ban.
Oh boy. This is excruciating.
Through the chair, the temporary ban came about through the discussions of 2 years
Oh,
ago.
boy.
We put it in place last year. To do it temporarily at first, that's what we discussed with the state. Any regulations that the city passes that apply to a Great Lake have to go to the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, particularly to the
Really isn't that great of a lake.
police department. They have to review and approve any
Basically
Yeah, it sucks.
bylaws that are passed at a city or town level.
Now, if you blew up that dam, that'd be a great lake.
That's expiring.
I went to that little beach over there in the Burncoat neighborhood, and I saw this like construction worker looking dude tell his 10-year-old kid to shut the fuck up when he started crying.
If I thought
That's
the
cool.
Commonwealth would be willing to
Sick.
send someone to the meeting we're going to have, so as we discuss what we're going to do forward, if it was something
It's
that
my
they
only
just-
memory of Indian Lake. Oh, one time I got the cops called on me because I went there at 2:30 in the morning after a night at the bar,
This is
and
just the
it was
same
like
ordinance,
4 of
only it
us
doesn't have the language
being
at the bottom
so
that says
obnoxious.
the ordinance expires on a certain date. So if this is adopted,
That's it.
again, I will submit it to the state, to the Commonwealth, to the Environmental Affairs Office, and it'll be reviewed by the environmental police, and they will send us back whether they approve it or disapprove it. That's the travel of this going forward.
Thank you. Councilor Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm super disappointed that this is being held, and I just want to be on the record as saying such. I'm disappointed for the residents who traped their way all the way over here to City Hall for the 100th time to show their
Literally?
advocacy towards
100
jet
times.
skis not
Literally?
returning here to
Yeah.
the lake.
And they had to
Disappointed
walk. They don't have a
for
jet
those
ski
who,
because you can't use
show
those
up
on
to
the
our
street.
neighborhood meetings regularly.
Or can
to
you?
discuss
You know
their,
what we should see is a jet ski ban on the street. That would be fun. That'd be something.
to Indian Lake, and I'm super disappointed in all the people who recreated on the lake.
We're getting close to
who
midnight here.
reached out and expressed that they didn't want jet skis on the lake. This is a quality of life issue.
Did Sarai bail and jump on Zoom?
We've
by
had
the way?
2 people and 2 meetings.
I believe so,
with
yeah.
significant representation say that they were opposed to there being a permanent ban on jet skis. 2 people, one of which was tonight, who was a resident from Shrewsbury, was referencing that you're just going to move one problem to the other, despite that lake being significantly bigger, and despite that lake being patrolled very consistently by the Shrewsbury Police Department. So 1 out of hundreds, it feels like, have
Was it
showed,
hundreds though?
their support
Hundreds.
of
Was
lifting this ban. So, what we've heard over and over again from folks since the ban, wildlife returned. There's less pollution, oil in the water. It's less noisy. People are actually able to enjoy their family and their friends and conversation around the lakes for the first time. One person referenced that really jumped out and stuck with me, that it's just like they feel joy in and around the lake for the first time since they've lived there. Many people who live around the lake and who live around the city reaching out to me and said, wow, to be able to swim and kayak without fear has been such an amazing experience. We've had the police department say that they
Have we tried arming the
a
kayakers?
decrease in their response to safety concerns at the lake. We've had parks report a decrease in parks calls related to safety at the lake. We know that.
What about
the
spike
our
strips in
police
the water?
department has consistently said in neighborhood
go.
meetings, parks meetings, other meetings, that they cannot consistently monitor the lake for jet ski safety. The environmental police said the same. Our chief of police indicated on the record that there's no realistic possibility that the neighborhood response team or any other unit could maintain daily water patrols of Indian Lake. It's just not realistic, is what he said. We also know that people travel all over the state to jet ski on Indian Lake, in large part because of our lack of patrolling, an increase in danger, or not necessarily being connected to our city. And so it's okay to, go after a waterfowl, or, flip someone off who's there kayaking, or try to run them over with a wave. I'm just utterly disappointed. Councilor Carlson and I led the charge for this complete ban with the support of all these constituents. There's been a lot of evidence. I've just mentioned the improved quality of life for those who live around it, those who recreate. And we just really want to give the residents their wish to maintain peace and safety on the lake. And it's just disappointing that this is being held. Now, what I will say is the most underlying theme of
Christian
all this,
King did.
whether you have the ability to properly maintain or patrol, the lake, is that at the end of the day, the lake is too small for jet skis. So if you have 100 police in boats on the lake, it doesn't matter. It's simply too small for jet skis, period.
If it's too small for jet skis, how's there enough room for 100 cops and boats?
That was being
But if we put 100 boats out there, then they just can't fit a jet ski.
There's a certain training
Problem
that
solved.
police officers need to go to, water training, water safety training, to be able to get on that boat. And there are very few that are trained in that area. So we have all of these competing issues. It being a Great Lake, and so it's all or nothing. All these competing priorities, people saying confidently that they don't have confidence that it can be patrolled properly. The first and foremost issue is that it's too small a lake for jet skis, period. You talk about the noise. We don't have a strong noise ordinance. I mean, there are so many factors involved here that lead to us banning these jet skis permanently. And I'm just utterly disappointed. This is the second item tonight that could have got the ball rolling to improving the quality of life of others that was stalled in a hold. It is our responsibility as elected officials to.
Is what
support
Joanna's
our
saying there
constituents
true? We don't
and
own the
to
lake?
support them and provide them
No,
with
the lake's owned by the
resources,
state.
Yeah,
and improve
but we
quality of
own the
life
boat ramp.
quickly and as efficiently as we possibly can. And tonight's like tonight go against that ideology, and it's just utterly disappointing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so the next item is 1015D. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, okay, because
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I didn't sit on the
No.
What? It's being held. Talk about it next week.
Before us, I'm very familiar with the item and spoken to a number of the residents, and certainly.
As a resident of the sewers, I have very strong
There's been
opinions.
some conversation tonight about we didn't, well, statement I should say, we didn't do.
The wildlife is coming back. That's more fishes for him
Flip that
to
around. We're here tonight because the people
catch
that
and
are
bite the heads
using
off
the
of.
jet skis aren't doing what they were supposed to do. That was, but
They
by and
still
large,
have
I'm sure
so
this
far
is
to go on
very
this
responsible
agenda.
jet ski operators, no question about it. It's never good to lump everybody in one group. But we're here tonight because a lot of people that use jet skis on Indian Lake, or formerly called North Pond, didn't do what they were supposed to do. And that's to respect their neighbors, respect other people in the water, respect the people that live on Indian Lake. And truth be told, we've heard a disproportionate number of people, I didn't hear anybody tonight saying, other than the gentleman from Shrewsbury, which obviously he's got his own interest to make sure that Shrewsbury is protected. I didn't hear anybody from Worcester tonight say that they don't want the ban to continue. Truth be told, this isn't like the highway where you have police cars monitoring speed lanes with speed signs and mark lanes, and somebody knows on a jet ski what the speed limit is, and so on and so forth. There are people that are on jet skis that are minors. There are people on jet skis.
I don't care what their job is.
That go after the animal life. They go after, for giggles, interfering with people swimming, kayaking, so on and so forth. That's not everybody on a jet ski, but unfortunately, it's too many people.
Between
that
the
have
total
no insurance.
confusion and lack of competence with an actually smart
Killed.
piece of
There's no compensation.
municipal
We heard
public policy
tonight,
and inclusionary
I've heard in the
zoning,
past,
and
anecdotal
the way
stories
the
of people
councilors
that
are
have been
passionately
physically injured to the point where they
riffing
were
off the
seriously
cuff about
This is kind
this
of the
jet
Wild
ski
West.
ban, which is
Unfortunately,
just like
it's our responsibility, I believe, to make sure that no
like so stupid. It doesn't warrant any fucking comment at all. Like it's like it's really kind of indicative of the status quo of the city council, where they haven't seen themselves as a body that takes leadership on big issues and charts the city's direction,
not going to sit here tonight.
but more willing to just hash out interpersonal beefs through the lens of these small neighborhood problems.
Yes.
is what they really have been doing for a long time.
Worthy of note, though, Bill, that Mo just stated that it's like the Wild West on Indian Lake, and I think that's kind of low key, unintentionally hilarious.
Responsible jet ski operators. I think by all accounts, the ban has worked.
That's the Wild West on Indian Lake, and I'm making Custer's last stand for this jet ski ban.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try to get through a couple more items because we've got 10 more minutes and then we're going to adjourn at midnight. So the next item is recommend adoption of an ordinance to amend the city zoning ordinance relative to adult use marijuana. That's going to go to the planning board. Roll call, please.
Council
What do you think
Yes.
smoking with Donna would be like?
Council King.
Hilarious or
Yes.
miserable?
So
Miserable.
annoying.
Smoking
Cheap
weed with
Bogart.
Victoria? Oh,
Yes.
it'd be awesome, dude. It'd be
Yes.
so sick.
Rose.
She talked
Yes.
about like
Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
Might invest.
Robert Kennedy Jr.
Yes.
for like
Okay, number 10.
just like an hour.
10,
It wouldn't make any fucking sense at all.
Information communication
And it
relative
would
to
just be so
report
sick.
concerning the
It'd be so
legality
cool.
of asking property owners to fill out financial statistics on their properties or be fined or not completing said statistical analysis, as well as the city.
I'd smoke a ton of weed with Donna Calorio and then just look her dead in the eyes and go, "I'm a
File
groomer."
that. Roll call, please. Oh,
Scare the fucking
You
shit
want-
out of her.
okay.
Like fucking
Chair, I need to
like
myself.
CIA
Oh,
level,
right.
CIA in the 60s
Council
level
Mericalson.
brainwashing and hypnosis on Donna
I
Calorio.
had asked a motion when I went up to you before, where I wanted to be recognized to adjourn this meeting, because I think this is another topic that deserves some attention. And I really
Okay, well,
think
we could hold this item. Council Russell, I was going to try to get through some of the finance items because they were time sensitive.
Madam Chair, my apologies, but point of order, I have to recuse myself of this as well.
Okay, so why don't we hold that item till next week? Do you want to, so I can get through finance, Councilor Mericalson? Okay, and then we will hold,
No, John is absolutely right about the real issue underlying the jet ski ban, but we're so that whole conversation was so far removed from
we
addressing
will
that.
hold 1033A.
I still don't claim to understand
we'll go to the
that
finance
order
items.
that they just had, and I still don't understand why Mo and
1037
George have to recuse themselves
through
or feel
L.
they have to.
1038.
Which one was it?
through P,
That was the financial
1039A
statements for property owners that's
G,
come up a couple times.
1040A
It's real
through
estate
G.
related. They're both in real estate.
Yeah, but everybody on the council, I think almost
Madam
everybody in the
Chair, there
council
is one
owns real
amendment
estate.
On, I
Yeah,
believe
but this is
1030
specifically about
N, If I'm
multifamily.
not mistaken, Mr. Manager, I think.
That could be it, yeah.
10.37N. I think the text read as $47,915.72, but it should read as $50,000,
Nico Suave.
Nico Suave.
Motion to accept
Okay.
all of them as amended with
Wow, there's a lot of
10.37N.
finance items.
Okay, so with that amendment, roll call, please.
Yeah, they usually just roll call them all.
Yeah.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes, was that 10.38? You said 37. Was that 38?
10.37N.
Okay, I thought it was
So
38.
all items that.
We've still
Chair
got all of
listed as
13
well
and
as the
14
amendment
too.
are being taken on the roll call. Councilor Carlson?
Those are not
Councilor
getting
Yan?
gotten to today.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Calorio?
Yes, okay, we're going to hold Chairman's Orders
Madam Chair.
11A through 11K.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes. Yes.
What I'm moving is that we adjourn the meeting and pick it up at the beginning of next week at that special time. And then if there is we start the new meeting after we finish this meeting, so that we don't have 2 hours of public input first before we address these other issues that are on our agenda. So that's my recommendation. I don't know what the will of my colleagues are. Yes.
Let me ask Mr. Trainer if we can do that. Mr. Trainer, can we do a meeting before we do a regular meeting on these items and not do public comment?
Madam Chair, yes, you can adjourn the meeting to a date and time certain next week. You just have to post that meeting as well. So it'd be 2 postings for next week, the continuance of this meeting and the posting of the new meeting that's just been scheduled.
Okay, great. Okay.
Ma-
Yes. Councilor King.
Yes, just for the public's sake, through the chair to the clerk. So if we adjourn and some folks tune in when we resume at this point in the meeting, is it accurate that if someone calls in, the rules can be suspended to accommodate their public comments if the chair so deems it to be acceptable and if we vote that way as a council.
Oh, through the chair to the council, my understanding from the rules as well as the city charter, there has to be public testimony for all city council related meetings. So, I don't think it's precedented. We've never, had everything postponed, and I don't, as far as I can recall, being in the clerk's office, postponed to a certain time, and then had the regular meeting with public participation. So I'm assuming we probably have to do 2 agendas at this point, if that's going to be the case if the body moves that way.
Yeah.
So we'll have to have an agenda, I think, for, if you're going to start at 4 o'clock to pick up
This
where
is
you left the rest of these items. And then at 6:30, you might have another agenda for anything else that is brought forward.
I think the best way to characterize the last 2 hours of this meeting is just fucking, frankly,
We
embarrassing.
held everything. We did the regular business of the city council that was coming up for that day.
It's like they forgot how to
And we
govern.
held everything
Yeah.
else. We did.
It has
Or
been a couple
exposed that
months.
they never knew.
So the body has
Yeah,
2 options,
right.
Whatever you want to.
It's been a while. They haven't exercised this muscle in a bit.
Public comment would be allowed in both.
Donna just likes the
Correct,
seat, so
because
she's
that's
trying
the
to
rules of the
extend
city
it for as long as
council well the
possible.
City charter.
Council Russell, then Council
I
Haji.
don't want to go longer, but I'm suggesting that we adjourn this meeting and we start the meeting up on, what is it? Is it Thursday?
Thursday.
So, and then at that point, if we will start.
Wait,
when this meeting is
Thursday?
done,
This
then we can
Thursday or
start
next?
A new meeting in the public.
There's not enough
comment.
time for it to be this
Next
Thursday.
Thursday. They don't have time for
It's
this
already been
Thursday.
heard on the items that are on our agenda this evening. So my intent and my suggestion to my colleagues is let's get done this pile of business that we still have pending. And if there are new items or the public wants to be heard on the new items or items that we held.
There will probably be a stream on here next Thursday.
Yeah.
So
That
that's
is
the motion on the floor.
We'll have to
Okay.
sort. We'll have to
So,
sort that
I
out.
got that motion. Council Member Carlson or Council Haji.
Yeah, I
No, just want to say.
might
some
not be
of the
around, but
time
we'll
drops.
definitely have
I
something.
literally cannot be here at 4 o'clock again on Thursday because we didn't schedule a meeting. So
Okay.
so I'm just making a
Okay.
comment
So
about that.
Council Russell, what time did you want to start that meeting? 5? Okay.
It'd have to be after
Okay.
5 for me.
Council Merrill Carlson.
I think
Are they talking
that
about this Thursday?
5 o'clock
Yeah.
is definitely better for people who work.
They have to give 48-hour notice, don't they?
can Get here for that time. I think
That's
4
why they
o'clock.
need to finish before midnight.
This is
5 o'clock. Next
would be
Thursday
great.
is the motion
Next.
from Council Russell to adjourn tonight, this meeting, pick up on Thursday at 5, the rest of this meeting, and then at 6:30 or thereabouts, after we finish this meeting, we will start a new meeting with new items, public comment, etc.
Point of
Okay,
order, Madam Chair.
yes.
Just want to make sure we're on board here. It's my understanding is that we can't resume without public comment. That's my understanding of the rules. And that's a concern. And we certainly don't want to send that message as a body. Understand it's late. Understand that we're resuming. What we did during budget, we were going to the wee hours of night. We held everything. I'm not opposed to that necessarily. If that's what the chair wants to do. But I don't recall beginning without public discussion and
Bill, are those jet skis driving by you?
goes. Even if we
Those are
resume it,
land jet skis.
that there's certain procedures that we have to do to ensure that we're in compliance with our rules. And I haven't heard anything tonight that indicates that we can begin or resume.
Main South
this
Mom,
meeting
Cox things
without
up
public
is a
comment
new
opportunities.
phrase that I'm
So
going
I guess
to
I
add
don't
to
know
my
who
my
has
dictionary there. Thank you for that one.
Procedurally, we had some.
It's a very British thing.
Answers that led us in the wrong
You just
direction.
love to
regarding
see people propping things up.
votes and holding and all of that. And I just want to make sure we do the right thing. We're not preventing.
Holy shit! This is so embarrassing.
Let me ask.
The amount of
Mr. Trainer,
procedural issues this meeting has
so-
had
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
Can we?
Just
Madam
think
Chair,
about how
Or,
little actually got done
Council, can
versus
you
how
tell
much
us?
First, I would
if-
change that adjourn to recess. We're going to recess this meeting to reconvene Thursday at whatever time that the body
Five.
chooses.
Imagine
Between
being
now
able
and
to sit in that. You have one night you could actually sit in that giant throne, and you still decide to sit in the discount office chair.
Okay.
then we'll know
So-
before the meeting takes place.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to adjourn. So I'm going to, we're going to recess. I'm sorry. I'm going to make a motion to recess till next Thursday at 5. We'll pick up where we left off. And then at the next, we'll have another meeting. So if there's more agenda items you guys want to put on, we can do that on the next meeting after that. And in the meantime, we'll have an answer. Roll call, please.
Madam Chair, I do want to recognize all the items so we can properly prepare the next agenda for, once this meeting is recessed. So you want 11A through K to be recessed. 11L, 12A, 13A through 13T, which are the orders, 13U and V, 14A and B, 16A, 17A and D,
Like what?
17E and I.
They didn't actually
19J and K,
accomplish anything.
19A and D, 19A and C, 19D and F.
They really
28A
didn't. Like, what did they actually accomplish tonight?
They have a whole meeting's worth of shit to go through
21H,
in front of the next meeting.
21O.
We're all tired. Madam Chair, why do we need a new agenda? We have an agenda. It was just recess. We don't need a new agenda for the remainder of this meeting. So,
I just want to state it for the record.
You want to say for the record, Counselor?
24A, 23A through 23C, 24A, and everything tabled under privilege 25A through 25E, correct?
So I think, can I just answer that question, Counselor Russell? There were items prior to the ones we just held that that were held. That will go on the new agenda. So that will not be on the first agenda. That will be on the second agenda because those were held before we made the motion to to hold the meeting and then resume. Okay, so do we do the roll call?
We'll do the roll call.
Okay,
recess
roll
now.
call. Thank you.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Agia?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera?
This is unbelievable.
Rose?
Just
yes. Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Patty is going to come back after this.
Yes.
I really
Good
hope he
night,
watches the whole
Thank
thing.
you for
Because he's just going to be like, the hell did you do?
yeah. What did you even get done? What did you? It's so deeply embarrassing for everyone.
No, not even just like they didn't get anything done. Just in a like, what are you doing?
Oh boy.
What is
What a
with all
bunch
of
of
the
morons.
procedural mess? I haven't seen a city council meeting be this messy in observing city council meetings. In
Yeah,
terms of
and
procedural issues.
honestly, that's what that's. Thank you,
Yeah,
Joe
Joe
Petty.
Petty. I'm so much happier today that I voted for Robin Kennedy than I was yesterday. I really appreciate you, man. Yeah, what a night. You know what? Let's not do a lot of I gotta go to
There's
bed.
really nothing to recap.
Yeah, there's nothing to
happened.
recap.
Everything.
Let's recess this stream until they pick it back up again.
Yeah.
So is
yeah,
that
let's-
happening this coming Thursday
Next
or the
Thursday.
following Thursday? And
Next
if it's
Thursday,
next
fine.
Thursday, then why is it not happening next Tuesday?
'Cause
That
it's
was a lot of
Jewish
the yes. There's a holiday that day.
Oh, right. Yep.
So
That's one of the Jewish holidays.
yeah, I mean we'll figure it out. We'll obviously let everybody know when we're gonna be back on. I have a show that night, so I don't see, maybe I'll join in from the car, Mo Bergman style.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
We're definitely not figuring it out tonight. That's for sure.
No, who cares?
I
But
refuse to figure it out.
It'll
tonight.
probably go late enough.
you guys are amazing for sticking it out.
How many
what
people
a
do we have
what
on
a
right now?
fucking insane meeting. So stupid.
That was one of the dumbest things I've ever subjected myself to.
It
Thank
is
you,
now
everyone.
September 21st. So go listen to Earth, Wind, and Fire. Go to Demia Dijawibe's YouTube and watch all of his 921 videos. They're incredible. Go to Bill's There you go. I was gonna play it so she could. Yeah, he's listening to Earth, Wind, and Fire, baby. Go to Bill Shaner's Substack, billshaner.substack.com. Listen to his pieces that very quickly, predict what's going to happen in every meeting, and then they just follow through on that. What a dumb night. Pay attention for his story destroying a police officer in this city. That's coming out soon. Make sure you listen to his podcast. Make sure you listen to Brendan's fake podcast that doesn't exist. Make sure you listen to my fake podcast that doesn't exist. We got some great stuff coming up for you. Make sure you listen to that fake podcast that Travis does. Make sure you buy
It doesn't
designs from Kate
exist.
Toomey. Make sure you buy designs from Travis. Yenni, do you have anything you'd like to plug?
The Urban Forestry meeting on Thursday night.
Cool. Tree meeting.
At Stern's Tavern at 6:30.
Yes, Joe Petty, come back, please. Good Lord, come back. And yeah, thank you guys so much for everybody that hung out tonight. We love you guys so much. We will see you next Thursday. Good night. Goodbye. Good luck.
Take
See
care.
ya forever.
Night.